All right. All right, chat. Are we live? Let's see if everything's going. Let's
We
see.
are.
Let's see. I think we are. All right.
Mhm.
Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. All right. Looks like everything's going through. Yo, welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend these YouTube streets. Porter Rock 77. We are live with another 60 Frames Don't Like podcast. Hopefully, the other panel members will be joining us soon. You know, they're probably doing things. You'll probably see notice and you're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? What's up with the screen? Why is it going in and out? It's in and out. So I got me a new camera.
Mm.
I bought me a new camera. The Instalink 360 Link 2C AI powered 4K. This thing's using machine learning. So I got a camera that's powered by machine learning, full RDNA 2.0. So it's doing, it's like it won't let me be, bro. It's like, nah, where you going? Where you going? What you doing? The camera's like, what you doing? Where you going? What's up? You know what I'm saying? So I got that, so obviously trying to improve the visuals and stuff like that, trying to find, little by little improving. Once I figured this out, the next step also improve the mic quality, start getting all that fancy stuff, all those
You're talking.
stuff, all that fancy stuff the guys have. They have like all this levers and shit that these studios be doing. They look like, are you muted?
Who, me?
Oh, okay. Oh, no, because I saw your lips moving. I'm like, wait a minute, are you talking? I'm like, oh.
Oh, I had forgotten. Well, go ahead. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. So,
I'll
all
say
that
it when
stuff
you do it.
with all the buttons and shit like that. So, all the levers and shit. Gonna figure that shit out. And fucking, trying to look like one of those music producers. Mike Will made it type shit. You know what I'm saying? you know? Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, you don't see the music. Mike Will made it. Or the other one was saying, we got London on the track. Them dudes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all this fancy ass, gonna have all these fancy ass get up and stuff like that for quality mic and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know. Let me ask you guys. You guys noticing a difference? Do you see clarity? Are you seeing like the pimples? Should I pull down my pants so you can see my ass cheek? So you can see the pimples on my ass cheek? I don't know.
Oh man.
Like
That
y'all
was
probably see, now
Porter
you can
Rock
see
talking
like
about the cheeks
now,
now.
now you can see like the five. You can see now you can see like the 5 o'clock shadow. I don't know. What's up, Chad? You noticing anything? He says it's mad distracting. Hey, listen, I gotta figure out how to stop it. He said the camera's mad distracting. I gotta figure out. Like, give me time. The AI is ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? I gotta figure out how to like stop it and stuff. Cause like I can understand like the program, but I'm on Discord. I didn't think it was gonna do it on the Discord, but like it did it and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? The camera has PSSR. Oh snap! You know what I'm saying? We got 4K zoom ins, But how's the picture? Is the picture looking by me? I could look on my phone, I guess. But I want your guys' opinion. You notice a difference between like last week's well, really pretty much. I've been using the camera I've been using on the podcast. I've been using it for God knows how long. Like for a while now. The C920, I think it's called Logitech C920.
Is that the camera
Um,
you're using?
yeah. Oh no, not now. The camera I did use. It was a
Okay.
1080p C920. I have it around here. So I already threw that shit away. Oh damn, that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the camera's pissed off. Like, this is how you do me? But, a little bit of an upgrade. I could imagine, this is probably gonna get annoying after a while, But it'd be cool because I could do the dramatic effect. I could be like, what? I could do some crazy shit around here. You know what I'm saying? Really get, that's gonna make some people throw up. They're gonna act like they're playing VR and shit. I don't want none of y'all
Oh,
to throw up.
hey.
So I'm gonna try to be still and stuff like that. All right. But anyway, Craig, what's up? What you been
How
up
you
to?
doing, bro? Oh, well, this is starting a new week. NCAA basketball tournament has officially started. So
Mm.
when I saw that's what you saw me with my mouth, like, oh crap, this thing is actually starting. That's right. So yeah, your conference terms, following NFL free agency, still playing Stella Blade and college football, and
Mm.
trying to get that done, and then get a little more Assassin's Creed Mirage in. I'm just not a fan of Mirage. I don't like the combat system. I prefer the one in Odyssey. I thought that was the perfect one, but that's just me. But yeah, I can't complain. Yeah, just chilling out, enjoying. The weather has finally changed. Thank God.
Warming up.
Yeah, we're getting warm now, so I can stop layering when I get up to go to work in the morning.
Nice, nice. Shout out to Gordo P23 with the $5 super chat. Says, thank God it's Tuesday because I'm at work, bored out of my mind. Don't worry, man. We're gonna bring some entertainment while you work, right? Okay, so because while you're at work, we don't want you to work. We want you to be entertained, and we're gonna bring the entertainment now. But shout out to you, Gordo. Thank you so much for coming through. Right? Hopefully, we can entertain you. You know, make the time go by a little bit faster. Liquid Data. Thank you for the super chat. Says you're using PSSR, Puerto Rock Super Spectral Resolution, with the machine learning.
Yeah.
And Glassdoor Gaber. I think that's Canadian, right? Glassdoor. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says thanks for the distraction from Trump today. Man, I do what I can, right? You know what I would love to train this camera to do? It's like if I'm ever like on a, obviously we're on a podcast or I'm on a live and somebody says some bullshit, I look at the camera like this and it just zooms like it knows. Like, I'd be like this. And then the camera just zooms in. Like, zooms in. Like it zooms like it knows. Yeah, zoom in on Puerto Rock's face because this is some bullshit. Don't worry, camera. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna get this synergy going.
If it has that on there, let me know. So,
I'm gonna figure it out. So that way, when I be like this, when I be like, that shit slowly just starts zooming in on me. That shit would be funny. I'd be like. The camera knows. We're gonna train this AI. We're gonna get it right. We're gonna get this machine learning going on and stuff like that.
Get it done.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Okay. Hopefully the rest of the crew will come through. All right. Because we got some topics to talk, but the show must go on. The show must go on, right, chat? But anyway, before anything, gonna announce my next guest for the one-on-one live, and it will be. Drum rolls, please. It's going to be Doc Dark 1985. That's right, little bro.
Right.
There's levels to this. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
man. He hit me up in the chat saying Sobrovian is beating him down and he needs his big bro to back him up. I'm like, I got you. Man. We're going to handle that dude. I don't know where dude come from, but nah, dude playing slick. Listen, y'all can throw all the salt at me. It's fine. But when y'all pick on family, and like Toretto in Fast Furious says, family is everything. All right. So tune in this Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. This Friday, we got Doc Dark up in here. There's levels to this. I hope you enjoyed the last episode. If you didn't catch last week's, or maybe you're new to the channel and you didn't realize I'm doing it, every Friday I do a Friday Night Live with P-Rock. Now, you know what? I haven't given it a good name yet. I need to chat to give me some ideas. What should I call? What should I call the Friday Night Lives?
I think I like that Friday Night Live. I mean, I think that's pretty organic.
Friday night ride.
Friday Night Live. No, or Friday Night Ride or Friday Night Live. Yeah, I like Friday Night Live. That's me. I mean, I just think it flows organically.
Okay. FNL, Friday Night Live. Oh, FNL. Shit. Yeah. That shit matches.
Mm-hmm.
FNL. Oh, shit. We got 60 FNL, and then we got FNL. Oh, snap. That shit just hit.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's good shit. Good shit, Craig. And good shit, chat. Shout out to Lee, says FNL. All right, we got 60 FNL on Tuesdays and FNL on Fridays. All right. Yeah. Friday Night Lives. All right, no doubt. Well, that shit. How y'all like it? Let me see. Let me put a. Let me do a poll. Let me pull a poll.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think the Puerto Rock's new camera makes him look like a pretty brown man.
Oh man, stop this dude, bro.
Just tell him that the camera looks good. We put a 1 in there. We got some 1s coming.
Oh my god. Let's see, Friday.
Oh man.
All right, let me do this.
Boy.
Oh,
Give it
snap!
up. My, what's happening?
What's
What's going on?
Going on,
Same
fam?
old, same old. Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
Oh, absolutely. The antagonizer in chief is here.
Sure. Yes, sir. How y'all been doing?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Can't complain.
I'm just
You
getting
know,
back from Cali.
Oh, you were in Cal? Where in Cal? But you way up north, right? Like the San Fran
Yeah,
area?
you know I be up north.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, you up north, man. You gotta let me know when you expand down south, man.
Yeah.
Man, you
Yeah.
gotta do
San
something.
Diego, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
man.
And then you
Hey,
got
I'm
the
gonna wait till the
Padres
summer
there.
though to come. I'm gonna wait till summer so I can go to the beach and stuff. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
and
So,
then you
Oh,
got the
now you're talking.
you got the Padres there. I'm telling you, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna listen. I'm from New York, but I would
well, I'm gonna wait.
live.
I'm gonna wait till
in
the
San Diego.
Astros play the Padres. That's
Oh,
what
there
I'm
you
gonna do.
go. There you go.
We
You
gonna
seen
we gonna go to the Astros.
you seen the new hats?
Yeah, I saw
The assholes.
Yeah.
Yo, chat. Hold on.
Hey, I know that is
Listen,
not.
I gotta show the chat, right? I gotta show the chat.
They wilding for that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo. Let me. Yo, chat. Listen, I know this is not a sports thing, right? I know, right?
I'm like, who the hell approved that shit?
Listen, all right, but so let me tell the chat. So the chat. So now New Era is coming up with the design of hats. So they're gonna have the full name of the team and the symbol right in front. So like for example, if this is one of the new hats, it would say Yankees, but the symbol will still be there in the middle, just like his. So just picture the word Yankees in the background. Pretty simple concept, right? The team name and the symbol right in the middle on top of it. Pretty simple concept. What can go wrong?
Man.
What can go wrong? Let me show you. First, this is the Astros.
Oh man, come on, oh man,
Assholes.
yeah, we get an L for that. I ain't gonna lie, I can't. We get an L.
You wearing that, J-Dub?
Nah, I am not wearing that, man. Yeah,
The Houston assholes.
yeah. They
How
always
could they not
change
notice that?
shit.
How could they not? But the prototype.
Yeah.
No one looked at the prototype and be like, wait a minute, this shit don't look right.
That is trash. That is trash right there.
They always tinkering with some shit. Always.
Assholes, the Houston assholes. Yeah. Yo, I'm like, and then here's my favorite. This is my favorite. Texas. Tetas. That's Spanish for tits. That's Spanish for tits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I'm getting that one. I'm getting that one, dog.
That one I may end up getting right there.
I'm getting that one. Oh man, that one I'm getting. Tetas. Bro, yo, when I saw that one, I'm like, wait a minute, tetas and assholes, bro. Like, what are we doing? I can't wait for that game. Houston Astros versus the Texas Tetas.
The assholes versus the Tetas. Oh man. Texas 0-2.
Oh my God!
Texas team 0-2 for this, real quick.
Assholes and titties. That's what Texas is known for.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm sorry, bro, but when I saw the assholes, I'm like, yo, J-Do's not gonna like that shit at all.
You already know, man.
He's gonna be like, what the hell were they thinking, bro?
Yep.
Oh my God, that shit is wild. Oh my God, that's wild. But anyway, when I saw that, but I might rock the tetas though. Walking around with tetas.
Oh man.
Hey, hold on, Porter Rod. Also, I got two more guests you want to try the effort after you do with the one with dark. Exalt Gaming, and then a gentleman that's in the chat, Detective Seeds.
Exalt Gaming?
Yeah. Okay. And then Detective Seeds, who's in the chat. He's got
he's in the chat? Detective Seeds? That's right. He what's up? Yeah, I gotta get him on a one-on-one live. You don't hit him up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, Detective, I'm gonna send you a message later on. He'll be
I forgot to tell you, Porter Rock. Hey, I'm enjoying them one-on-ones, man.
You like it, right?
I think it's pretty cool, yeah.
I'm trying to tone it down.
Hey, you gotta get Destin.
Oh no!
You gotta get
I'm a
Destiny.
little by. You gotta let me climb
Yeah.
up. I gotta make sure people realize that I'm not trying to do ambush journalism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I gotta
yeah,
get
yeah.
that. I gotta break away from that aura. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like y'all trying to, you trying to
Yeah,
set
the
me
people are
up, P-Rock.
scared.
No,
Yeah,
people are
but it could be
scared
a couple.
of us.
What's a couple of things, right? It could be people thinking that I might set them up, or I'm trying to make them look stupid, or I might mess up their brand. Things like that. So
No. He's actually
He's-
to be fair. Now that
he's
he's doing his solo thing,
yeah,
he has. I think he'll accept and he'll come. I think he has to do that because he's no longer under IGN and stuff. He has to come amongst the people now
yeah. But
and say
yeah.
his, and talk. Just have,
Yeah.
and he's, we're very cordial and stuff on Twitter. We joke back and forth and stuff.
You know what I'm saying? We're free up in this
Yeah.
motherfucker. But
Yeah.
ultimately, after I had it really started with Tim Dog, and I'm like, wait a minute, I could keep this going, and then Post Up,
Yeah.
that was cool.
Mhm.
King David.
Yeah.
Then I had Reforge, Doc Dark is next, so
listen, crap. Try to get crap. I can get you crap. I mean, however you see fit, but
listen,
it's
I'm
like
invite everyone's welcome.
you do really good.
Everyone's
You do
welcome.
really good interviews where obviously you're not just going to let them get away with a bunch of lies and shit, but you can interview to where a way where they don't feel
attacked
like
or
they're
insulted
attacked
or
and stuff.
yeah, that's not the intent.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
I like to. Yeah, I like to see more people from the industry, come on and stuff like that. I enjoy them so far. So.
The goal is to get Kojima. That's the goal.
Well, you
I'm
didn't
gonna
have
get a translator though.
Yeah. AI. We're gonna get some AI in here.
AI in here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, bad, but yeah. So I hope everyone's liking the Friday night show. So this Friday is Doc Dark. You know what I'm saying? Because Bruvian's jumping on him. So he called me like, bro, man, they beat me up. I'm like, I got you. All right.
He put up the Puerto Rican flag, right? The
Superman,
the P flag.
The Batman.
Yeah, he had a Captain America symbol.
My little bro went on the rooftops and said, put the PR in the sky. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Gotham needs me.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be like, where are they?
Yeah, somebody else brought up D-Batch.
What's up?
Yeah. And then somebody else brought up D-Batch. So because maybe he knows what it tells people outside.
Listen, there is
Puerto
no
Rico got a
limit.
long history, man.
Yeah, I know D-Batch will show up too.
Yeah.
We have the Friday night. Everyone is welcome except for guys like racist or anti-woke. Them weird dudes. Like that,
the weirdos. The anime profile pictures. The anime profile pictures.
Like they do some weird shit. But crap is on the table. Hell, We Bleed Green is on the table.
Yeah.
Boomstick would be on the table, but I don't think he likes me much, so I don't know if he's good. He's gonna look at me like, you out your goddamn mind. I ain't gonna touch you with a 10-foot.
Nah, I'll kick in the door for that one.
But everyone's welcome. Trying to get everybody, and I'm trying to make it into a casual setting where nobody feels attacked. What I really want to do is get people to, I guess, deep dive on what they're trying to say. To a different public and stuff like that, kind of like what I had with King David, where like he explained why he feels no PS6. It wasn't like it's not saying that the PlayStation 6 is not successful. He thinks Sony might be going in a different hardware direction, vice a traditional console. So it wasn't about like PlayStation not successful, but that's just his opinion. But he clarified it a little bit more, and that's really what it's about and stuff.
Yeah. The console war is over, right? It's been over for a while now. All this shit that now is just shits and giggles. It's just aftermath, fodder, or whatever. But it's great now that the console war is over. You're starting to see people. I started to notice you were interviewing people that during the console war they had major difference of opinions, and now you interview them. It don't come across like it did on Twitter or YouTube. It comes across more. Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if it's just people backtracking or people just got a different way now that the console war is over. Now they don't have to hold the line or some shit.
You got to grift a different way now. You got to find another way to grift.
And see, and that's the thing now. The console war is over. Everything now is just leftover grifters. It makes
Yeah.
no like if you
Yeah, it
just
makes no
coming into
sense.
this shit, you're just
You're
it's
too
over.
late.
It's over.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
too late.
it's like buying Stadia a year after it launched. Nah,
Exactly.
dog.
Yeah.
Nah, dog.
Exactly. It's over.
Nah,
Yeah,
dog.
it's over, player.
Like, what
It's
are you
over.
doing?
Mhm.
Yo, you just bought Stadia
Exactly.
now? Oh,
Yep.
bro, the end is coming. You bought it at the wrong time.
Yep.
Here we go. We got what you call it. Liquid Data says Puerto Rican Mario and Luigi. I'll be there. And FNL 120 FNL Friday Night Live 120 frames no lag. Oh snap. Glassdoor Gamer. Bro, you're trying to grift at the end of the console war.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, get whatever scraps you can get. Just get it out the way, man. Just eat.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, Liquid Data. Thank you so much for another super chat. It says they beat him up on Thrash show, laughing my ass off. Shout out to Dark and Thrash. Oh, they beat up Dark and Thrash show. They beat him up. Whoa. Why was I not informed of this?
Yeah, listen, I didn't know that. But to be fair, when I gave Doc Dark, that pony contract, that Kratos contract,
He didn't take it.
he took it.
Oh, he took it.
He signed the contract. Yeah, he did. But he still dabbles over in the green area, and he got caught up.
He's borderline breach of contract. He's borderline breach of contract. Like, hey, you better read the stipulations.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you can't be like, okay, I'm pony now, and then a week and a half later you're dabbling over there with boomstick now. You know what I'm saying? he got caught up.
If you do out there, you gotta represent. You gotta
exactly.
You got to do your obligations.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
The obligations must be upheld.
Facts.
The brain. Thank you. 33-month member says I can't join tonight. I got the flu. Sorry, guys. My brother.
Oh man, sorry to hear you. Sorry to hear that, brother.
Speedy recovery. Take care of yourself, bro. Right?
Yeah, I had that a few weeks ago. It'll stop a rhinoceros in its tracks.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
That influenza A is. I had A and it was horrible. I mean,
is there B?
Yeah, there's a
B.
B.
Yeah,
B
man.
it's not gonna. B is only gonna last about 3 days. I had the flu shot in A. It took me down. I missed the whole day. It was like when NFL wild card was going on. I missed that entire Saturday.
Fucking said the NFL wild card was going on.
Yeah, it was going on. I don't remember
man.
Saturday at all. It was terrible. So
Man.
I had that a few weeks ago, and it was hard.
Oh man. But anyway, brain, man, speedy recovery, my brother. All right.
Yeah.
We'll see, just rest
Yeah,
up. We'll
sorry to hear that,
right.
man.
Yeah, we'll see you next week. All right.
Yeah.
And swallow pony juice. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Man, what are we doing here, bro? Says P-Rock, you need to pull in the leash when it comes to your bro. Pull in the leash when it comes to your bro. He was on Thrash's program and it was painful to listen what they teaches him up. When was this? Was this like his last live?
I don't know.
Listen.
I think it was Saturday.
I'm feeling some
I don't even know. I
y'all
haven't even
beating up
seen
little
it.
bro. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Listen, we gotta have a peace treaty, right? Like Thrash, y'all gotta ease up on him. Listen, he's lost. Let him find his way, little by little. I mean, he bought his PC in Walmart. He didn't who does that?
What?
Oh man.
Who does that? Bro, he's just trying to find his way, man. Soon. Listen, give him time. I'm like the big brother. Like, ease up, people. He will find the light. Just gotta give him time, Maybe, when Sony provides that PSSR update, maybe he'll finally come home in 2026.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, that's our first topic. So first topic, PS5 Pro to use FSR tech for PSSR. So let me read a little bit. I'll put it up on the screen. Of course, who would have thought that this is the face? You know how we were arguing about, Jim Ryan ended Xbox?
Yeah.
That's not the truth. This is the man that ended Xbox. This is the guy. He did this.
It was always him. It was always him.
We just didn't realize it. We didn't recognize his game. Mark Cerny's like, I did this to you.
Yeah.
See
like that meme say?
I did this to you.
That Shaq meme
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What did it say? It said, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah. Like, be honest. We here arguing with Sean Layden, Jim Ryan.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah,
This
it's
is the
Mark
dude.
Sony.
This is the
Uh-huh.
architect that ended Xbox. If we just
The
didn't
egghead in
recognize,
chief. Yep.
we just didn't recognize his game. Cerny ended Xbox. He did this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because once he signed on to the team, oh man, it's a
It,
wrap. He
it was
says,
over.
I'm in
Yeah.
charge. He's like, I'm in charge of PlayStation hardware. Woo! I got this. I got this. So this is him, bro. So Mark Cerny, this is him. All credits due to him. But anyway, says Mark Cerny, FSR4 for PS5 Pro is the next evolution of PSSR. The RDNA 4 upscaler is the first result of AMD Sony's Project Amethyst collaboration. Last week, AMD released its new wave of graphics hardware developed around the new RDNA 4 architecture. Machine learning performance is
Machine learning.
dramatically increased, opening the door to FSR4. A brand new ML-based upscaler that delivers excellent quality comparable to NVIDIA's DLSS. Just after launch, AMD revealed that it was co-developed in association with Sony as part of its Project Amethyst initiative. In an interview with Digital Foundry, PlayStation lead system architect Mark Cerny says that our target is to have something very similar to FSR4's upscaler available on PS5 Pro for 2026 titles as the next evolution of PSSR.
Mm.
The neural network and training
Music.
recipe is PSR4's upscaler are the result of Amethyst collaboration, Sony told us, and results are excellent. It's a more advanced approach that can exceed the crispness of PSSR. I'm very proud of the work of the joint team. You can assess the quality of PSSR yourselves via the embedded video below, where Digital Foundry stacks up the new upscaler against non-ML FSR 3.1, along with DLSS 3.7 and DLSS 4.0. While we have more in-depth coverage to come, our take on the new technology is that it represents a huge leap over FSR 3.1, delivering quality wins over DLSS 3.7. While there are elements where the new transformer-based DLSS 4 model wins out, we were delighted to see that FSR 4 is surprisingly competitive against the video's latest. Right? So I'm not going to read the whole thing, right? Because it's a long article. You all could check it out. But let's just talk about the series and the aspect side, right? We all knew that with PlayStation 5 and the pisser, right? It was always going to have technology that was improved, right? There was always going to be upgrades. There was going to be updates. DLSS went through it. FSR went through it, right? But with this collaboration with AMD and Sony, they are working on these technologies together. Now, obviously, FSR got the fruit of the labor first because they got the new cards out. PSSR will catch up and get some of these new technologies that Mark Cerny is co-developing with AMD onto the PlayStation 5 Pro. I like this, right? Because it makes me feel, one, it shows that Sony's all about the hardware. They are still down with the hardware. They still want to provide the best in gaming for us console gamers, the latest technologies, right? And they still want to provide technology that gives us the best experience on the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? So we'll start out with Craig real quick. What do you think about this collaboration in terms of Sony and AMD and what it means for us pro players?
I mean, this is what they announced back in December. I put in I put an old article in 60 frames no lag. The Twitter feed. I always forget to put it in the Discord, but this has been known. I remember Mark Cerny came out and said that that the PlayStation algorithm is going to get better. I just think what happened is that the PSSR and FSR are two totally different things. It's just with the Project Amorous, whatever they're calling it. They're combining the two. That's it. It's like when in Avengers Endgame, when Banner said, I took the Hulk and I took Banner, I made it into this one thing. And that's what you're going to see with Amorous. Now, if you want to see some early stuff, I uploaded something, and shout out to Hip Hop Gamer. If you want to see some AI upscaling, and that Sony has proprietary, go watch my video. It's that simple. Or go on to Twitter and follow Hip Hop Gaming and just find it. It's Sony's AI upscale. They were showing The Last of Us, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And it's gonna if you play The Last of Us, it has all those rendering modes on that one option page. they're going to have an AI rendering mode that you will pay for, and it will work on PS5 Pro, and it's going to be into PS6. So now I'm not going to get the PS6, but when you all see the early stages of their AI upscaling, that they're training, that the machine learning is learning, um, I just think that people can go look at that and just you get an idea of what they're talking about. Overall, however, it's just there were some disingenuous things said. The FSR is separate from PSSR. They're proprietary tech on two different type of platforms, and all they're going to do is Mark Cerny likes the hybridization or hybrid type of things. That's why your PS5 Pro has RDNA 2, 3, and 4, and it still has some things from RDNA 1. The Smart Shift, I think that's out of RDNA 1. So they all they're doing is combining the two technologies, and they're going to make one. Their goal is to make one glorious engine. Now, why are they teaming up? Because they want to take NVIDIA down. They want NVIDIA. They think has too big of a market share. Lisa Su undercut Jensen with the GPUs. I mean, that was a major blow because FSR is doing just as well. It's outperforming the 5080, and everybody knows the 5090 is melting computers. Their people's computers are blacking out. It is. It is.
You were doing so good, Craig. Oh,
no, it is.
Man.
No,
See?
For the rock,
AI,
read the
bro.
disclaimer.
God,
Read the disclaimer
man.
for the
Man,
podcast.
No, it's melting
read the
computers.
disclaimer.
And people are standing. Hold on, people are standing outside, getting their asses whipped on the Pettus Bridge in South Carolina. To get them a 59. But my point is that this has already been reported. Well, this has already been reported. This has already been reported that it's outperforming FSSR is outperforming the 5080 and things like that. So again, it just shows you that Sony and AMD are serious. AMD is serious, and AMD did undercut the NVIDIA cards. So at the end of the day, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna see? Well, if you want to see a baby step in it, I did go to Hip Hop Gamer's Twitter page. You'll see it. I think he still has that up there. And or you can go to my video I just did and check it out. It's up to you guys if you want to learn this stuff. And that way, when you see people on Twitter acting like complete asshats, you'll just be able to roll your eyes and say, dudes are a bunch of clowns. It's a clown show. Porter Rock's point about the hardware, this goes into what Porter Rock was saying about the how people want PlayStation to fail. Now that they're doing proprietary hardware, it's a constant reminder that Sony is still is prioritizing their hardware, not PC. So,
all right.
The camera's learning.
let me break out the disclaimer.
Oh,
The words of Craig Harris is not representative of the 60 Frames No Lag production, Friday Night Live production, or J Dubs Instigator Incorporated. Right?
I have it on podcast, but those limp dicks haven't come over there yet to challenge me. So I'm gonna keep kicking their asses.
Oh shit! Oh, he's calling. I don't know who he's calling out, but he's calling one of y'all out. Oh, shit.
Man.
Craig ain't playing, bro. He said he ready to bust cheeks. He
says,
He said, Craig out here like I likes ya, and I want you. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. All right. Hey, yo, Jada. All right. So you heard, the man himself, Cerny, right? The architect, right? He's talking about improvement and stuff like that, right? What good thing? Like, do you think like he's very, and it's in a separate but same topic? Do you think he's very in tuned to know how important Grand Theft Auto 6 is to PlayStation in the sense that because it's not day and date on PC, right? So really, the most powerful platform. No, it's not.
I didn't know that.
So
the 5090 will not have Grand Theft Auto on there.
The 5090 will not have Grand Theft Auto the day it
or
comes
Death Stranding 2 or Ghost of
Stranding 2, right? So,
but I heard it was real powerful.
Yeah. Do you think he's in tuned with like, man, we really got to show out with Grand Theft Auto 6, like because PS5 Pro is the most powerful platform that that Grand Theft Auto 6 will be
Hmm.
on the day it launches. It won't come out for PC for at least a year. Usually it's like at least a
Yeah.
year before they launch it, maybe
Oh
even
man,
more. So when it does
Yeah.
launch, like, is this a way to really show you, oh, check out the Pro? What do you think?
Well, I don't think he purposely targeted GTA 6. Um, but I do think he's well aware of what third party partners and third party studios are doing, and he probably works with those guys all the time, give them advice, give them a hand, send guys over there to help them with certain aspects of the hardware and programming and language and stuff like that. So I do think he's in the know. I don't think he's one of those guys that just, walks around and do nothing. He is in the know. And he's matter of fact, I remember him saying last generation with the PS4, how he went to the developers and he asked them what did they like and what did they want and what are some of the benefits that they like to have. And that led to the SSD drive being in the system. That led to
Mm-hmm.
them creating the Kraken compression
Compression,
engine
yeah,
and some of the stuff
true.
that he talked about that was a lot of people found boring and they dismissed it until they saw it actually working, and then they you know and I think a lot of people have been dismissing Mark Cerny for quite some time, but clearly the guy is smart and he keeps his ears to the ground of what the developers actually want, given
Yeah.
and he works within the cost constraints and the parameters, and he gives the best that you can, given the money that he has. And I think with him partnering with AMD on creating this Amethyst platform where they can share data, share techniques, share language, and stuff like that, I think that's just to benefit both of them because I don't know if you remember, but last year or was it the year before, they Sony actually was talking to various GPU and APU manufacturers like Intel. At one point they were, talking to them, taking bids and seeing if something could happen there, and they ended up signing back with AMD. So if you're going to go with AMD for the future, with the PlayStation 6, it just makes sense to kind of put things together and remove some of those barriers and make things a little bit more streamlined. And I'm gonna be honest, the fact that Xbox is pretty much out the door, now you don't have to be so secretive about a lot of stuff. You can let them know, be more ingrained because you don't have to worry about them taking your tech and showing it to the competition and giving them heads up and stuff like that. So I just believe their partnership became stronger. But Mark Cerny's an egghead. I mean, he's the guy. He not only created games, but he creates the hardware for the games. He creates the language, and he gets to select the components, and they're all purposely built for a purpose, not just thrown in there. And so he's shown that he can do more with less. Look at the PS5, less T flops, less whatever, less CPU, but he was able to outdo more powerful hardware because of that. And so I think the fact that he created the PS5 Pro, it had tech in it that wasn't even available at the time, or AMD hadn't even put out there. And like he said previously, he said if you see some of this tech that's in the PS5 on the PC, that's from the work that we did together, and vice versa. And so I know people were complaining and they were arguing, and I was going back and forth. Shout out to D Batch about what's in the PS5 Pro and some of the specs. Is it RDNA 3? Is it RDNA 4? And all kind of stuff. And like Mark Cerny said, a lot of this stuff is custom because it's not available on AMD yet. Well, now AMD just talked about its technology. It's just releasing its cards and stuff like that. Some of those things are in the PS5 Pro, where Mark Cerny saw fit. Not everybody, not everything and that's what a lot of people need to understand. These consoles are purpose-built units. That means they only include stuff that they're actually going to use. A PC is a multi-purpose box, right? So it's meant to run spreadsheets, it's meant to run various operating systems, it's meant to do a bunch of stuff that would be a waste when it comes to gaming. These gaming boxes it only has one job, and that's to play games. and play games more efficiently. And I think we kind of lose track of that when we see, oh, it doesn't have a 5090 in it. It doesn't have uh, a Ryzen 9 or a Ryzen 7. It doesn't have X, Y, Z. It doesn't need that stuff because that wasn't the purpose. It's not a general purpose thing. Um, so I don't know. I think this is great news. I like the transparency. Mark Cerny told us that it's going to get better over time. So you don't have to, just get your PS5 Pro. It's going to get better over time, and a lot of the changes that they're making now is going to cross over to PlayStation 6, if not take it to the next level. So I'm all for it. Like they said, the hardware, you're kind of running out things to do with the hardware. You're gonna have to find other methods. That's where machine learning comes into place. And that's why they're using AI and the machine learning and all the upscaling technology, all of the frame generation technology. And I hate when guys laugh at consoles for doing these things, but this $2,000, $3,000 GPU is doing the exact same thing with DLSS 4, right? Frame generation, upscaling technology, and you parade that. That's what I find very silly and very funny. But other than that, man, I'm all for it. I think Mark Cerny is a great guy. Hopefully, he stays with PlayStation for a long time. I would, if I was Sony, I'd throw the bag at him.
Mm.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
All right, Rafael McCoy, thank you so much for the super chat. Much love to, he says, much love to you and your guests. Appreciate it. Liquid Data says, thank you for the super chat. Says, so basically, PSSR is in the gym. Always. PSSR is
Yeah.
always training. Always
It's a
always
machine
preparing.
learning.
Always preparing
It's
for the
AI.
next fight. Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat. Says PSSR will be Sony's implementation. FSR is AMD, and I think that's this is a good point, right? For the PlayStation console, PSSR, right, and then for any other hardware that uses AMD technology will benefit from FSR. And given that the relationship between Sony and AMD are together, they're gonna share technologies that could both benefit both types of products. Glassdoor Gamer ask a question. You guys think the PS6 will have a pro version given AI can update with software and Xbox is dead? I think PS6 will be generational with AI gameplay. What do you guys think? You think PlayStation 6, you think Sony would continue with its pro model, or do you think PlayStation 6 and just with AI will be enough to carry for the whole gen?
That's a good
I think,
question. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jado. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, listen, I'm gonna be honest. I think there's gonna be a pro model, and the reason because I didn't think we would have a pro model now. I was one of those guys that was saying I didn't think we needed a pro. I thought that the generation was still young, and we haven't tapped into the power of the PS5. I was that guy, and sure enough, they fucking came out with a pro. So now I'm like, fuck it, yeah, they just might. I think they will until they don't. So I got proven wrong. I lost the bet. Betting
I
against the
did too.
PS5 Pro. So yeah,
Goddamn next gen.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he bet us. Yeah, yeah. Sweet. So
What about you,
So
Craig?
yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
Um,
On that question?
yeah. I mean, I think they'll definitely. I mean, Mark Cerny will take notes because as soon as they do the PS6, they will write down. They'll have the developers write down, okay, what can be better, and they'll go from there. But I'm more interested in seeing the games because I was listening to Reforged Gaming today, and he was saying with the machine learning that you could actually like your NPCs could have more organic conversations, and like you go to a if you're if you decide to attack the fort at 6 o'clock, the AI will say, "Well, we're gonna it's 6 o'clock in the 6 o'clock in the evening or something 6 a.m." It can ask that type of question, and maybe you can
Mhm.
design a mission around it. But yeah, interested in where it's going. And but I'm sticking to. I don't know if I'll buy the Switch 2. If they have Donkey Kong, I will. But the PS5 Pro, this is just for myself. This is my last console because I have every. I don't know what else to where they could take it. I mean, it's getting 4K type of resolutions through the AI through the upscaling. it's locked at 60, and if you do the open frame, hell, you may go higher, and you still gonna have 30 if you want to. But if you had told me when I was a kid, when I was playing Space Invaders in the arcade, because somebody gave me a couple of quarters, that I would see something like a Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming, or Stellar Blade that's out now, or an Assassin's Creed is coming, I would have said that's impossible. So just for me, I've come full circle with it. Nick said he's holding me to that. That's true. I'm not gonna get a PS6. There's just it's gonna target 8K, and I'm not gonna buy an 8K TV. So that's just me though. Shout out to everybody that has an 8K TV.
Well, the Pro already has 8K
Yeah, sorry
support.
there.
I'll be playing my games at 8K 60. So
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
nothing wrong with that either. That's gorgeous. I mean, when I was looking at that driving game and it's in 8K, I was like, oh my God, it looks like real life. You
yeah,
get it.
yeah.
So
Callisto Protocol, Formula One 2024, obviously GT7,
uh,
but the Crew Motorfest is beautiful. What else? It's a few other 8K 60 games and
but now Compost Smurf in the chat. All right, you got me there. If PS6 is gonna have a Mass Effect game, I may go ahead and have to get it. I may have to buy it. I mean,
It is
we
exclusive
call
to
it
the
my
six.
return.
You can't play it on PS.
No. If this
Yeah.
is gonna be out, I may have to go ahead and,
Oh
and, and
man,
hunker
Mass
down and buy a
Effect 6. Oh man,
PS6.
I will
But
say
that'll be
this
about the
though.
only thing that can move me.
I
Yeah.
was I'll say this to answer the question. I think yes, going forward, Sony will continue with mid-gen refreshes. Only, well, not just only, but one of the reasons is with new hardware, you have new computational power, especially with the GPU and
Mhm.
increased memory. Those lead to more results, better looking games. I think the main thing about gaming, I know there's going to eventually be a push for 8K, but even within the 4K realm, right? Like you had games
Mhm.
that were 4K last gen, but the thing is the assets. The graphical fidelity keeps getting better and better. That's why you still have 4K 30 options because the graphical fidelity can be improved by having the game run at 30 frames. While if you have the 60 frame version, a lot of the settings get drawbacks, lighting, shadow effects, textures gets all dropped down. With the release of the Pro, right? Now you get the quality mode of the PS5, but now you have it at 60. But then guess what they do? Oh, but if we still make games at 30, we can add better ray tracing, better lighting. We can go
Mhm.
8K. So there's always to me, as long as companies are saying, hey, we're gonna have a 30 frame per second mode because we can make the game look better, then to me there's always gonna be a console eventually, a more powerful console, because the goal is, to me, when you get to the point where you have the top tier graphics and it's locked at 60, then you'd be like, hey, what more do you want? Like 120, 240,
Mhm.
320 frames?
Yeah.
But
That's
but
what
if
I
a
am.
developer goes, oh, we got a 30 frame per second mode, is because they found a way to make the game look better, but it has to be dropped at 30. To me, another console is going to come along to get those graphics, maybe even a little bit better, but at 60. So I always think
Yeah.
that's always going to be a thing. Like, because even PS5 Pro has 30 FPS mode because of like 8K, better ray tracing, better stuff. So that just
Yeah.
means like the PS6 should be having PS5 Pro graphics, but at 60. Maybe even better
Yeah.
graphics, but at 60. But then of course the PS6 is going to have 30 frame options, and who knows
See, I
how
don't
good
think
Yeah.
it
graphics that
will.
looks.
I
Well,
don't think it
the
will.
original. See, the thing with the Pro, right? It still has to make account. It still has to make do with the regular PS5 games.
Mm-hmm.
And so not every developer is going to go and patch and do everything else. So if the original game had 30 frames a second in 60 frame mode, obviously it'll run the 30 frame second better if it's unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still 30 because that's what the developer created the game for.
You know.
There's some games that the developer actually went in and created a pro mode. They actually did work, not just let it do whatever. They actually did work and they combined both modes 30 and 60 and just gave you one flat 60 frame mode, but it was a combination You get the quality graphics with the performance of the performance 60 mode in that, and I find that, and we'll always be at the whim of the developer.
Yeah,
Some
that's what it
developers
is.
are just they're like, listen, we made our money on that game, we're not gonna do shit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games I wish the developer would have went and made it pro enabled and actually did something with. Others they didn't. Some they released just an unlock patch where the game, if you got a 120 hertz thing, it'll just run your games uncapped
Yeah.
frames. But again, a lot of developers, it's up to them. You're always at the whim of the developer.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Good
So
question, though. Good question.
yeah, great question. Now,
Yeah.
J Dub. So before I move on, I want to continue on with what you said. You brought up two good points, right? The first point is
Mhm.
about Mark Cerny prior being a developer, right? And I think that's a huge
Yes.
advantage. I think that's a very big plus for PlayStation because you got a developer building the hardware, so he innately knows as a developer what he needs or what developers need. So it's like the us as people eat food, cooking our own food. We know what we like, and we
Yeah.
can make a great tasting meal. So I think that's a huge
Yeah.
advantage that a developer took the lead into building hardware. So he has the knowledge of game development and the
Yeah.
knowledge of hardware development. I think that paid huge dividends. And one of those dividends
Hmm.
is building a console. Like Craig said, he has this hybrid approach. Like he doesn't go give me everything for RDNA 2. He didn't do that with the PS5. He said,
Yeah.
"You know what? I want this and I want that. Give me that." It's almost he's selective and knew, yeah, that's I mean, it's RDNA 2. Good job AMD, but yeah, I don't see that being a thing in consoles. That's going to be
Yeah.
important for developers. That's going to be important for developers. That yeah, we don't really need that, right? So he piece part and took the best of what he felt vice Microsoft's approach and say, "Oh, RDNA, oh, you guys made all this? Yeah, give us everything. Give us the entire suite." And AMD's like, "All right, here, take it. You got the full suite." And I think that was a mistake,
Hmm.
right? Because I think Microsoft took the lazy approach. I think Microsoft says, "Ooh, look at all these new stuff. We're gonna take it all."
Yeah.
Vice asking themselves, "Wait a minute."
And they
What are
use none of
developers actually going to use? Like, what is going to
Yeah.
be the common stuff? And I think that's what Cerny did. Cerny saw all that shit. I mean, he had access to all that too. Hell, he probably developed some of it. And he's probably like, yeah, some of that's not going to be used on consoles like it would be on PC. So I don't need that, but I do need this. I do need this. Yep, we're going to do that. We're going to put down, we're going to add some of our own stuff. Yeah, you got that, but we got this. We're going to use this. This is what we want. And that just came up with a better, well designed, more purposeful. A console built
Uh-huh.
with intent. Like there was an intent behind the PS5, and I think it just made it through. And I seen the same thing with the PS5 Pro. He knew what to put in to get the intent out of there, right? And I think that's that, right? Your second point you did that's mentioned is Sony doesn't have to worry about keeping things a secret no more.
Yep.
They really don't. They don't have to worry about Microsoft stealing technology. They could
Hmm.
just be out in the open. Hey, partnerships. We're doing this, which now you could because technically speaking, Microsoft's PlayStation's biggest third party partner.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
they're gonna know everything PlayStation does. Every technology, Project Amethyst, all this machine learning, Microsoft's gonna know about it all because Microsoft has been enhancing their games. All their games are PS5 Pro enhanced. They're doing stuff for the PlayStation that they don't even do for their own console. So yeah, you made a great point. Sony doesn't have to hide
Yep.
anymore. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
we're gonna be out in the open, which I think is
That's why, you know
more
what, Put a Rock?
What's up?
Now that you say that, that's why we already have some of the specs and shit of the PS6 is already leaking now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Right.
that
They're
hiding?
already working on it. Yeah, they're already working. They're not hiding anything. It's
Microsoft
like, yeah,
probably already
we don't.
knows. Microsoft
Yeah.
probably already knows what Sony's planning. Hell, I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if Microsoft is now part of the conversation team on what they
Yep.
want. Because Sony, gets the third
They get the
party
dev
team,
kits. They get the
They-
dev kits right.
and they get the Sony when
Yeah.
when they start developing stuff, they get all the big players: Ubisoft,
Yeah.
Rockstar, Take Two.
Yep.
At the time, it was just
Yeah.
APK, but now that they're under Microsoft, Microsoft's at the
Yep.
table. What do you guys want? How do you want to set this up? And they all
Mhm.
telling them, do this, do that, put it here, put it together, put it this, put it that. What do you think of this? This is what we're doing. This is what we're developing. Here's the early dev kits. You guys get first sneak peek at it. So Microsoft is gonna get first sneak peek at the first dev kits for the PlayStation 6. Clearly, Take-Two, EA, Ubisoft, maybe Capcom, Square Enix. They get the first, look at early dev kits and stuff like that. Microsoft's part of that conversation now. That shit is wild. Oh man. So now let me ask you this. So obviously technology gets improved. DLSS 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, FSR 1, 2, 3, 3.1, 3.7, all that stuff. So with Mark saying, the next evolution of PSSR, getting, this update to improving it, make the 2026 games bangers. So I could picture Intergalactic, Wolverine, Sorrows at a minimum, those 3 games. How does that now get criticized? And I know you've seen what's been going on Twitter. Oh, Sony's abandoning PSSR. Oh, that means they sold you junk from the get-go that they have to improve on it. How did improvements to technology, which is what we're all used to seeing, now become a bad thing with PlayStation? Like, how is they grifting over that? Like, they really grifting over improvement over technology, on technology getting better? What the hell happened? Like, how is that? How did they logically think that was going to be a smart move?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, it goes back to what you said the other day, Porter Rock, which is they don't want Sony to concentrate on its proprietary hardware. They want them to concentrate and be more like Microsoft, which is just doing games for everybody. And so whether it's the PS6 or PSSR, they're going to say you all are getting ripped off. They don't want you to support it. They don't want you to support it. And because they want you to get all worked up. And then what will Sony do then? Well, you stop supporting them. They're going to say, all right, well, we're going to have to put our games on PC and we have to do them sooner because you all aren't supporting us. So at the end of the day, well, number one, they're broke. They're still complaining about the $700 console. And again, what cracked me up, and I saw it like everybody else, they were calling everybody beta testers. Well, if you bought, how many iPhones are there? They're like iPhone 25. So you saying the first 24 iterations, they were all beta testers? Are you saying the first computer that was ever made, it was just a beta test for what we have now? Are you beta testing for if you have a 3090 or a 4060 and you buy a 4080 Super, are you beta testing? So they're out of ideas. So they're just saying, well, you all should just be unhappy with this. When you hear Gaz say things like Sony's treating its customers like shit, no. Gaz is a PC guy. Sony is treating him like shit. They're not prioritizing what he wants. So he's attacking Sony. Yeah, so he's yeah, and imagine spending a couple grand on a PC and you don't have nothing to play but Banana. And these guys are going backwards. These guys are going backwards talking about Grand Theft Auto 5. There are children that were born when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, and now they're 12 and 13 years old. They're growing hair. So but that's what it's about. It's about it's a certain group. It's not everybody. It's unfair to lump them all in together. It's a certain group of people that I agree with you, Porter. When did things getting better? What you can go detergent. If you bought a detergent, now they have new and improved detergent. Did you beta test for the detergent? So I agree with you all. They are grifting. They don't want Sony to do any improvements. They want you to get upset. Well, I can't believe it's not already here. But the technology has not been invented yet. It is a roadmap. And again, these guys are stupid. The special effects in movies have evolved and gotten better. Were you beta testing? We were watching, I don't know, Jaws or Star Wars, because they don't use the same type of effects anymore in Star Wars. It's all digital. So did you beta test when you saw Return of the Jedi or Rogue One? It's because they use models. They still use models in Jedi and Rogue One even. So, but yeah, it doesn't, it's, did Chuck Yeager, was he a beta tester? where these guys that are,
I mean,
before
technically,
there was,
right? That's what a test
yeah, I
drive
mean,
is.
that's what they're saying
Technically,
was Big Daddy.
you know.
There was Big Daddy Don Gartless, a beta tester, when he invented the rail and he put the engine in the back of the car. He's the first guy to ever do that. The engine used to be in the front of the car. So I mean, it's I've never seen anything like it before. So when people bought the 2060 cars, 2070, 2080, or yeah, those cars, they were bragging about them. 2080 Super. Oh, it's got DLS 2.0. And then here comes a 30 series. Now it's got 2.8. So were you beta testing? It's stupid. It's to a point where it is just stupid, and they sound stupid, and it's just like it's so sad. It's funny. It's sad at this point. They got nothing except banana and cars that are exploding their computers. That's where they're at right now.
Oh,
But they want Sony to fail, and they want Sony to put game. And then Porter Rock said in his last video, these PC guys they're pissed the F off that they gotta wait on games. They had to sit there and watch that Kojima game, Death Stranding 2. You don't think they want to play that on their PCs? And they can't. And like Porter Rock said, these guys say, wow, I can go ahead and wait. And Porter Rock, you're right. You ain't got a choice. Like Michael Corleone would say, you don't have a choice but to wait. Because you're outside. You're outside of their ecosystem. And I love when you said that. It's like, because that's the problem, is that they're tired of waiting. Imagine, I want everybody in this audience to imagine spending $3,000 to $4,000 on equipment. And it's just, you have to sit there and, like J-Dub just said, Grand Theft Auto's not going to be there. Ghost of Yotei is not going to be there. Porter Rock brought up Soros, Wolverine. It's not going to, Death Stranding, it will not be there. They are just sitting there waiting, and they hate it. They can't stand it, but they don't have the balls to say, I don't want to wait. That's the problem. It's them. It's not Sony. It's not even Microsoft. It's them. And it's a certain group of them who they're just stuck, and I can't, when Death Stranding comes out, I think somebody reported today, that wasn't shown on the PS5 Pro. That was on the base PS5. So
really?
Yeah, that's what's been reported. Multiple outlets are reporting that. So I want you to take what you saw and amp it up 100 times more, because it's going to look that much better on the Pro. Because that Decima engine, Kojima, the improvements that they make in the Decima engine, Sony trademarks it. People are like, well, how come Sony is licensing out the engine? Because Kojima improves the engine, and then Sony automatically trademarks what he improves. And then you saw some of the stuff that was in Death Stranding 1. A lot of the stuff that Kojima put in was in Horizon Forbidden West. The draw distances, the way the camera would pan back a little further to see more. Like if you play the DLC and that machine comes out of the mountain, the way the camera angle changed, that's stuff that Kojima helped put in there. That's not, and again, that's fine. The engine can do that. It is a malleable engine. It's arguably the best engine out there. That's why Sony is thinking about licensing that engine out the same way Epic does with Unreal. But yeah, I mean, again, these guys have to wait, and I couldn't do it. That's like somebody coming to me saying, Craig, here's a brand new, motorboat, but I can't sell the boat. And it's just going to sit there and sit there and sit there. And then in 2 years or more or shorter, then the lake water rises, and then I can take my boat out. I mean, imagine walking outside, brand new boat, brand new, shiny, can't go. You can't go, okay? Brand, whatever. That's where they're stuck at. You got a brand new bicycle, can't ride it. Brand new restaurant opens, you can't go. That's what they're dealing with in that PC community. And I love what somebody said earlier. The PC master race has been defeated by the PlayStation master race. You're already defeated. Already smoked.
I'm gonna use Craig's segue in Death Stranding. I already played trailer. I have a reaction video, but I'll upload that tomorrow. So check that out. Because I had to do a reaction video for Kojima. He's got Jima and stuff like that. But right now I'm playing the background. Look how incredible this looks. This is absolutely Like, bro, like he took Death Stranding to a whole new level. This is this is a sequel. Like now I can see why
Yeah.
when you look at something like this and you look at other
Yeah.
sequels, now I see why some people call other sequels as more DLC. Cause
Yeah.
this is not more DLC. Like, yo,
And, and this is running on the regular slim PS5.
fuck.
Imagine how it's going to look on the Pro.
Look at this, bro. This is like incredible.
Yeah.
Like, wow, he took this world and
Yeah.
literally, the Death Stranding 1 was beta. We were beta testing Death Stranding, playing Death Stranding 1. That you know what I'm saying? That was, but we were beta. Look at that, and look at the lush environment. So he added, because Death Stranding 1 was pretty much the same. It was more like this. This was Death Stranding 1
Yeah.
for the most part, right? Not as good
Yeah.
looking, but now you got this. This looks even better.
There's
Look at
more
this right here.
biomes. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
just way more stuff, man.
like, wow.
Fires, all kind. Bro, that shit is
Look
crazy.
at this.
Dust storms.
Look at this. Water
Yeah.
vehicles, winter
Yeah.
blizzards,
Yeah.
avalanches.
He turned it to level 10 with this.
Yo, this is like he took this to a whole new
Yeah.
launch.
And you know what, Puerto Rock? We only have to wait 2.5 months to play it.
But we got no roadmap. We got no
Yeah,
roadmap, dog.
Sony's treating his fans like shit, not giving us a
Yeah.
roadmap.
Yeah.
They suck at us, man. I should have bought a $700 PC, bro.
Yeah.
I should have bought my, and the month before it is Lost Soul Aside. That's in May.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know? Yep. They were right, man. PC Master Race is right. I should have bought a $700 used PC. Right now,
Yeah.
they're playing Banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're playing Banana. They're not even playing Star Citizen, which is one of the biggest games procedure
PC.
generated. That you can play on PC. They don't, and we now know that. And J-Dub put this on his Twitter. We now know you got shitty ass PC builds. We know it. We know the
Yeah.
majority
Oh,
of y'all
yeah.
can't.
Most of them on
Yeah.
3060.
Yeah.
3060
You're on a
mid
3060 and you're going backwards and playing 10-year-old games. And you're bragging about games like Cyberpunk, which came out what 4.5, 5 years ago or something like that. And it's called Cyberpunk, so it's y'all sound retarded at this point. Y'all just do.
This is by far the best graphical looking game I've ever seen.
Man,
Well, you ain't played Mass Effect then, because
come on,
Hey, let me do some super chat real quick. First start out with Swallow Pony Juice. Yo.
Oh,
He says, man, this is
man.
rough. He says, I think PS and Next Pro will be about combining procedural generation with AI. So, of course, Pro versions are here to stay. It's a given evolution, right? Great point. Thank you for super chat. And then we got Blaze. He just says, Death Stranding 2. Hey, yo, Blaze, gotta hop on real quick if you can. I need your thoughts on this, because
Sony, baby.
Bro, look at this, bro. This shit is wild, man. Like the characters, and I had the sound off because I don't want to get demonetized.
Yeah, I got demonetized the other day showing this with the music.
Yeah. so that's how it is. So chances are my React video is not going to be monetized, but it's all right though. But this right here, man, I'm like, wow, they got a great cast. Like, yo, the environment's crazy. Like, bro, this is Kojima, bro. Fucking Kojima, man. This dude, bro, he don't miss. Like, yo, This is obviously a day one, bro. Like, this shit is like, whoo. Like, I am so glad I got the PlayStation 5 Pro. Like, Lord. And this is the PS5 base one?
Yeah, that's the base.
This is the PS5.
Yep.
Yo.
That's been reported as the base. Yeah.
This is wild. If this is the PS5.
Yep.
Like, yo, bro. Yo, Naughty Dog got it. Psh, I don't know what Naughty Dog gonna do.
We talked about that a long time ago, how Sony studios keep upping each other with each release. Like Naughty Dog will put out a game, it'll be like the best looking game ever. and then Insomniac will put out a game, it'll be the best, and then they just keep fighting for that best looking graphical game. And I mean, Intergalactic, right? Imagine when that game comes out, right? We'll be saying, "Oh shit, this
Ooh,
looks the
I
best."
know,
I mean,
because you know
it's
Naughty Dog will
yep,
not be one upped.
yeah,
Naughty Dog is
yeah,
like, nah. Like they looking at Naughty
yep,
Dog is looking at this like, all right, game on.
yep.
All right,
Listen, so
keep playing.
Sony, Sony Santa Monica, Blue Point, these guys, they're known for making some great graphical showcases.
Look at this.
Yeah, this shit is crazy, man.
And they better not, Xbox better not even bring Hellblade to this, because that's a
Yeah,
corridor. This is
yeah.
open world, bro. Look at
Open
this.
world. Yep. Open
Look
world.
at
And
Go
look, and
this.
anywhere.
Hellblade is a good looking game.
It is.
I mean, you can argue the mechanics.
Well, it's gonna look better on the PS5 Pro.
I agree with
man.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I agree. I'm not going to deny
Yes, man.
that.
Look at this.
Look at
This is
that,
like
man.
From
Shit
Software
crazy.
now. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
Look,
smooth.
he took the Metal Gear. He's gonna take the Metal Gear robot and use it for a head and fight the creatures.
Yeah. This
That's
is
just
wild.
crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
this game is so wild.
I'm buying
this
that
is-
watch, that Hamilton watch there.
Oh my god, that's gonna be like you think it's gonna be is a collector's edition or something?
Yeah, it's a collector's
Kojima
edition.
had it on.
God.
Yeah,
Me,
it's
Kojima,
running
man.
for like $11.99.
Mm-hmm. $11.99.
But look, they got you got your
No,
your,
it's
your
not. I don't think it's $11, dog. Like yeah. J Dub,
Oh, yeah, no.
listen, J Dub, when he talks money, is nothing less than 1,000. Anything under 1,000 is not worth talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Like he said, $11.99. But why you think this
Oh,
is
man.
a toy out of Kentucky Fried Chicken or something? Like, what you talking about? Shout out to Glassdoor Gamer says, as a former dev, I laugh at these PC guys. They look at specs on the sheet, which is like judging food on the menu. Console architecture is efficient, absolutely, absolutely. But like, bro,
Think
this
about
might
it,
be
Rock.
this might be game of the year, bro.
Look at the graphics of this game.
Look at
This is running on a $399 console.
This is crazy, bro.
It's the engine. It has an optimized engine.
This is Decima, bro. This is this at least from a PlayStation side. I am surprised any PlayStation studio uses Unreal 5 when you have this engine. Like if you don't have your own engine and you be like, yo, like Sony Ben, oh, we're gonna use Unreal 5. Why?
Yeah.
When you have this, bro, this engine's a beast.
Yeah.
June, bro. This is wild, bro. This you got Lost Soul Aside. Oh, that was zoomed. It's zoomed right just in time. See, AI is getting me. It's learning. Yeah, this AI camera's learning about. You saw how it zoomed when I said Lost Soul Aside. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta give my AI camera a nickname.
Yeah. Right.
This
Be like Chuck.
I ain't gonna lie.
You know where I'm at, Chuck?
This camera looks like Johnny number 5 though. Hold on. You know what I'm talking about? Short Circuit.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that's 1985 right there.
Yeah.
Way back.
Right?
You Marty McFly tonight.
Yeah,
You
look
Marty
at-
McFly in that DeLorean.
But he looking like oh snap. But you know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can show you. He looks like Johnny Bravo number 5. He looks like. See if I can show you. Let's see. Hey, look at him.
Oh yeah, it sure do.
He look like Johnny number
Yeah.
5. That's what I'm calling him.
Sure.
Johnny number 5. That's
It's
yeah.
by the way, Puerto Rico, it's sharp. It's clear.
Oh yeah, is it?
It's sharp, man. Yeah.
So like I said earlier in the podcast,
Dude, I'll be honest. It make your old whatever old camera you had last time look like shit compared to this one.
Nah, you know what? You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying man.
He's like, God damn, Puerto Rico, that camera.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Puerto Rico.
Oh, man.
Come on, bro. Dude, he's like,
no, it's crystal clear. It's super sharp.
He's like, do some with them super chats, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? But now J-Dub is confident to talk shit.
Oh, man.
This was the old camera.
Oh, the old Logitech, yeah.
Yeah, the old Logitech.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
standard webcam, like
For a
what you
while.
got now. That's
Yeah.
the good shit.
Yeah, so
I'm
finally,
about to get me. I'm about to get me one of those.
Yeah, so this is actually wasn't that expensive. It was like
Mhm.
149.
Yeah,
How much?
149. I got it
Oh, that's
yeah,
not bad at all. Yeah.
on
yeah.
Amazon.
That's yeah.
Mhm.
It looks
The-
like I say, it looks super sharp.
yeah, so you know what I'm saying? You can
Yeah,
see the 5 o'clock shadow now.
yeah.
See?
And then when you move around, it gets to
Yeah.
frame you. The auto framing. That's actually pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
work with it. I'm gonna with this has AI machine learning.
You got the
So
machine learning.
yeah,
They
we're gonna
got
get
the
the
they got the piston
so
technology
before
in
I
it.
was doing this because it's supposed to recognize the L. Oh, here we go. So it
Mm-hmm.
recognizes it, and then
Take a
I can move
screenshot.
it up. But
Yeah.
see, we're not working. We're not clicking. We gotta figure it out. We're gonna figure this out. Me and Zoomy. Somebody said call it Zoomy.
Zoom in. Yeah.
Me and Zoomy. We're
It's
gonna
zoomed
figure
in
this
on
out.
your face.
Yeah,
It's zoomed
like
in on
me,
your
me and
face.
Zoomy, we're gonna work with this. We'll get this cohesion going. You know what I'm saying? This is the
Yeah.
start. This is the start of a beautiful relationship. John Baptiste, thank you for the super chat. Says I got myself a PS5 Pro and the disc drive today. I'm so ready for Ghosts of Yote, Death
Yeah,
Stranding
buddy.
2, Intergalactic, Phantom
Mm.
Zero,
Mm.
Sorrows, Lost All
Mm.
Aside. I just wish the
Mm.
PS5 had a roadmap. Yep, PlayStation 5, no
Yeah.
roadmap.
Yo,
I don't know what we're
Yeah.
gonna do. We got no games, no roadmap.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, put a rock. I'm gonna be honest.
Don't
I
forget
thought,
Wolverine, bro. You bet.
yeah,
Update. Add Wolverine to
I,
that too.
I, I, I thought they gave up on the roadmap when Phil Spencer said PlayStation's roadmap is all of the Xbox games. I thought they gave up on it. You know what I'm saying?
That is
But
true
by the
too.
way,
Forza.
we got Indiana Jones coming in
Oh
about
man,
30 days.
yeah.
We
You know
got
what?
Indiana Jones. We got
That
Forza Horizon. We got Starfield coming this summer. We got Gears Ultimate Collection coming August the 12th.
I could
We
rock with.
got
If they do
yeah
a full remake
yeah
Yeah,
of
all
that,
three.
I could rock with that. I hope
yeah
it's a remake. They might
yeah.
be
Well,
remasters
it's
though. I gotta check and see.
The Gears
One,
Ultimate
2, and 3.
Collection.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one, two, and three. It's the remaster. Now, what it is to catch all the PlayStation and Nintendo gamers up with what's going on, so they can be ready for the prequel, which is Gears E Day,
Yeah,
which
eat
is
it.
coming. So, yeah, so that's another reason why they're saying it won't have multiplayer because they don't want to have a bunch millions of people jumping on a multiplayer just for them to jump
Well,
into
I
the
don't think
new
it's gonna
game
come
and
with the
want,
multiplayer, from what I heard. The
yeah.
remaster
Yeah,
is gonna
that's
come
what
with
I'm saying. That
multiplayer.
was the reason behind that.
Yeah.
It's they'll catch you up in 2025 on the story of Gears, and then
Yeah.
2026 they're gonna release Gears E Day day and date, and then that'll catch everybody up. Everybody will be on the
Oh, that's
same.
gonna be a heart
Yeah.
attack.
Oh, it is, man.
Oh,
Fable.
it
Don't
is.
forget Fable
Fable.
day and date with
That's
PlayStation.
that's gonna be
Yeah,
nasty work. Just
yeah,
day and date.
yeah.
Better on the pro. That's why they're
Dual
praying.
sense.
That's why they're praying
Yeah,
for a new console in 2026.
actually, they're
Because
hoping, man.
they don't want to hear that Gear
Mhm.
E Day is best on the PS5
Yep.
Pro. They're not trying to hear
Oh
that.
man.
They understand. Everybody
Mhm.
understands it's best on PC. All right, we got that.
Yeah.
But the Xbox console gamer does not want to hear that Gears E Day is best on the Pro.
On
Out of all the
PlayStation.
consoles,
Yeah.
they want a new console
Yeah.
to come out in 2026 in time for Gears E Day. They're not trying to hear
Mhm.
that Xbox console is the worst way to play Xbox games.
Their
They're
first
not trying to
one.
hear
Well,
it.
Forza is the best place to play with advanced, extended ray tracing, extended graphics, extended frames, and everything else on the Pro. Indiana Jones is going to be the same, right? It's going to be
Yeah.
60 frames, and you're not, you don't have to play it in 30 frames.
My boy
My
Chalk
brother
in the chat,
Kim.
he's not trying to hear Gears E Day is running better on the PlayStation console than it's running on
Yeah,
the console. He's not trying to hear that.
my brother
Hey
M.
guys, I got to jump off here. It's about 10,
All right.
so yeah.
It's
All right,
okay.
Craig,
We
take it
tag.
easy,
We
brother.
tag.
Yeah, have a good one. Make sure you understand. Hey, if you want to see the AI engine, I did put it in the chat, and this
Mhm.
goes to like 32 minutes and 20 seconds. It's something around there. But yeah, you'll see it. You'll see the beginnings of kind of what they're talking about, and then just check it out for yourselves, guys. Shout out to Extreme. Shout out to your brother. Good to see
Let
you.
me ask. I got
And,
Yo,
ask
yo,
extra
yo.
streams. I got extra streams opinion. Hey, how does the new look?
Yeah, we'll talk
No,
about it later.
No, still,
Mm,
what's wrong?
mm,
Oh
it's way
man.
too contrasty.
No, what do
Way
you mean
too
contrasty?
contrasty.
What's why? Like, well, I could do it. That's
L-
probably a
l-
settings adjustment.
yeah, we'll talk about it later. We'll get
Yeah,
that
you gotta
fixed
help me. You
up.
gotta help me. You know, help me back. All right,
Yeah.
more to the left, lower, lower. Raise that
You know,
up,
you know,
lower.
Damn, it's like
yeah,
if it's
here's
not
the
a
thing.
if it's not a
Well, he,
A7
if
camera.
you didn't spend,
Listen, listen.
if you didn't take out, if you didn't put up your home for a mortgage to get a lens,
Yeah, I don't
it's no
know,
good.
man. I
It's
need
no
that black
good.
magic. I need that red cinema camera, you know? That
Yeah,
$60,000 Hasselblad, that's what we need to be on,
yeah,
you know? You deserve it, you deserve it. And that whole
yeah.
reframing thing,
Listen,
that's just distracting
with
as fuck.
American economy, with the American economy, I ain't got money to spend, bro. I got to stuff my money in the mattress. That's the
All
safest
right,
place at this point.
we'll downgrade you to a Leica then. You know,
Okay,
5,000, 10,000.
nah, that's
We'll
too
make it
much,
happen.
dog. You gotta keep going lower. Keep bringing it down.
Lower? Lower?
Lower,
Okay,
lower.
okay.
Like go
We'll get
down
you.
by like 80%.
Listen, I can't go that much further. I can't go that much
80%.
further.
You got to, right?
Yeah.
I ain't got the cards. I ain't got the cards for those cameras, bro. I ain't got those
As
cards.
soon as as you posted the thing of this, I'm like, I'm gonna hate this thing. Especially when I knew it was like an AI reframing thing. I'm like, yep, that's good. I'm
Oh
gonna hate
yeah.
that thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fucking hate that. You're not a Formula One driver. Like
Oh
it's static
yeah.
frame rate.
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all like
Oh,
Gran
hatred.
Turismo? It's for the dramatic effect. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
You know.
Yeah. If anyone told you in the chat that it was good, they lied to you, and we'll talk about it
Oh
later.
man, see this guy's just a hater, right?
Oh, absolutely,
I'm gonna do a poll.
absolutely,
Is extreme hating? I'm just gonna put that
absolutely,
as a poll. That's the new poll. I think he's just
absolutely.
hating. I think he's just hating. You
Yeah.
know, this is all right. So what's going on, extreme?
Listen,
Have you seen the Just Stranding trailer? I mean, the 10-minute.
boy, have I seen the Death
Have you
Stranding
seen?
trailer? Oh, dude.
That is pure cinema. What he's shown is pure cinema. What do you think
I
about it?
wanted to make a video about this, but you know what? We'll just dump it all here. Here's the thing: the Death Stranding 2 trailer proves all of these cowards wrong. All of the ones that were telling you that oh, visual fidelity and graphical fidelity and all of these things are already maxed out and we're not going to see much better and everything. Is it going to be that kind of wham bam hit you in your face jump from standard to HD? No. But it's going to be for people like myself that appreciate. It's funny. It actually looks better now. And the wider the frame, the better it looks. You know, so we're just gonna get it. Your camera should just stay wider because it does something to your skin. That's a lot better. But anyways, um, we were talking about the Death Stranding 2 trailer, and it takes away that cowardice that people had, which were basically saying like, "Oh, we're not going to see this jump in graphical beauty,
Yep.
if nothing else." And what we're going to see is that people that appreciate the nuances, people that can stay, that can look at an image for longer than 1.5 seconds, they're going to see all of the difference. It's the same reason why, you know, photographers like myself, J-Dub and everything, people like yourself, we still appreciate a jump in camera quality, even if we remain at a 1080p output, even if we don't go to 4K, because there's subtlety, there's nuance, there's things that make the flavor of something even more beautiful. You know, like eating a croissant from a French bakery versus a croissant from a Michelin star restaurant. There's subtlety and nuance there that isn't just about like, wow, this thing tastes like I bought it at freaking Coles or Kmart or whatever versus something that was cooked at home. You know, that's where you get your refinement. And that's the stage that we're in where it's about the refinement. And I feel like film has been here for a long time because a lot of the film industry, of course, has been shooting on really high-end gear for the longest time. You know, directors like James Cameron, you know, they can basically order lenses from like Zeiss. You know,
Yeah.
they make
Yep.
custom shit for him. You know,
Yep.
so we've been there for the longest time. But then when you take a look at some of the most beautiful shot movies like Dunkirk and you know things where the cinematography is really high, you realize that in many ways it's about the refinement in the technique. It's about like, you know, be able to make you believe that something was a single shot, for example. You know, like there's so many like single shot capture examples where it feels like cinematography just hit another level. This is where we're getting to in gaming, and this is an improvement. you know. But even without that nuance, take a look at what has been the title holder for the best graphical showcase in an open world game this generation, and that's been Horizon. In fact, I would say
Yeah,
Horizon Forbidden West eclipses pretty much any game, regardless of genre, in terms of like graphical beauty,
absolutely.
you know. But you take a look at this new one, and you're like, damn, Decima got an upgrade. Or, Decima on PS5, built from PS5 from the ground up, looks even better than Decima that had to be held back by the PS4. So this now takes the title crown. We all knew this from the first trailer that this was going to be looking even better than Horizon. But when you look at this thing, you're like, yo, and listen, for everybody who has said that, the PlayStation 5 Pro is unnecessary, and I'm happy to say my base console, this invalidates your choices. Like, this game validates your choices. But I feel like if it is this good on the base console, the Pro might be bananas. Like, again, for me, it's not about like, oh, Emmanuel, let me flash it on screen for zero point 0.3 seconds, tell me which is which. No, it's about, no, Emmanuel, look at this thing that you've been looking at for hundreds of hours and look how good this shit is. Like, yo,
Mhm.
listen, that trailer is phenomenal, not only in its, technical mastery, but of course in the way that he cut the trailer. I don't think I've seen a more evocative trailer from almost anyone. Like, that shit pulls at your heartstrings. And as a person that platinumed the first game, so I'm not just talking and blowing smoke up, the ass, because
Facts,
you
facts.
know, I platinumed the first game. I spent over 150 hours in it. I think it was about 150 hours, and so it's like I'm an actual fan. Like, I'm not just visiting, or whatever, or just falling in love with the beauty of it. I actually see the substance behind it. I see many of the threads from the first game that are being followed on in this one, according to the trailer. And it's an
Yeah.
exciting game, man. For me, it's a flagship event. It really is. It feels like a system seller quality game. You
Yep.
know. Now, being so unique as what it is, I'm not sure if it's going to sell systems. I'm not saying that it's that, but it has a quality, it has an aspect to it. I think for a person who was a fan of Death Stranding 1, like a huge fan, whether you come from PC or maybe even from Xbox, and you see this trailer, it might be enough to tip you over, you know? But like I
Yeah.
said, it's a very unique proposition. It's a very niche game. And I feel like sometimes the PlayStation fan base gets a little bit ahead of themselves. They pretend that this isn't as niche as it is. It is a niche experience. But the people that fall in that niche, and it might be wider this time, it might be a wider niche this time, but people that fall in that niche, you're going to find it really, really hard to convince them that this isn't a masterpiece. I really think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
go ahead, Gito.
yeah.
Finish.
Uh, I totally agree. And just so you know, I agree with you 1,000%. As someone who beat the game maybe 4 times, and everyone knows this is not a quick game. This game is, I mean,
You beat it
y-
four
y-
times?
yes, 4 times.
Yo.
Two on the PS4, two on the PS4 Pro. Because I have the PS4 Pro Death Stranding, um, collector's console, and then two on the PS5. I last played it probably about 2 months ago. Um, I was in a conversation and I wanted to get back, thinking about some things, also getting prepped for the game. And man, dude, we had to wait 2.5 months. Well, just a couple of months, right? That's how I'm looking at it. Oh, in a couple of months we'll be playing this, so it's not like we got to wait a long time. Can't wait for this game. The game has sold roughly 11 million copies. So even though you said it's a niche game, which it is not for everybody. I've always stood on business with that. It's not for everybody. Some people are used to Madden 2K and other games where it's just action as soon as you turn the game on, button mashing. This is not that game. This is a game you sink time and effort into the story, and then the action picks up after like hour number 3, and then that's when you get your vehicles, you start getting weapons and start doing stuff, but it's a grind up front because it's teaching you something. It's a lesson in this. And but I can go all day just talking about the game, talking about the story. When I saw Sam and Fragile Kiss, whatever, even in the first one, I thought they were a good fit. And so I can't wait, man. I can't wait for this game to come out. I've already said, I'm on record saying this is the top five, the best top five game I've ever played in my life. Some people may call cap, but it's just me. Just I mean, I call myself. I'm a weird gamer, right?
Yeah.
I admit I'm not the mainstream gamer. Some other people are like, oh, that's boring. It's a FedEx simulator. Yeah, it's all of that and more. But it fits me. It fits the way what I look for in the game. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The graphics was great. The sound was just as great, if not greater, than the graphics.
Oh, the
The,
music is far better. Oh my
yeah,
goodness, the music in this
dude.
game. I
Dude,
was like, whoa.
I got the soundtrack that I still listen to in my car when I'm driving. Uh, it's
Same.
dude, Ludwig, that guy is. I mean, this game at certain points you feel very emotionally connected to the music because the music will kick on at the right time to give you the right emotional feeling about what's going to either happen or what's happening. And sometimes it's a sigh of relief where you can be like, oh my God. When you hear the music, you're like, thank God. You hear the music, and sometimes you hear the music like, oh shit, something bad is about to happen. And in others, it's like, it's very like a spiritual, emotional type connection with what's going on. You're just too ingrained into it. And Kojima, I've always said the guy wants to do movies. He said he wants to do movies. And I can see after he's done with video games, he's going to be a movie director. He's just that type of guy. Um, and salute to him, man. I can't wait for this game. This is definitely going to be uh probably end up being my game of the year.
You know
This
what the
game.
funny thing is that people always say that Kojima should be a director, and I fully understand why, and I will support it. But I think
Yeah,
he'll really struggle with the aspect of not having control over every single pixel that's on the screen. On a video game world, you can handcraft it, and you really do feel like somebody placed this one individual rock right here, or
yeah,
left it there if they use an automated program, but it really
yeah,
feels hand built from the ground up, and you feel like every pixel on the screen is intentionally put there, and
yeah.
that's a level of control that you just do not get with like live action movies anyway. And I
Absolutely.
always wonder, like, is this guy actually ever going to be able to you know um
Mhm.
let that aspect go, because it's so fundamental to what he has put together. And again, I've only played one of his games, so I'm not going to say that he's the best in since sliced bread. But
Mhm.
with this particular
So,
game,
so you
yeah,
you
go
never
ahead.
played you've never played none of the Metal Gear games?
No, I haven't played the Metal Gear yet.
Oh wow. Oh
Yeah, always
wow.
been on the list, always been in the
Well,
backlog.
well, I'll tell you this new Metal Gear Snake Eater. Um, you got to play it. Kojima didn't make from what I understand, he didn't produce the game. I think it's another director that was there, but it's all based on Kojima, right? So, um, well, I mean, I don't, I don't. Maybe you can
You
play
ain't play
one of
Metal
the.
Gear.
He's never played a Metal Gear, Porter Rock. But M is young. M is a young guy. How old are you, M?
I'm 32,
Yeah, I
32,
mean,
32
well,
today.
yeah, he's still a young guy. So we grew up on Metal Gear, so it's dude, yeah. So your first experience with Kojima. Okay, let me ask you this: did you at least play the PT game on PS4?
No, I
The
didn't play the
PT
PT
demo.
game.
You didn't play the
The only
PT
one that I
demo?
played is Ground Zeroes, but I never
Okay.
actually. I finished
Oh,
Ground Zeroes, but I never played.
the
What is
Phantom,
it?
yeah, the Phantom.
The Phantom
Yeah,
Pain. Yeah, I haven't
yeah,
played
yeah.
five yet. It just felt
Okay,
like coming to number five, you're gonna miss out on everything. So
yeah, yeah,
remasters and remakes, they did get me.
yeah.
Listen, they did the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, possibly the greatest Metal Gear ever. You'll be
Mm.
redeemed by playing that one.
You know what? Just for
Yeah,
you, Podorok, I
Yes,
played that one.
yeah,
cleanse your
I,
soul.
I,
yeah,
you know what? I wasn't
Salvation.
going
You will
to.
get
I wasn't going to.
Play the
But I'm
remake.
going to now. I'm
That is the
going to now.
greatest of the Metal Gears. You will find redemption in that one game.
Okay. If it's
Mhm.
the greatest of them all, and it's a
Yes.
great remake, and people, the
Yes.
fans said, you know what, this is a fantastic remake, I'm
Yes.
gonna play it.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Guaranteed.
yeah.
Now
A lot of people always kind of say, "Oh,
back to the
Kojima's
trailer.
overrated. He's overrated. He's overrated." And I looked it up. The guy has never made a game that scored less than 85, 87 Metacritic in over 40 years.
Really?
Yeah, you look it up. He's never made a game that scored less than that.
Jesus.
So I'm just being honest. Like, you can say what you want. You can say he's niche. You can say he's crazy with some of his concepts and stuff like that. But I mean, the dude never put out a dud. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, the Phantom Pain wasn't really with it." Well, and everything that he was going through with Konami and them arguing and fighting and all that stuff, and the guy is great at what he does. For those who are interested in Kojima mindset, right? Kojima is kind of, I would say, like uh a Jordan Peele, right? When you look at some of his movies and the concepts that he comes up with and what he's trying to portray and what message he's that type of guy. But it's not for everybody. And that's why I'm glad M said that it's niche in that not everybody will give it the time that they need to get the enjoyment out of it. But once the game opens up, and once you go through the trials and tribulations and it opens up, you're gonna be hooked, and then you just it's gonna be hard to put that. I've spent many of nights, all nighters, playing Death Stranding on my first run. I just didn't want to give it up, man.
I mean,
And
look,
now all of these
one of the
different
things,
biomes and stuff is
yeah, go ahead.
crazy.
I was going to say one thing that's exciting is that this is a unapologetic sequel for what it means, of what it looks like. Sometimes when
Yeah,
you have a franchise, especially one that's big and deep and everything, the sequel tries to like win over new fans. I think that this, of course, is a game that people can go into blind from the first game, but it definitely feels written for the fans. Written for the people that have been following along with the story in a way that is unapologetic. Like even from the trailer, they just hit you with, like you see, for example, what's her name, Fragile. She tries to jump with the baby. People that
yeah,
don't know about Fragile and her ability will not understand that segment. And I'm
yeah,
glad that it doesn't try to pause to explain to them like what it is that she's doing or why she's doing it. We saw so much of Higgs, so much of the overall, the biggest theme in the Death Stranding one was sticks and ropes, right? And
yeah.
how we use that as humanity to either beat each other up or keep the harm away, or we
Hmm.
use that to pull people closer. And the first game was a big web metaphor. That's why
Yeah,
guns and everything are put down. Kind of a almost a tertiary thing. Like almost use everything else but a gun.
yeah,
Um, because the theme of the game is like, oh no, in every other way, choose to pull humanity together rather than take it apart. And I love the fact that that is a continuing theme. But again, if a person is brand new to the franchise, they're not going to know what they're talking about. They're not going to know this whole sticks and rope, trailer thing that they had at the end. They have a monologue all about it, and
Well,
I think that. Pardon?
I just something just popped in my mind when you said that, and you nailed it because you can attest to this. There's been times where you're trying to climb a mountain or you need to get away from the BTs, and you look up and there's a rope that some other player left
Hmm.
in your world, and you grab that rope and you climb up the mountain and you get away. And it's
Yeah.
up to you to leave rope and leave different things that can help somebody else. So your world building, um
Hmm.
and that just brought a whole nother aspect to the game that most people didn't think about. But when you're in those situations and you get to take advantage of something like a ladder to cross a bridge, there's no other way to get across but somebody left a ladder for you to get across. That's some ingenious shit.
Absolutely. I mean, even the zip lines are basically high tech ropes, and they are the most useful thing in the game.
Mhm.
A zip line is far more useful than a gun, in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah.
And so it's just one of those things. Even one thing that I've noticed is that aside from the final mission, um, enemies cannot pull you down from a zip line. So again, it's this idea that the a warp is safe. You know, like a warp is your
Yeah.
best thing, and it's thematic. It drives the gameplay. It's it's just this wonderful, thing. It's this wonderful thing that is realized in gameplay. Plus the whole what was it? What did they have? That asynchronous multiplayer thing. The what did they call it? The chiral system or something
Yeah,
in
the
the
Carl
game?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Carl
chiral
Chiral
network. Yep.
network.
Network.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. In the game, and that is again about all about all of us pulling together and coming together. And it's funny because you go attachment to particular usernames. Like there are people who put the zip lines in the fucking right spot. You're just like, damn, thank you. Like I was going to do a whole journey to go and place that zip line exactly there because I needed to connect to this one exactly here, but someone else did it already, you know? And it's like, oh, when you are building a word, which is again, a word is all about bringing us closer together. And then you realize that a segment has either been done by other players or you come back to your game and it has been upgraded. Like your thing has been upgraded by other players. And it's like, it's not just this metaphorical bullshit that people try to have. Like I was watching this anime, um, recently, Parasite, and it's an interesting anime, and they try to talk about what humanity is, and whether violence is justified or killing is justified in order to ensure survival. So they try to be philosophical with the thing, but at the end of the day, the whole thing was just a bloodfest. Like it was just all action, and
Yeah.
people die and people kill, and then they try to wax poetic about it later. And I'm like, your big philosophy thing doesn't get realized in your world. Almost like you want to satisfy the anime fan by giving them a lot of action scenes, but then you also want to like be pretending that you are, this philosophical masterpiece, and you're not doing both of them at once. I think what Kojima did in this one that really struck with me is that no, in every part of the gameplay, I see how much using the metaphorical stick is just such a burden. Like you kill someone and then you have to go and dispose of the body. It's
Yeah.
like, it's such a burden to use that. So much better for you to take a more pacifist, kind of approach. Where you rather sneak around people simply because the game world itself has real penalties for you. And it's like if you get too many whiteouts in out in the world, it eventually just destroys your story and you don't go forward. So it's like that really matters, and that's a very brave and courageous thing. And man, besides all the philosophical stuff, what an amazing game this will be. So I don't know, man. It's cool. It's a kind of brain that it's a kind of game that people in art schools will be talking about. Like people will
Hmm.
wax poetic about this game and the themes in it and how it was realized in gameplay and how it tied to the narrative and everything like that. Um, he's going to make a lot of pretentious, 20-year-olds out of us because it's going to hit. The starving artists are going to love this game.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, all right. Let's move on to the final topic. A little trash talking topic. You probably seen Jez Gordon. Let me find it. I think I have it here. Oh, here we go. Um, this was pretty weird, considering he was the one that originally pushed back on the idea of
Games going.
yeah, like it's pure hopium, right?
Yep.
It's pure hopium, right? So now I went from that to like, oh yeah, it's true, it's happening. To now, if you look at the tweet, he's saying Xbox gradual takeover of PlayStation continues with Forza Horizon 5, which will require players to set up a Microsoft account. Oh boy.
Oh, how the mighty has fallen.
Now it's Xbox gradual takeover. Now Xbox is taking over PlayStation, right? So of course,
Yeah.
I try to keep it classy, but not this time. So my reply, I just did a quote on that. I was like, I
Uh,
screenshot. I did a quote. I said, I honestly don't see what these Xbox cats get from being this weird. Because I think it is weird. It is a weird. That's just being
it
a
is.
weirdo. Like doing
Yeah.
articles like that. You're just being a weirdo, right? So I'm
Yeah.
like, Xbox takes over PlayStation, right? So with a question mark. So I asked, so when a man fucks your wife, you took over his dick? So I'm just asking that question. Is that how it works? So if another man fucks your girl or your wife, you
Oh
own that
man.
dick. That's the logic. Like that dick is yours now. Like you took it over. Is
Oh
this is
You're the
man.
that
CEO. You're the
Yeah,
CEO
that
of that
shit
man's
crazy.
dick
you're the
incorporated.
CFO of the
Yeah,
Oh
other man's
man.
dick? Like what's going on here? Like
other
what is
man's dick
happening?
incorporated. Yeah.
Like
Man.
I could understand the trolls, them dudes that, be like, fuck you, Puerto Rock. I could understand them dudes doing
Yeah.
that shit, right? I got
Yeah.
them dude. But Jazz, like, did he
Yeah.
think that through and stuff like that? I like, well, what are we doing here? Like you really writing articles, blog posts
Mhm.
of
Yeah.
like, we have EA accounts, Square Enix has an account, Ubisoft
Yeah.
has an account on PlayStation, Capcom has an account.
Yeah.
But this is like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening, bro? I know the console war is over. I get that.
Yeah.
Console war is over. But when did being stupid got normalized? Like, I need to know. Like,
Well,
how did stupidity get normalized?
this is how I see it, Puerto Rock, because obviously you see it a lot lately. Yeah, you saw a tweet that kind of damn near went viral with the replies of guys. Right, he tweeted some crazy shit yesterday, and everybody went in on that. It's these guys. I don't know if it's desperation or is it just their channels are hurting. And I know their channels are hurting because I got friends that told me that their channels are hurting because the direction that Microsoft took, and now the console war is over. They're not getting any views anymore. People are leaving, so they have to do something to keep to get people to click and keep people doing it. And even though Jez works for a certain publication, that shit has to be struggling. If you know you're not going to get a console, if you don't have a mid-gen refresh, if there's nothing positive to talk about Xbox, what is it I mean, how do you keep people coming back viewing your content?
But don't
You have to do
placate
something,
to the
right?
fanboys that are dying, because those guys are dying.
But
Like,
those are, but those, are, but
like they're
you
going
you
away.
raised, but your channel, right, was raised off of fanboyism.
Oh
You're
shit.
Windows Central. You get paid for shilling for Microsoft, right? Even when all these developers and all these people were saying, "Hey, all these games are coming to PlayStation." Jez was out there. No, it's not. This is just hopium, right? And then 2 days later, Phil came out. Yeah, these games are coming, right? He's. You got to realize Phil fucked with a lot of people's bag. A lot of people got. Remember
he fuck.
Microsoft
He
shut
not
down the
he
ambassador program.
he not only shut down the console business, he's shutting down the fanboy
Yeah,
business.
think about it. Puerto Rock, they don't get flown out. They don't get flued out no more. You know what I'm saying? They don't get
No,
free Xboxes and free game. They don't have to. They closed down the ambassador program. So that all of the perks, that shit is gone. So
yo,
these dudes are hurting.
I
They got to pay for
remember.
games now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so yeah, I remember when that broke out and Microsoft announced the ambassador program. Apparently, one of
Yeah,
the perks was free access to Game Pass.
exactly.
So now
Now you see.
the ambassadors are saying, "Well,
Yeah,
I'm not subscribing."
I'm not paying for that. Yeah, they all were saying that. So now when that happened,
Oh my god, bro,
then we
bro,
saw. I'm
yo,
saying this shit crazy. We saw why they were parroting whatever one person says. They'll all tweet it out. Oh, Game Pass is the best value in gaming, and then you'll look
yeah,
at
you
another
getting it
tweet
for
by
free.
somebody else. Yeah, they would do. Well, they were getting it for free. They were getting flown out. They're getting free meals. They're getting invited to all this shit. Well, now those perks are drying out. They're done. Now they're like, fuck. I got all these subscribers. What am I gonna do? My money is drying up. What am I gonna do? Now I gotta fucking go out here and fight for my life. And I'm not picking on anybody individually, right? Because I don't want
but
people to think I'm picking on them
but
individually.
that's
But
what happened.
these guys sold. gamers or their fan base on a lot of shit. They sold them on Cyberpunk. They sold them on Avowed. They sold them on Redfall,
Redfall,
the Series X, Series S,
RDNA, full RDNA,
RDNA, the
VRS for best
Velocity
shaders,
engine.
best
Yeah,
shaders.
the finest pixels eat monsters for breakfast. They they sold these people on a lot of shit, and it didn't pan out. None of it panned out.
Yo, I
And
can't.
now Phil has waved the white flag, and he's putting all his games on PlayStation, and he's making them pro enhanced.
Yo, this is
Who the fuck is gonna come back? Some dude is, I mean, you got Boomstick. He had one strand of hair left in his head. When beforehand he had an
oh my
afro. You know what
god.
I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? These dudes have aged. Not gracefully and not gracefully.
He said the dude had an afro.
Yeah, dude had a head full of hair in 2020. Now he's fucking with one string of hair up top, right?
Oh snap!
He has the Homer Simpson going on. It's just it's crazy for these guys to keep up. And again, some of the guys, yeah, they're fanboys, yeah, they were shields, but they're good people, right? I don't think they're bad. I don't think they didn't slap a baby or anything. It's just they supported a
Is
brand,
that a measure of goodness?
right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, see, you are the new dude around here. I was here when dudes pulled guns out on Porter Rock. You know what I'm saying? Dudes on camera. You weren't here for that. You know what I'm saying? Dudes was about that life back then. Dudes were about that life.
He's
We
not
lived the rough
lying
life.
though. He's not
Yeah.
lying. Those pulled out shotguns
Dudes,
in front of the
guns.
camera, bro.
Shotguns on
Yeah.
you.
It
That's
was
crazy.
Oh man,
What-
they put
the
one dude
console
put a
war was
pistol
some
on
crazy shit.
King Thrash's
Yeah.
channel. He went like
Yeah.
this, boy.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He's like, y'all keep
Yeah.
fucking with me. I was
Yeah,
like,
y'all keep
oh
fucking with me.
shit, yo.
I'm telling you, man. The console war. It fucked a lot of people's heads up, man. And those and these guys that are left, the new guys that are
Oh
here,
my god, those
I
dudes.
don't even reply to them. I just
God.
mute. They're not even part. They're too late. You can't
Yo,
come and try to drift now. It's over. It's over.
yo,
Game is over.
I
The door is
forgot.
closed.
I remember I debated a guy on Z's channel, and he's like, "Listen, my
Hmm.
PC is one of the top 5% PCs of the world." I was
Yes.
like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "And you're playing on the Xbox One?" I'm like, "What? Top 5% PCs in the entire
Yeah.
world? Then what the
Hey,
fuck are you playing on the Xbox One for?"
hey, I never forget when
Yo,
you
man,
and
the
he,
craziest shit, bro.
you
Top
and he,
5% PCs in the world. I'm
dude,
like, yeah.
we've had some clowns, some real clowns to come through, man. I remember when you and D Bash got into it, he was like, "Put a rock, I eat your face."
Oh yeah, I eat your face. I was like, what? I think it was on
This shit
cocaine
was
and shit. I'm
funny.
like, bro, this guy is
Yeah,
high on cocaine. They're like, I'm
dude,
not
this
so.
is,
Oh my god, this shit
bro.
is funny, bro. There's some good ones,
Yeah,
man. Oh my
but
god.
I can't say though, the console war years were very good. It was a great timing
Mhm.
because last generation it ushered in a whole slate of content creators. We didn't have content creators like that the generation prior.
Mhm.
I started out right on my PlayStation 4 with the damn camera, hooked the damn
Shit, that's how I
PlayStation
started.
camera. And yeah, and when we connected, we had the earbud in our ear, and we did a party share. We did a share, and that's how we podcast. We would stream directly to YouTube from the PS4, but everybody did that, and that ushered in a new wave of content creators, and that's how you ended up with the weapon wheels, the 60 frame no lags, the BGSTs, and
Oh, BGST was
yeah,
legendary.
all that, all the shit that used to be. That's how you. That's how you ended up with that, and you know. But now it's the end, right? It's done. It's over, and content is still going to be created, but guys have to. It has to be hard for an Xbox guy to keep podcasts because what the fuck are you talking about? Like if you're a PlayStation guy, you can always talk about your PlayStation games, or you can always talk about the Xbox games that's coming to your PlayStation. You can always talk about, X, Y, and Z. There's always some shit. You can talk about the new RDNA 4, right? But if you're an Xbox guy, literally, what is there to talk about with Xbox? Like, literally, what is there? Besides, oh, I heard a rumor that there's going to be a new console, or they're going to outsource a handheld to somebody in 2028 or some shit. And it's like, do anybody really want to hear that at this point? So,
I'm putting like
yeah.
when it comes to the whole Jazz Golden thing, all of these posts, the Trojan horse, how, this is actually, here's the thing. When these people, they have this, that was you?
That's the that's the OG. That's how you got started. Yeah.
That's my first video. On
OG.
my chest,
Yeah.
I have the PS4 mic.
Look at the controllers. You got the red and blue controllers, the mics.
I put that shit in the background for ambiance.
Yeah.
Like that
The
actually meant
Uncharted
something.
4 in the background. Look.
Hey, you know what? I'll say this though, straight up. That
Mhm.
camera is better than this one.
Oh hell nah! Yeah. Boy,
Yeah.
you're about to get
Yeah.
booted.
Oh, man.
And
Oh,
that was the
man.
PS4 camera too.
Yeah, I like this one better.
He said I like this one better. Boy, if you don't get the,
Hey, you know what, Podowa? It even makes you look younger. It even makes you look younger.
Bro, that
That's
shit was like
crazy.
20.
That was 10 years
That's
ago. That was
crazy.
10 years ago.
Look how nice and black my hair was. Look how nice and
Yeah.
black. It was like.
Yeah.
Listen,
Look,
it makes you
look,
even
he
look
even
younger.
got
You better
blue-
pull that shit out of the
I
drawer.
was also 40
Even
pounds
got-
lighter.
He even got the
Exactly,
single
slimmer,
bud.
younger, lighter. This
Yeah.
camera was better back then. It's crazy.
Oh, man.
Oh,
crazy.
man, I look like a little baby. What the fuck
Yeah,
happened, bro?
baby
This console,
face, man.
this console war took a toll on me.
Oh,
Shit,
man.
this shit took a toll.
all the battles and the wars you've been in, man. We all fucking
Listen,
Oh,
we
shit.
listen. We have literally battled the who's who of everybody in this fucking gaming community, bro. At one time or another, we
Yo,
fought, debated.
This is so cringe. Me looking at
Yeah.
this shit. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking, bro? Yeah, this is Z's fault. He's like, just do anything, man. Just put content out there. Don't worry about getting a camera. Whatever. Just do
Yeah.
something. I listen to his ass. Look at this shit.
Yeah. Let me,
Oh man.
let me ask you this real quick.
Oh snap.
Looking back now, what I mean, thinking back now, right? It may be
Yeah.
easy, but what made you decide to get a PlayStation instead of Xbox back then?
No, so I had so PlayStation. I actually got my first. I didn't get my PlayStation at launch. I got it in '97 because my cousin got the PlayStation, right? And I was like, oh, this is dope. But I was getting ready to go to boot camp, and I wasn't sure how much gaming I was gonna do. So like my first year was mostly focused on the military and shit like that.
Yeah.
But got the PlayStation. I got the PlayStation like in '97. I was like, my school, the MOS I ended up getting was like a year long. So MOS means job, military occupation
Yeah.
specialty. So it was a radio technician. I was that's how I started out my career, as a ground radio technician. So the school's about
Okay.
12 months long. So like in the barracks, if I wasn't studying or PTing or hanging out, I said, you know what, let me get a PlayStation 1, and I was playing that. I got the Xbox at launch, believe it or not, right? Because of Halo and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I had both. So I had both and stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
But my preference was PlayStation because of Metal Gear. Like Metal Gear 1,
Yeah.
done.
Easy. Yeah.
Wherever Metal Gear was at, I was going. I couldn't,
Yeah.
that shit, that franchise, Metal Gear 2, whatever, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was really the big decision between the PS3 and the 360 for me, was Metal Gear Solid
Yeah.
4. I was
Yep.
like,
Exclusive-
Metal Gear Solid,
exclusives.
like, it's on
Way
PS3.
back
so
then, exclusives mattered.
I'm not
Yeah.
missing out on Metal Gear Solid 4 stuff like. But the 360 was dope. But I primarily enjoyed PlayStation because it was still similar to the old school consoles of Sega, Master
Yeah.
System, Nintendo, because you still got the Japanese games and stuff like that. You got those
Yeah.
great single player experiences and stuff like that. While
Yeah.
Xbox was more multiplayer, which was fine. I was enjoying the multiplayer, but they adopted that bigger Western multiplayer influence, and the single
Yeah.
player wasn't as good as the PlayStation side and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And to me, Xbox was fine when it started out. The OG Xbox, loved the OG Xbox, right? In fact, that was kind of
Yeah.
like the Dreamcast. So in a way, it did have great single player games, right? The 360 was great, but that Xbox One, bro, that shit like hit the shitter fast. Like that shit's like,
Yeah.
it wasn't even a gradual drop. It was like what the fuck? Like, I thought PS3 was like a bad launch or bad, no, but no,
Yeah.
because Sony recovered. Xbox
Yeah.
never recovered. Like, Xbox never recovered since 2013. Like, it never found its
Mm-hmm.
way ever. Like, nothing. They had no idea how to pull it out. You know what I'm saying? While Sony started out like, okay, we kind of fucked up with the PS3, but you see what they did towards the end. Towards the last 3 years, they did a phenomenal job. And my camera's looking crisp. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I think? I think it's because you're below the equator and I'm above it. It just doesn't look right for you. I mean, your toilet flushes the wrong way anyway, so I don't know.
Oh man. Oh man.
All right, but but stuff. But like Xbox, I still like, I don't know how Xbox ended up where it's at. Like, I don't know. Like, I understand you make a mistake. Some people call it the third console curse, but they just couldn't rewrite the ship. Like, they couldn't course correct. To me, they just got worse. They just kept going.
That's the second video I wanted to make a video about.
Like, wow.
I don't think the TV moment was that bad. Like, in the history of like fuck-ups. No, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
It was huge. It was huge.
It was huge. The PS3 $600 was worse. To me, 100% it was worse.
You think so?
Do you know why? Because Xbox was able to 180 that moment before launch even. And it was only like 3 months into the Xbox generation that they took out the camera and made it $400.
Yeah, you're right.
So
they did.
Sony wasn't able to do that. Sony wasn't able to turn the ship around and remove half of the things that people didn't like before the launch.
Yeah.
True.
Another one is Samsung. Samsung had phones that exploded. If you went with a Samsung Note 7,
you were not
they
allowed
took it as a flight security risk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do your $2,000 phone that you just bought, they're like, you're a terrorist.
Yeah.
Why you bringing the bomb on the plane? And Samsung recovered from that.
Yeah.
So I looked at like a lot of like corporate fuck-ups, and I'm like, wait, this really wasn't that bad. It really wasn't. It really wasn't that bad. And remember that most people do not watch E3, so that whole TV was only going at 5% of the audience, maybe 10% if you include like the IGNs and
that was the reveal. The TV was the reveal.
Yeah, it was.
I know, but again, most gamers do not look at those things. Most gamers, that 90% of the gamers that go to pay for an Xbox, they will just be like, I played Halo, I'm gonna play Halo again. Give me the console. Like, they don't know anything that happened. They just heard that it's out, so that's what they're gonna go and get. So compare that to Samsung with the Note 7, where they're like, these are ticking bombs. Exactly, you're not allowed to board your flight. You don't put it in your pocket. Don't charge it.
You had to throw your phone away like the way you throw your soda. Like, no, you can't go through security with that. Throw it in the trash.
But it was another thing that you're not thinking about. Back then is when everything happened with Eric Snowden and Julian Assange with the whole spying and stuff. And so with that Kinect being there, that gave a lot of people pause as well, because that was a huge thing back there. People just don't remember that.
But again, they took that out within like the first 6 months. It's not like they went through the entire generation.
True.
But like half of it with the thing that people didn't like. Again, they were able to turn around and make changes. The whole DRM thing, they changed that before launch. All of these mistakes that they made, the majority of them were not there day one. In fact, I remember that I think they had to get an update. Like, you had to update things in order for you to remove all this shit. But they had the update there on day one. You didn't have to live with it. Compare that to a company that releases an exploding phone.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
And that is the flagship phone.
It wasn't just. It was the FAA said you're not allowed to fly on the plane with this phone.
You're a flight risk.
Yes, that shit is insane.
They're literally like, hey, listen, you got a business deal?
Samsung not like they collapse?
Take a look at Apple, right? Apple with the iPhone 4, where you held it a particular way, and that shit was like, I'm not getting signal anymore.
Yeah.
A phone that couldn't be a phone, and that was the entire phone. And they recovered from that. So I'm sorry, but like, when people keep going back to this whole TV thing, I'm like, why? Like it really wasn't that bad. Yes, it's a fuck up. It's a colossal fuck up. But PlayStation had a bigger fuck up. Nintendo had the Wii U. That was a
That's
bigger
true.
fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't see Nintendo being like, oh man, yeah, the reason that the Switch wasn't as good as it was is because of the Wii U. Like every company fucks up. Some of them do it tragically so, you know. But
Yeah.
those that recover do not go back and be like, oh, we're gonna keep pointing to this as the reason,
Yeah.
you know.
And even the Xbox 360 fuck up with the Red Ring of Death, they were able to recover.
Exactly, and that was a far worse problem.
No.
That's
You're absolute. That was a $2 billion problem.
exactly.
You're absolutely right. But this is like the question mark with with PlayStation. They not had a $600 console that came out a year and some months later. They the lack of games, the PlayStation hack network where it was down like 3 months,
Yeah,
basically a
that was
whole
bad.
summer. They
That
had
was bad.
everything that could have went wrong for PlayStation went wrong, and they were still able to recover by the end of that generation to win it. The Nintendo Wii U, right, with the Wii U fucking shit the bed so bad they canceled that shit, and then they turned around and came out with the Switch, and we were just waiting, right, for Xbox to have its comeback moment, and it just never did. They came out with the Xbox One S, the Xbox One X. They never did. And then it's like, okay, well, yeah, they just kind of gave up and they're ready for the next generation. So it's going to be on next generation. They're going to tackle the high end market and the low end market. You remember Post Up still owe you money, Puerto Rock. Remember that bet. Um, you know what I'm saying? And so, and they just even this generation, they shit the bed worse this generation than they did last generation because they
Yo, can I
launched
just address
two
some people in the
consoles
chat?
with the medium and the Falconeer. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, some people try to say that it wasn't the TV thing, it was a DIM thing. Okay. The DIM thing was walked back on June 2013. The console didn't come out until November 2013. So again, this notion that 90% of the consumer base was against the Xbox because of they heard about the TV, or the DRM thing. You guys are like, sometimes I'm like, do you think you're actually the demographic of gamers? Like, do you think you actually represent the mainstream majority? You don't. You are in the enthusiast class and you're actually like in the super fandom class because even enthusiasts of these products, they just use them a lot. They don't keep up with everything that's happening at E3. So again, this DRM thing, not a single one of you actually had to live with it. People actually had to live with exploding Samsung phones. People actually had to live with iPhone 4s that would stop having reception. The entire gate thing was literally coming from the iPhone thing. It's still a thing to this day. If a company fucks up, you call it something gate. That was antenna gate.
Yeah.
Like it's like you don't understand. Like when a person's trying to talk like nuance, you're like, oh, it was a DRM thing that none of you fucking people actually lived with. None of you had a DRM issue on the Xbox One. Not a single person, because they fixed it before you got your hands on it. That's what I'm trying to say. That when you take a look at the corporate fuck up world, it is a very small things. Listen, man, Google created Stadia and Google Plus. Do you think that they would not want the ability to fix the issues with those things just a few weeks after release? Every company would be like, wait, what? We can just walk it back? Okay, let's
Yeah.
walk it back. Every company. It doesn't matter. Companies, what I'm trying to get to is that when you take a look at the corporate world, the Xbox One reveal, as disastrous as it was, really was well mitigated by the time people actually got their hands on the product. Of course, to the hardcore enthusiast, it's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth. But most people still bought it, right? It's still sold on day one. That's what I'm saying. It didn't even affect the launch. It's only in like the 2 or 3 years later that the decline of Xbox started to spiral out of control. If they had released it as they had, and then bought the games like Jada was talking about, and then bought the games year after year, exclusive after exclusive, quality after quality, this thing wouldn't be a blip on the radar. You heard what was his name? Shuhei Yoshida talk recently. And he was like, if the Sony Vega TVs had not sold as well as they had, coincidentally with the PS3 launch, he thought the entire PlayStation division was going to be shut down.
Mm.
Like that's how severe Sony's fuck up was. And it's like Sony recovered from it. So I think when we get back to the Jess Gordon thing, I think that for a long time, people have been putting together a whole list of excuses, right? You heard it in Phil Spencer himself. It comes from the head honcho. Like the guy says we lost the we lost the worst generation to lose. I've already on this podcast disproven, only to be proven right a week later, that most people do not accumulate enough games in a generation to be beholden to that particular platform. It just doesn't happen. And again, if you guys want to hear the numbers, 84% of gamers buy less than one game per year. Take that over the course of an entire generation. There is not enough invested there to be like, oh, I'm going to remain on PlayStation because I bought 3 games. Like, and
Yeah.
again, most people buy multi-platform games. So if you combine the two, you find out that most people buy multi-platform games rather than exclusives, and most people do not buy more than one game per year. How many exclusive games on PlayStation do you think they have there? What, one, maybe two in an entire generation? That does not marry you to that platform. It
Yeah.
doesn't somehow stop you from exploring your options, you know? Instead of just saying what needs to be said, the person at the head, right, of the Xbox Series generation, the person that organized the whole launch, the lead up to it, everything, Phil Spencer, he fucked it up, and he's still fucking it up. Now, instead of just saying like, hey, Phil, this whole, kumbaya, we're going to put Forza Horizon on PlayStation 5. People are going to choose the next Xbox platform because of its features or whatever. It's not saying that's not going to work. Again, they are running quarterback for him, and they're basically saying like, oh no, you're such a genius. How does Sony not see how you're taking over their house? It's like, what
Yeah.
are you talking about? What are you
I,
talking about?
I agree with you. Because I would say this. I would say the most important generation is the one that you're in right now. If you're really trying to sell your hardware and sell your games, don't tell me about something that happened in the past. That generation, you lost it, it's over. The worst generation you could lose is the one that you're in right now. Are you doing everything you possibly can to win the mind share, to win the gamers, to come out with the best games, to come out with the best services, to come out with the best hardware, and put those together in a compelling package? No, you're not. You haven't. You've given up. And so I think that's why he said that, because that was his excuse. Well, we lost last generation, so therefore there's no reason for us to compete now, even though we have not one, but two consoles on the market that we're trying to sell you. And it's going to make it even worse next generation if he decides to release more hardware. So
Exactly.
I agree. Phil is the failure of Xbox, because I know as much as people hate Dunny D for what he said. Um, they launched with some killer exclusive games. They launched with Dead Rising. They launched with Titanfall. They launched with Forza 5. They launched with I'm thinking it's some more games that were some good games. With
Yeah,
Rise Son of Rome, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Regardless, those were more exclusives, and those were some system sellers more so than what Sony did with the PS4. And a lot of people could admit that, right? Killzone, a great looking game, but it didn't, for the majority of people, it didn't do what it needed to do. And outside of that, we had, maybe a year later or something like that, we had Second Son, infamous Second Son. And outside of that, I think there really wasn't much until maybe when Bloodborne came that really knocked it out the park and start picking up steam with stuff that I remember. And so that was still no excuse for them not to try to move forward, right? You can start off slow. You got 7 years to fix, PlayStation, they didn't, PS3 didn't get, everything was horrible for them for like 4 or 5 years. It was the last 2 years that things picked up and they started putting out Uncharted, they started putting out The Last of Us, and really, hammering home why it's to be the PlayStation. Even throughout the network outage and hack, even throughout, the exorbitant price, even through all of that, they still stuck with it, and it worked for them. Microsoft, for whatever reason, they just fucking gave up, man, and that's part of the reason why this generation, I would rather have seen them close the doors at the end of last generation than this generation, because they put 2 consoles out there and gave up. We're only 4 years into the generation. It doesn't become 5 years into November. So 4 years into the generation, they've already given up. They've given away the cow, right? The golden goose, the Halo, Gears, and Forza, they're all gone. It's over. So what are Xbox guys supposed to do for the next 3-4 years? They're sitting around hoping. Right now, they're sitting around hoping that Microsoft release more hardware that's going to sell even worse than it is now. It just makes no sense. That's why I don't understand why somebody could stay with Xbox when you don't have to. Just go buy your PlayStation and play your Xbox games over there. Go play your PlayStation games over there, right? You look at Death Stranding, you say it's a beautiful game. You see Ghost of Yota, beautiful game. Phantom Blade Zero, beautiful game. Lost Soul Aside.
You know what's funny, Jada?
Yeah.
He muted himself. But what's funny is that it is Don Matrick that actually rolled back these changes. Because I love giving credit to Phil Spencer, regardless of whatever it is that this man does. I don't know what he has on them. I feel like Phil Spencer has tapes on these journalists.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing. Like Porter, I'm going to send you an article from The Guardian just detailing, because people need to remember the true history of what happened. Phil Spencer isn't some kind of like, I don't know, savior, mantra, idol guy that took everything, like he wrestled control away from Don Matrick and he implemented all the changes. Most of the changes that people really cared about, like the DIM thing and the TV thing, those were done on the Don Matrick. Like, it's funny because people give Xbox so much praise for listening to the customers, and it's like when they did and it was on the Don Matrick, people just want to forget. They're just like, Phil Spencer saved, I've heard so many people say, oh, Phil Spencer saved Xbox. Phil Spencer came in there and removed the things, and I've heard it on other podcasts, but I'm like, that's not true. He wasn't the one to save Xbox. Don Matrick wore back a lot of his own decisions. And again, if you're going to say that corporations are going to listen, then corporations are allowed to do that. Again, Apple, like Steve Jobs didn't even apologize. The motherfucker was like, yeah, we're going to send you a case and stop holding it wrong.
Yep.
And then they made it through that. And then they fixed it in the next iteration. And what you said before is actually the bullseye. The generation that matters the most is the one that you are in now.
Yeah.
Right? Again, the Wii U didn't have the luxury of people seeing what it is, being confused by it, and then Nintendo within 3 weeks being like, "Oh yeah, that was confusing. We'll just release you this better product." They were like, "Oh, we're launching this, like good or bad, we have to launch this, And then they launched it, and it was a disaster, and they were not able to recover that generation. But still, take a look at the PlayStation Vita. Sony wasn't like, "Oh, you wanted 4 like shoulder buttons? You wanted 4 of those?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. We'll just go and add 2 more." No, they were like, "This is the design. We're not going back. We're not canceling this. We're going forward." And it was a disaster. Like so many companies in gaming itself have felt like, take a look at Valve with the Steam machines. They didn't go like, "Oh, consumers are saying this is kind of confusing. Okay, we'll just change our entire product roadmap and we'll fix it." This is what I'm trying to get to people. Xbox actually fixed 90% of the issues, except from the Kinect, right? 90% of the issues before customers actually had to live with the bad product. You got the good version on day one. That makes it so much more less of an issue than a fucking exploding phone. Like, how are you guys not getting this?
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, imagine if you had to go on a trip to Hawaii and you save all 3 years to be able to afford this trip, and it's a luxury hotel and everything, and then you get onto your airport and like, "Hey, buddy,
Man.
Listen, we're not having another 9/11. Get your ass home.
Oh
Get your
wow.
ass home before we throw you in jail. Okay? Because we're not doing it. You're not bringing that ticking time bomb onto this plane. Imagine if that was your experience. Do you think you would be more or less pissed than a DIM issue you never had to live with? So it's like Xbox had no reason to give up. That's what J was saying. They had no reason to give up. PlayStation, Nintendo, all if only those three in the gaming space had similar or bigger fuck ups and they were able to recover. And the fact that they haven't recovered, you have to be like, instead of being like, oh yeah, it was just that bad that they couldn't recover. No, they could. They could recover. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, the Xbox One sold out in the first segment. So it wasn't like it was such a cool off that they had these things just sitting on the shelves, unable to be sold. They sold out because people still wanted the product. They were coming off with momentum from the 360. It cooled it off, but it didn't take it away. People didn't treat the Xbox One as if they had never heard about an Xbox before or as if they hated the product. Like shit. Take a look at what's happening right now. Tesla can recover. They can. Despite it being on a global stage, some of the issues that people are having with the head of Tesla, whether they fire him or whether they just get him to shut up and stay out of the public light, they do that, they can recover. They can get, the fanfare, the customers and everything back, and they can fix the big issue that's happening right now with their particular brand image. So again, it wasn't so bad that Xbox should keep using it as an excuse or as a reason why they didn't move forward into the generation with momentum, with games, with great experiences for their people. But the article writers, the journalists that are sitting on the Xboxes kind of like fan base, they keep pretending that somehow doing the opposite of getting better is the smart move. Game Pass was the smart move. How many times for how many years do we hear Game Pass is the best deal in gaming? Bar none, you can never affect it. And then anytime you're like, wait a second, PlayStation Plus is actually cheaper, has a bigger library, and gives you 90% of the Game Pass benefits and has its own in having the instant game collection or the monthly games, but you don't count that? They're like, no, it doesn't matter because it does have day and date. And when you go and you'll be like, well, these day and date games, they don't come that frequently in order to like really make a difference. It's not like that Netflix dropping 7 shows every week. You know, it's like, no, they were like, no, it's the best deal in gaming, Emmanuel, bar none. You don't get to argue this no matter what. We don't care about your facts. They tried to sell the public super hard on Game Pass and it didn't work. You know? Anyways, those are my thoughts.
Yeah. I listen. I totally agree, man. The reason they decided for, I think the reason they decided not to compete anymore and not to fix shit because I think the writing was on the wall. Listen, if we can't beat these guys in their worst generation, doing their worst with network hacks, with $200 price, increase over us, and it they just and Phil kind of said it. You heard him when he was frustrated. He was like, "Look, we just can't beat Nintendo and PlayStation. We just can't beat Sony and at gaming. They just can't." He was just honest. Those are one of those rare moments where he was frustrated. And when you catch Phil Spencer frustrated, that's when the truth comes out. And he kind of said it. Listen, they're just too good at what they do. They have deals in place. They have stuff in place. Microsoft, Porter Rock, remember this, but Microsoft did when The Last of Us 2 came out. They did a internal investigation about that game, and
That's
they said,
unfortunate. Yeah.
yeah, they said that to them they couldn't have done that game. Whether it was on PC or Xbox, they haven't seen anything like it. And it's just so when you're saying that, as a gamer, I'm saying to myself, so are you saying you look at the competitions game and you see this fucking amazing game, and you're saying you didn't say, hey, this is the benchmark that we're going to try to reach and attain over here at Microsoft. You're saying, listen, we can't, we haven't seen anything like this. And these guys are just fucking good. This shit can't be done on PC or our console. It's like, damn, that's you giving up. That's not what I want to hear as an Xbox gamer, as someone who bought the console. Don't tell me what you can't do when it comes to the competition. They're doing it. Don't tell me what you can't do. You need to make that your benchmark. I want you to tell me the next game we got come out is gonna fucking try to outdo that. Because look at Sony Studios. All of their studios try to outdo each other, and they do. They come out and they surpass the previous king of graphics and gameplay, and then it keeps going. It keeps switching from studio to studio. That's their internal benchmark. That's their internal competition. Why Microsoft can't have a fucking external competition? I don't
that's
know.
100%. That's 100% true, man. And I've always said this. I remember I used to use this analogy that if the CEO of Audi told me a Mercedes was his favorite car, I don't care what happened that year, bro. I don't care if you didn't release a single car in a decade. You better say that your bus is your favorite car. Like, say anything. Yeah. Say your bicycle is your favorite car. You are not pointing to your competition and being like, oh, yeah, that's the funny thing is that we've heard so many times about, Phil Spencer being like, oh, yeah, I saw PlayStation. I congratulated them. I did this. I did that. Yeah. You don't see PlayStation executives proudly telling you, oh, yeah, I congratulated Xbox. Like, of course, I'm sure they did. But they don't send out that message. I'm sure they did. I don't think that these people hate each other behind the scenes. I don't think that, Jim Ryan looks at Phil Spencer and says, man, I can't stand that motherfucker's face. Like, I don't think that. I don't think there's any animosity between any of these guys.
It's just business.
Yeah, exactly. Only one of them is trying to over here being like unfriendly and everything. And you're the one that's doing the worst at it. Why is the person in last place always the first to congratulate the person in first place? Why are you always the one? Why are you always the one that's like, oh man, when you were running, I was behind you and I was like, damn, this guy has great form. Like, fuck me. Like, this guy, he can run. Look at him go. Like, shit, I feel so slow in comparison. I could never beat him. Could never outrun him. But man, what a view. People will kill for this view. I'm right behind him, I'm only 1.5 seconds behind the Olympic sprint. He's great. Fantastic. Look at his grace. He's running like a gazelle. Oh man. I really wish I was his wife. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you standing your competition? Yo, be like J-Dub said. Say like, okay, Last of Us Part 2, the benchmark. All right, no problem. Are we not there yet? Okay. But we are going to climb this Everest and we're going to surpass it.
How are we going to get there?
That's what we want to hear.
Like, we need to get there.
That's what we want to hear. Exactly.
And then the crazy part is, what's the whole point of the hardware then? Like, if they didn't believe they could do what Naughty Dog could do, then what's the whole point of saying monsters that eat breakfast, full RDNA? You're saying those things for a reason. It's so you could do that. Yeah. But now you're saying you can't do that. Then what's all this tech talk for? Like I said, it was just a bad strategy, man. They just overall try to do a lot of things that wasn't centered. Like all the examples you gave, like, Samsung with the exploding phones and, iPhone with a bad thing, like you tilt it to the left, you lose some receptions. When they realized, okay, whether they admit it or not admit it, I'm sure internally they knew they messed up. Whether they publicly admit it or not is a different story. But they knew one thing. We got to make the next product better on what it's supposed to do. To me, Microsoft started picking ideas that wasn't really console-centric ideas, but just gaming-centric. 100%. Like Game Pass. That's not a specific console thing. That's any device could do Game Pass that allows it, right? The whole UWP, Universal Windows Platform, just one code and you can port games, right? They try to advertise it as, oh, you could port games from PC to Xbox, when in reality, it was Xbox going to PC. Yeah. So that was another thing that didn't really help Xbox. You understand what I'm saying? And then the worst thing, and I still say it's the worst thing they did, was the whole strategy with cloud gaming. I don't understand why they push so much hard effort on cloud when hardly anyone was using it, and there was very little demand over it. Like, there wasn't a big push to get on cloud gaming. If anything, the people who are using cloud gaming are the ones that have the platform and they use it as an accessory. Oh, I'm not in my house. Oh, I got a portal. Or I do it on this. It's not a like I even have these conversations when people say, "Oh yeah, cloud's the big thing." I asked one simple question to these Xbox guy, and not one was able to answer this. And I just asked them a simple question: on your friends list. The question I asked them was, on your friends list, name me just one friend on your friends list, just one, that is a cloud Xbox gamer, meaning they don't have a PC, they don't have a console. They strictly subscribe and they playing, cloud gaming, Game Pass on their TV, and they are playing with you. None of them had a friend like that. So I'm like, so then who's doing this? Like, who is Microsoft selling cloud to? You don't have friends that are strictly cloud gamers. All your friends, they either playing it on PC or they're playing on console. Hardware, all of them. No one made the decision to be like, oh, cool, I'm gonna just get rid of my hardware and strictly play on cloud. No one's doing that. Nobody's doing that. Even with PC, I think they probably have one of the best iterations with NVIDIA Shield. But PC gamers ain't getting rid of their PC because of NVIDIA Shield. No, they use it as a companion at best. So I don't like all the biggest moves Microsoft made was not console centric moves to get people to be like, hey, we got to make people like our Xbox console again. We got to figure out how to make it liked again. They didn't. They made all these moves that technically benefited everything but the Xbox console. And it's just weird.
Can we just also talk about the whole narrative about, oh, Xbox has the right ideas, but they're just too far ahead of the curve.
Oh,
and this is another narrative that I heard.
Yeah.
Like I was listening to a Defining Duke podcast, and to be fair, this is like a year ago, right? So I'm going back and I'm listening to it, and then the person, I think it was, oh god, I forget his name, but one of them said that Xbox, he went with the narrative that they're ahead of the curve, they have the right ideas, but are just too early. And then his co-host agreed, and then they were talking about how in a year or so, cloud gaming is going to be the thing. And obviously, I'm listening a year from then, so obviously, I'm living in that reality now, and it's not a thing. Here we are.
Not even close.
But then they were like, "Oh, when it does become a thing, PlayStation is going to be so far behind."
Yeah.
And in reality, PlayStation is currently ahead.
But here's the thing: PlayStation announced it first. That's the funny part. They announced cloud before, like 2 years before Xbox announced it. Like that's what's wild.
And Cog, Matty said it first, and then Cog picked it up and then said that PlayStation is going to be behind. So there we go. And I was like, wait, first of all, they even said that Game Pass. I remember they were talking. This one is a different podcast, but it was the same thing. Hello, Blaze.
Sorry, baby.
We're gonna play the juice game, okay?
Oh.
Got the juice, okay? But no, listen. What was that? Yeah, so they were talking about how Game Pass forced Sony to create the PlayStation X Plus tiers, like essential, extra, and everything. And I was like, no, it didn't. PlayStation Plus being incorporated into now and Plus being in one particular subscription, that always made the most sense. In fact, it was stupid that for so long they were separate. Yeah.
Everybody always said, why is there a subscription for PS Now only and PS Plus only? Like, they should just combine it into just one thing.
And we had that
and tear it out.
As soon as Plus and Now both existed, people were like, it's dumb, you have to. Like, everyone was like, you should combine it into a single one. It should be a single subscription. We didn't need Game Pass to go ahead and make that a reality when we're like, oh, why didn't we think of that? Game Pass does it. That seems to make... No, everyone was saying that. So again, this notion that you're going to falsely attribute, the whole, Game Pass somehow came and revolutionized the thinking on PlayStation Plus. I'm like, maybe it made it more embarrassing for Sony not to do it.
Yes,
exactly.
I could say that.
Like, it just made it more embarrassing. It was like, okay, you should have done this, but since your competitor came and did it anyway,
now you have to do it. Now you look like like you're catching up when you could have done that from the start. At no point did PlayStation, whatever the fuck it was called, at no point did it have to be an individual service.
Yeah, PlayStation Now.
There was no reason. PlayStation Now. It didn't have to be.
It never had to be individual. And then people
Yeah.
are talking about how the extra tier, the whole game collection, the 400 games or so that you get is because of Game Pass. And I'm like, no, that's PlayStation Now. What are you talking about? That's a component that already was being sold to customers. The only thing is that it was only in like America, I think maybe Brazil, and
It
about
wasn't
seven
as many
countries or so in the
places.
world.
Yeah, it was
Exactly. So
limited.
then when they rolled it into Plus, they widened the outreach, which again, I guess they could have done. I don't know exactly what was going on there. But again, corporations sometimes they just make decisions that don't make sense to the consumer and probably make a lot more sense if you were behind the scenes. But the point is this: you're attributing all of these positive things, and like you say, they're not even the things that make the console better. Game Pass doesn't make your console better, if it doesn't give you the games that you want to play on that console. The whole day and day promise is only valuable if you value those day and date games, and the whole, and yet you go back to the Xbox original and it made the console better. The hard disk drive made it better. The Ethernet plug made it better. Even the controller and the way that
They
I think they
integrated
were the ones
online.
to do like exactly the Integ online made that better. So it's
Yes,
like
those
you
are
can give
things
them
that made the
credit for
console
these
better.
things. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have to be like Xbox has never contributed to gaming. They had a huge impact in gaming. Thank God they were here, right? But again, you need to like pass it out. They don't have to be perfect at everything. Again, like take a look at the touchpad. I think the touchpad is one of the biggest disappointments that Sony has ever incorporated into their hardware. People barely use it, even though it can be really fucking useful. Like one thing that people always talk about is how the UI in Horizon, they find it to be overcrowded and over like go over there, go over there, go over there. If you go to the custom settings, you can hide all of that away. When I play Horizon, there's nothing on screen. And then if you swipe up on the touchpad, just slide your finger, it reveals all of the UI that you want it to reveal so that you can use it for that moment. If you want to check your health for 5 seconds when you're being chased by machines, you can do it. And then 5 seconds later, it goes away. That's fucking useful. I've tweeted at PlayStation before. I'm like, you should make every single game have this option to hide all of the UI, but bring it up at the swipe of a touchpad. That alone will be something that is hugely beneficial for gamers. And even PlayStation games don't do this consistently. God of War did it, Horizon did it. But you take a look at Days Gone. Days Gone used in a different way. They use it as a shortcut to different parts of the menu system. So if you swipe right, you go to this particular, like you go to inventory. If you swipe left, you go to like equipment. If you swipe up, you go to map. If you swipe down, you go to another part of the menu. But I was like, that's far less useful than be able to take away my UI on demand and only bring it up if I wanted to.
Yeah.
So you take a look at the touchpad. I'm not going to tell you that the touchpad revolutionized gaming, bro. Like I'm not going to tell you that the touchpad was this magical idea and Sony was ahead of the curve. Like they haven't implemented it on a system-wide level the way that they did with the haptic feedback and the other things, the wide the what do you call it, the triggers, what do you call it, the pushback triggers or whatever, the adaptive triggers. That's what
The
they're called.
Adaptive
adaptive.
triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the adaptive triggers are far better implemented in most games, But Sony could have been like, hey, developers, this is how we want you to use the touchpad. This is like it's 5 commands in one. Swiping up, down, left, or right can be distinguished, and you can press it on top of that. But most people use it as a giant select button. That's basically, you remember the select button back on the PS3,
Yeah.
and it will always bring up the map. That's what most people do with the touchpad, and then they never think to
It's
use
true.
the swiping functionality. Even though I have never gotten a bad read, I've never, ever, ever once tried a particular input swiping on the touchpad and then got it to do the wrong thing. It's accurate enough that you can actually be like, I can count on you to do this task and to do it well every single time.
Let me do some super chats real quick. Swallow pony juice. Oh Lord.
What kind of name is that?
Yo, he said Buck Connect
Oh.
was sold with a lie that it was unremovable and part of memory bandwidth. So yes, Connect was one of those terrible lies by Xbox.
Yeah.
Tommy Bull number 2. Xbox got machine learning yet? Or is that next gen? Oh boy, you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait for Xbox Prime. And Tommy Bull number 2 again. I love when they say Xbox is infiltrating. PS is absolutely, like I said, it's just bonkers. Yo, my man Blaze, what is going on, my brother?
Yo, are you streaming from a PS5 Pro? Like, what's up with your camera?
You saw it? You see the
It's so
upgrade?
bad, isn't it?
Holy
It's so bad,
shit.
isn't it?
I
It's
got,
so
yo,
fucking
I got.
annoying.
No, this is amazing. He's
No,
saying,
no,
you
he
know,
looks crispy as fuck.
look at that.
dog.
See,
He really
That's the
does.
see, I
problem.
knew it.
That's the
No.
problem.
See, no,
That's
see,
the
see.
problem.
You know,
It's
no,
too
you know what it is.
fantastic.
You know what it is. You know what it is. Extreme. You're hating on these Xbox, hating on the PSSR. Right? This is Puerto Rock super spectral resolution. All right. Stop hating. All right. This is PR SSR. All right. This is
You know what I
PR
would do, though?
SSR. Stop grifting, Extreme. Stop
I
grifting.
would disable the tracking though.
That's
Okay,
what I told him.
I'm trying to
Same
figure
thing.
that out. Listen. Me and Johnny 95, we're trying to figure it out. Okay, right now he's doing his own thing. You know, we moving, we zooming.
We need to get you a
bobbing,
different
weaving.
camera.
You
That's
know,
fire though. That's dope.
It's
That's
you know,
dope.
Don't
you know,
encourage him.
but no, it's
Don't
crispy
encourage
and
him.
it's clean. All right, okay.
It's too clean and it's too crispy.
Look, there's no such thing as too clean, too crispy.
Damn,
It's
J-Dub,
not,
no
it's
text
not,
from you?
we
That's
need
crazy.
more cowbells, all right? We need more cowbells, all right? More cowbells, all right? You're right. Right now, the poll is at 76%. You have hate in your blood, Extreme, okay? You
I
just
do.
like her,
I
okay?
never
You have
denied
hate
this.
in your
I
blood.
hate this thing.
At least the poll
It's
is
in my
accurate.
DNA.
At least the poll is accurate.
Yeah, listen, I voted for I have hate in my blood. I don't even
You
know what
picked
the
it.
other option was. Yeah, I didn't even see the other option. I'm like, yeah, that's the
It's
one.
That's it.
What was the other option?
No, your new camera is trash.
Nah, they're wrong. I mean, they're right, but I have hate in my blood. That's the more right option.
That's the more
There were
righter.
two right
So
options,
there's
and
two
one
right
was
options,
righter
but
than
one
the
is
other.
more right.
You
One
know?
is more
exactly.
right.
You know, it's a beautiful poll. No matter what you do, you can't get it wrong.
You can be wrong.
Okay,
It's a
there's no
beautiful- two
wrong
great
on the poll.
options.
There's right, and then there's righter.
There's righter.
You know, I'm always right in my bigly mind. I just put two options there, so no matter what, you couldn't feel bad. You couldn't
The
feel
hands,
bad
you gotta do
about
the hands.
poll.
Bring the hands.
Oh,
You gotta
right,
bring the
yeah,
hands
my frame
together.
is up here.
You
There
gotta
we go.
It's the
Gotta
hands.
put my frame up here.
It's
There
the
we
right.
go.
You gotta bring the
There we
hands. You know
go.
what I'm saying?
You know, there's poll, there's
The
right
po- the
option,
po-
and then there's right
Gotta do the
option.
hands.
Okay, listen, some of the idiots are only gonna pick the right, but I always pick the righter.
Yo, Blaze, what's going on, my brother?
I'm chilling, man. How's
What you
everybody
got?
doing?
What are we doing? We chilling right here.
Blaze.
Drinking.
You know,
Yo, J-Dub, why didn't you text me? Like, usually when there's a big trailer, you text me right away. You know.
Well,
Come on.
I'm just getting back from Cali, man. So I'm just getting back in the swing of things.
Okay, I'm making sure you're all right because I was surprised. I was like, damn, no J-Dub text. This is crazy.
Oh, you already know, man. You already know.
with that
Bro,
Death Stranding?
Kojima is the greatest, bro. He's so great, bro. He's the greatest, bro. He really is, man. That trailer was so like a 10-minute trailer of non-stop. Just,
Yo,
I couldn't. My mouth was like wide open. Pause. It was crazy.
only Kojima can show you 10 minutes of his game and you still don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like you're more confused watching it. Like you had more info on the game before the 10-minute trailer. Like you would think anybody else shows a 10-minute trailer, they spoil the game. Like you're like, oh my god, they literally showed the whole game. Like they ruined it. Kojima, you're even more confused. You're like, I don't know what's happening here. Like now I gotta play it because I don't know what's happening. The
Bro,
trailer
you
confused
seen all
me
the
more.
biomes? You
God,
seen like the
yes.
beautiful skyboxes, all the different areas, bro. The moon, the music.
The cities.
Oh
the
my
cities.
god.
And listen,
My
Blaze,
lord.
we only need one biome, okay? From Halo Infinite, I learned that other biomes are necessary in open world games.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
You know, somewhere foresty Midwest American is the place to go, you know. So that's all we need. We don't need all of these extra biomes, these deserts and these snowlands and these avalanches happening and all of these swampy areas. We don't need that. We don't need that in the game.
Yeah, Halo
It's
had
doing too
one.
much.
Infinite had one biome, bro.
Exactly. They told me that was enough in an open world game. I was like, are you crazy? And then they said, no, Emmanuel, you're crazy.
Did you guys
So-
already break that down? Because I mean, I'm
No,
serious.
we
dude.
can keep talking about it because
Listen,
I'm
I just
happy
beat-
to.
I just beat Death Stranding like a month ago, and I'm so glad I did, man. I'm so glad I seen that
Wow.
story through.
Yeah.
And J-Dub, I'm telling you right now, I feel like this game's gonna sell double of the first one. I really do.
Well, the first one was 19 million, right?
Blaze, Blaze,
That's a
yeah,
bold claim.
it's sold. The last numbers was 11 million, but I just recently looked and it said over 19 million players. But so I gotta assume because it came on Game Pass, that's how
And
they got the
PlayStation
million
Plus. It
Oh,
players.
they
was
said
also on
18
PlayStation
million
Plus.
players.
Yeah,
It
Okay.
yeah,
was
but
also on PlayStation Plus.
yeah, so 11 million was the last numbers they gave as far as
And sold. Okay.
yeah, sold. But the updated numbers, obviously, I don't use that fucking player shit. I use soul. I want a soul because if it's in the service or something
Me
like
too.
that, you can't count those. I don't count those shits as we count sales. We're not Xbox around here. So yeah, so 11 million sold. Not too shabby. You know what I'm saying? For a game, for a walking simulator, a FedEx package simulator that people apparently didn't like. But a great fucking game. You can talk all day about the story, about what happened, and what you think is going to be on part two and stuff like that. And
Yo, I
so
actually can because when Podolog is like, I didn't understand it more after 10 minutes. I'm like, I understood a lot.
yeah,
Like I'm like, yo, this trailer, I didn't find it confusing. The
yeah,
first trailers for the original game, I had no idea what the fuck that was.
yeah,
Like, yo, even
yeah.
when I was playing those sections in the game, I'm like, am I in World War One? What was this
Well,
supposed to
kind
be?
of.
That was fire. That part was low key fire. I know you. I know it
Yo,
was
it was
random, but it
great.
was fire. It
Yeah,
was
Yeah,
fire.
but we see that Sam and Fragile finally get together. Higgs is back.
yeah.
Agile looks healed too. You see her skin; it looks like it's healed. It's unhappy.
Yes, yes, she does. Yep.
yeah, and she has a baby. Is that Sam's
No, that's
baby?
Lou. That's Lou.
That's
Yeah,
Lou. Okay,
that's Lou.
so
Yeah.
so yeah, so I got a bunch of questions, and I don't want to spoil some. I know the game been out for a long time. Maybe we like separately we can have a yeah, maybe Blaze, you can host, man, a death
A
or
spoiler
Aaron,
class.
yeah, yeah, just so we can just kind of talk about it without pissing people off and stuff like that. But because I got a lot of questions, um, about part two. Obviously, should we have connected the cities? Should we have united the cities? That was
Mm-hmm.
one of the questions that was posed in the trailer.
Yep.
Um, so I want to see, do we have to go back and undo everything that we did,
No,
or
no, we're not going. I don't think we're going to undo everything that we did. But
what?
if you've played the game, you know that by connecting, we kind of facilitated the big problem, right? They have a line about it in the trailer, but again, some people, have been
Yeah,
spoiled. I don't want to be spoiled, so I'm not going to talk about it. But it is directly referenced in the second trailer.
yeah,
But basically, it was like there was a good side and a
mm-hmm,
bad side, and I think we're dealing with the ramifications of the bad side. You know,
yeah,
um, and also we left Higgs. The last time we saw him, we left him in that place, and
yeah,
I think that religion that they're looking at in the second game is
mm-hmm,
tied to that event, to the fact that he was left behind basically, and I
yeah,
think he was able to grow in power, and because that was always his thing. He was always chasing power. He really hated Fragile at first, and then he hated Sam,
yeah,
for their abilities, and he didn't feel that he stacked up to them. But I think
yeah,
he was able to soak in a lot of that Carelium and grow more powerful. But obviously that will be answered in the thing. But I think it's
mm-hmm.
also really cool that most of it I think will take place in Mexico.
I was
You
just
know,
gonna ask you that. Is it
Okay,
Mexico? Cause yeah,
yeah, it's Mexico. Yeah.
yeah.
So most of it. That's why in the first
So they
trailer,
went
that's
south.
why
So they went
Fragile
down
is
south.
recruiting you. Pardon?
Yeah, I said
Yeah,
so they
that's
went down south. Yeah,
exactly. And that's why the Magillion, you're not dealing with bridges anymore. Now it's called Drawbridge. That's an organization that you will be
mm-hmm,
dealing with. And Drawbridge, they use it as a motif because a drawbridge isn't just connecting, but it can remove that connection. It can sever it as well. So,
and you know what I noticed too? Death
yo,
Stranding one, I never seen. It was always daytime, but in the trailer,
yes,
now
yes.
it's not. Is that because of the time fall and everything was screwed up? I don't understand that part. But
I honestly think that it was just a gaming limitation. I don't think that there's anything in the story that says that we always have daytime. And the people in the game do not talk about it always being day. I think there's
right.
even references to nighttime. So in the game world, I think that it was actually, time went by and normal days happen as normal, you know? But in the technical limitation of the game, I think that's when you were like, oh yeah, it
Well,
is always daytime.
I assume you wouldn't want to be outside at night when the
Yeah,
BTs are
you
out
wouldn't.
there.
You wouldn't. Yeah.
If you are, it's bad enough you got to hold your breath and hide and sneak, let alone it be. So this game
Yeah,
here is
you
probably
can't
going to
see
be,
shit.
yeah, it's probably going to be even more scarier. I mean, I've seen, you know, and
Yeah.
dude, the mountains now, like you get the avalanches, the water actually floods when it's coming in. So it's just a lot of more shit that's going to happen that you got to be aware of. Sandstorm, dust storm, um,
Bro, it's court like the game. There was
yeah,
so
like
much stuff.
yeah, you're in like a little forest and stuff like that. And they brought back the soldiers. And the guy, like, is that the guy from the new Silent Hill game? That same character? Because he put on the bandana. It looked just like the Snake Eater
You mean so this
Right.
snake?
guy.
Yeah.
That shit's
I mean,
crazy.
that definitely felt cheeky. That definitely
Yeah,
felt
yeah.
like, well, you're not going to copyright a bandana, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So
That was funny.
I still believe, right, and maybe it's just a fanboy in me. I still believe Sony is going to be that bridge between him and Konami to get him to do one last Metal Gear game. That's just the fanboy in me.
Hey, if that's true, holy shit.
Yeah.
Kojima think that he's in his own new tactical espionage
Yeah.
game, a new franchise.
No, that's true. True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, it's his,
Yeah, it's
and
his.
it's going to be like Metal Gear. But I really want Sony to buy, if they can, or partner. Or I want that silent that
I do
fuck you.
too,
Not
but
not.
I think
I
the
want that
relationship.
PT?
the Metal
Yeah.
Gear. I want
Oh.
the Metal Gear name. Give it to Kojima,
Mhm.
because Konami's not going to make any more. Nobody's going to make any more Metal Gear games. They'll probably do what they're doing now with like getting people to remasters or remake the games, but they're not going to do anything with it.
Bro, how about
Yeah,
the Decima engine,
I
bro?
think Konami
How
and
about it, bro?
Kojima, I think that relationship is severed. The way they treated him, that dude. That remember he left with nothing. He said,
Yeah.
"Fuck that, I'm out." Like not even a stapler. Like he.
Can we
left with
talk about it?
nothing.
Who has the best engine? Who has the best engine in first party PlayStation?
Oh man, that's between Naughty Dog and Decima.
Naughty Dog and Gorilla.
Yeah.
But see,
That's
we
between
haven't
those
seen
two.
Naughty Dog make an open world game though, with the fidelity that Decima has. Just being honest.
I mean, the Uncharted sessions are pretty damn huge.
Yeah, they're open, but like, it's
Listen,
different,
a
bro.
lot of people,
Yeah.
a lot of people are saying that every PlayStation studio should be using Decima. I disagree. Why? Because EA forced that on developers with Frostbite,
Frostbite,
and
yep.
that shit didn't work
Big
out well.
mistake. No, I
Well, I
love
think-
proprietary. I like
think-
having unique engines. I
Well,
like
I don't
that.
say every studio. I think the ones that are using third party, like UE, like if a studio goes, "Yeah, we're gonna use UE 5," yeah, hell no, you're not using that one. Like, come on now, like, nah, you're not using UE 5. Stop it. Here, choose some of these other ones. If you don't know it, then
We
go
got
to
a
boot
selection
camp.
for you.
Go
You
to
can't touch
boot
that.
camp. You ain't gotta use that.
Damn, y'all really hate Unreal, huh?
Nah,
Holy
we're not
shit.
doing that, man. Because
Unreal ain't a bad engine, man.
like it's not, but it's not all that either. You know what I mean? Like
It's just not
was-
optimized
Like
right now,
yeah, it's
bro.
not optimized. It's like like again, it's an engine for general purpose. I'm sure it's good to get projects up and running fast. And it's an industry, I guess you could say, I don't know if it's industry standard, but it's more common. So you got hire developers probably right off the cuff know how to use it. But for a platform holder like PlayStation, nah, put that shit down, bro. Let
See,
the third
my
parties
thing is this,
let the
yeah.
third parties have it, bro. Like
Here's
come
my
on
thing.
now.
Here's my thing. If you give the engine out to more studios internally, you have to grow the size of the support team and the engineers and technicians behind that engine to make sure that it works with every project. Because that was the issue with Frostbite. The issue with Frostbite wasn't that the engine wasn't just developed for different types of games. It's that was it Crytek at the time? Who the fuck made Frostbite? No, it wasn't Crytek.
No, it was EA.
Dice.
EA.
It was Dice.
E-
It was
I-
Dice. That
yeah,
made
It was
Frostbite.
Dice
EA's
on the
Dice.
EA
Dice
on the
couldn't
EA.
help everybody at the same time.
Yeah.
So what they did is that EA would be like, there's this team that wants to do whatever the fuck, we don't care. But there's FIFA, and your engine isn't made for FIFA, so get on it and make it work on FIFA. So
Yeah.
they work very closely with the EA Sports and everything to make it work for sports titles like FIFA, because those are the big money makers. And then
Madden.
other projects within there didn't get the support and love that they needed from the DICE team to be able to make the engine work. So for me, I'm like, okay, so you give it to Sony Band, you give it to Media Molecule or whatever. But now it's like half of Gorilla has to be dedicated to supporting those other studios instead of making the engine better. You know, I think that what they've done with Kojima is obviously amazing, but also Death Stranding and Horizon have very they're the same archetype of game. You know, the open world traversal is there, enemies are already there, inventory management is obviously way bigger and more serious on the Death Stranding side, but they fall within the same archetype. I don't know if Decima will be as easily suited to make a Last of Us Part 2, for example, because that kind of game requires something else.
Mm.
Yeah.
But no one will complain. I think if
Yeah.
Sony Ben was like, hey, we're using Decima next, everyone would cheer. Like, yeah, there we go. You should have been doing that.
Yeah.
So
The
as
the
long
thing,
as they don't fuck it up.
yeah, the thing about that engine, and it's with any engine, not all engines can just be made every game. Some, open world, some, smaller worlds.
Yeah.
Some are used specifically for a certain thing. And
Like
when you try,
Polyphony isn't going to use Decima.
yeah, when you try to shoehorn, for example, some will say, "Now I can't use this engine because it's not going to scale, or it's not going to do what I need it to do for it." You still have some games made with Unreal Engine 4 for specific purposes.
Yeah. Yo,
So
J-Dub, do you remember how
Mhm.
when they added the racing track in Death Stranding, how shit that was?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
that thing was
yes,
awful. I feel
yeah,
like I'm like, dude, am I driving
yeah,
the Batmobile? Like, this is
yeah,
so fucking
yeah.
awful. I
Phys-
was
phy-
like,
no physics at all.
yo,
But
I was like, yo, you need to go and talk to Polyphony. Like, this is
yeah,
awful driving. They had
yeah,
this little cart, this little cart area. I don't know, Blaze, if you got to that.
Yeah, the
But
windmill.
basically,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, near the windmill. Yeah, at the back of
yeah.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And you're just like, yo, this is the worst experience I've ever had. I
Yeah, it was
was
a
just
little
like,
Yeah.
rough. It was a little
oh
rough.
man.
Yeah.
And even driving like normally, it was already like the very stiff, very rigid
Almost like
vehicles
there was
and
like
everything.
input lag, right? Almost like
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. You
Yeah.
really felt like the car didn't respond the way that it should have. And there was not as much difference, and everything. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, if you had Polyphony's engine,
But you wait, wait, wait. But
the
but you did
driving would have been great.
but you did say something earlier that I agree with, and that is there was hardware constraints when they made that game. That game was made for the PS4.
Mhm.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? So it had to, it wasn't made for the SSD. It didn't have the cracking compression. It didn't have all the other stuff that this one will not have those constraints. So they
Yeah.
could do X, Y, and Z. And so it's gonna be interesting to see how the two play. How
Oh,
the two
G-Man's
games
definitely
compare.
accelerated the engine though, J-Dub. Don't you,
Yes,
bro? You
he did.
No,
remember seeing
absolutely.
He
Horizon's
did some
water
improvements.
Zero
Yes.
Dawn? Like
Yeah.
he definitely improved that engine, bro.
Yeah.
Techniques
That's
that maybe they
incredible
weren't
too.
using.
The fact that he
Remember
could look
that.
at the engine and be like,
Yeah. Remember,
Yeah.
"I can fix
Death,
this."
Stra- Death Stranding
Yep.
All right.
in 3 years. He made that game in 3 years. He came in. Sony gave him access to any studio, any engine he want. He chose Decima, and that's the hardest part in game development is building an engine from scratch. That's what takes so long.
Yeah.
But if you have
Right.
an engine already there, you already have a story, you already have what you want to do. It doesn't take you long. Everything else is just putting the game together, obviously, curating the experience and making sure it's polished and then releasing it. So he literally put that game together in 3 years. Now imagine, I gotta imagine he's been spending a lot of time ever since he did Death Stranding 2. He's been focused on Death Stranding. Death Stranding 1. He's been focused on Death Stranding 2. So it's going to be interesting to see how he modified the Decima engine, how he pushed it even further. I mean, we see how the other games, we see the Horizons and stuff like that, and that's another thing. Their next game, Gorilla's next game.
Gonna
What
be
is
crazy.
Grizz next game?
Going
I
to
don't
be
know,
crazy.
but you gotta imagine if Death Stranding is looking like this,
No.
how their
It's going
fucking
to be
next game is
crazy.
gonna be. It's gonna be fucking
Listen, the
banana.
next game needs to be the next Horizon. Okay, finish the arc. That's it. Put that behind you. Okay, that's what it needs to be.
You said
And like
Killzone,
you
right?
said,
Yeah, I agree.
He
it's
said
going to be.
Killzone. Yo,
Yeah.
Blaze.
Yeah.
Hold on to that dream, Blaze.
You know what, Blaze? You know what, Blaze? If
Just
it is
hold on to
Killzone,
that
I'll buy it.
dream.
I'll
He's
buy it.
trying,
You'll
bro.
buy it. You know what?
I'll
If it's
buy it.
Killzone, I'll buy it
If it's
for you. I was
Killzone,
like,
I'll buy it. I'll
Oh,
buy it. There
man.
we go.
Oh,
There we
my
go.
God.
Just in
Blaze.
solidarity, you
Blaze.
know, like sometimes when you see your friend bleeding on the floor, you just gotta be like, "Hey, man, I'll
please
bleed right
help
next
me
to
out,
you."
bro.
Listen,
Help
I'll
me
buy
out.
it
I'll
fast.
help you out.
No, man. I'm lying to myself. Maybe, man. I would love to
Listen,
say I would play,
listen.
but god
I'll be
damn.
honest.
Whatever
You
the
know,
next
if it has a
game
good
is,
single player campaign, of course I'll buy it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm scared. I'm scared if they make it. And the reason I'm
Oh no.
scared. No. I want them to, but the reason I'm
But
scared is because
it was successful as like
gamers.
maybe they might do a God of War treatment.
They ain't gonna buy it, J-Dub. They ain't
No,
gonna support it.
gamers are different than how they used to be. These gamers these days, they're so fucking nitpicky. There's so many
Yep.
other shooters. These bastards don't want to spend any money outside of
These
the free to play
bastards.
games. And bruh, like I'm just saying,
That's the
it's
hardest part.
that's the hardest part is
You
the
got
game.
free to play shooters that are
Right.
that for at least for them it's great and it's you don't pay anything and most of
Bro,
those
but
guys
the
don't
bar
really
is
pay.
so low,
You
Porter
know.
no,
Rock.
hold on.
Free to play
I
shooters are
agree.
trash,
With
bro.
Blaze. I'm gonna go with Blaze on this one. Do you know why?
Right.
Because Killzone is, I think, right, more realistic, more grounded than a Call of Duty. And that position used to be held by Battlefield. And Battlefield is being fucked off. So I feel like if they were to come up with a great multiplayer environment that is more grounded and rules based and squad based than, you know, a Call of Duty, I think we're missing that. Because I've been looking for that.
Send
I've
me a
been
cash
looking
app,
for
M, right now.
My brother,
Oh,
you
man.
said my brother, you saw you were the type looking for Concord, and look how that turned out.
Oh shit.
listen,
Yeah.
listen.
I'm just saying.
Concord,
No, I think J Dub is right. The audience for those games ain't no more. They
They're not
want
there no
purple.
more.
They want
but here's the
purple.
thing. Here's the
It,
thing.
it would
Flash
be
First of
me,
shit.
all,
Blaze.
even when I was talking to you about Concord, I told you
Yeah.
that there was a disconnect between the way the abilities for the characters are used versus how squad based they want it to be. They never quite lined it up. I told you about when I was talking to you about my opinions on Concord. It's a Polish game, but I thought the game modes never really made sense compared to the character skill set because the game really wants you to stick together, but your abilities don't synergize well together all the time. You know, or it's very hard to make that synergy happen. But in this case, in Killzone, I don't expect character abilities. I'm talking about like a military style, more grounded
World War II type.
Battlefield. You know exactly because the thing is,
Oh,
Call of Duty
man.
and Battlefield
He
were
said
always the
World
two
War II.
pillars of the multiplayer first person shooter thing, and then Battlefield just dropped off. Right?
T-Rock,
But
that's
they're
what
bringing
it is.
Battlefield back. They're bringing Battlefield
No,
back.
Battlefield looks good. It does look, but it's Nazis in space, Porter Rock. That's what Killzone is. Nazis
I
in
know.
space.
Yeah.
But hardly anyone bought it.
And then
Listen,
another
man.
another
I
thing.
hate you, Porter Rock. I fucking hate you.
Listen, but I'm
We-
with you, brother. Listen,
we-
I hope it happens, and I hope people
live
buy
in
it.
But Puerto Rico, we live in a day and age where
He said Nazis in space.
Nazis are supposedly no longer the bad guys anymore.
Yeah,
you know?
You're right,
The
you're
story's
right.
gonna have to change.
Oh,
I was about to say
man.
that. People are going to
Oh,
sound
crazy,
too
man.
you know what I'm
political. I'm
saying?
glad you said it. I'm glad you said it.
just
man.
changed. I'm just being honest.
Oh shit, Nazis
You know
are
what?
misunderstood.
The hell,
Nazi-
the
hell
good
gas are
guys now. What are we doing
misunderstood.
here?
You know,
Yeah,
freedom
you
of
know what I'm saying?
speech. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
People gonna say they're going woke. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
I mean, the
God, they
Hellgas
would.
were the
They
most
actually
interesting.
would.
They were more
Yeah.
interesting than the
If
than
anything,
the good.
I would not be surprised. Like I'm so well, no, never mind. Not for Helldivers.
Yeah.
I think
But-
never
Yeah.
mind.
If you remake Killzone 2.
What about a remake? Yeah, there you go. A remake. I'll be happy.
In the Decimate engine. And here's the thing, right? And this is I'm a single player type guy outside of various games, right? But it's the multiplayer that's going to kill you because people, those people going to, the single player. I have all faith in Sony doing single player, whether it's a shooter, whether it's whatever. It's the people going to, people going to complain. They're going to have to leave the, what's that damn Marvel game that they got out right now that
Rivals.
everybody's,
Rivals.
yeah. People going to have to stop playing that or stop playing COD or stop
And
playing
a
one of the other
lot
free to
of
play
people are playing
games
Rivals.
and jump over there, and they may jump over there for a day or two, but how do you keep coming back? Because a lot of people, like the
They're
gamers
not.
I know
J-Dub,
that play
I'm
all these
hoping they
games,
don't keep people coming
they'll
back though.
They're not.
like
I'm
they'll
hoping
put
they don't. I'm
yeah
hoping that they just create an experience for us, like not
Yeah, how
go
about a
ahead and
package?
have 20 million people
Right.
playing all of this thing continuously. Like we need to get away from this thing of like, yes, I'm sorry, we need to go back to where we were. Like The
yeah
Last of Us online wasn't played by 25 million people, but the
yeah
people that played it loved it, and it's
yeah
still
but
talked about to this day,
yeah
right?
but yeah
I
no
want to
you
go back to
you're
that.
right but multiplayer only games without the the companies just don't want to make them anymore. People, if they're going to go there, they want their
It's gonna
return
be
on
live
investment. They
service.
want
They
that.
want that live
Yeah, it's
service.
going to be live service. It's
You
just
How
it
much you
will.
has
think
to
a
be.
Killzone game would sell, J-Dub? Realistic. Like, let's say they make a Killzone.
Off of the name alone, it'll probably sell 3 million copies.
Yo,
But
that's low.
no, no,
That
no, no,
is
no, 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 no,
low.
no, 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 no.
I think
You
that's
gotta
high.
understand. Killzone
What?
has never sold like 10 million copies.
No.
It's never, right? But
But this
that
will
was a
be a brand new game, right?
yes.
Let's say it's not a remake. Let's say it's
But,
a brand new game.
but how
But
many people remember Killzone? Only us old heads. Only us old heads remember Killzone and
but then
Resistance.
that means that they won't bring the prejudice
Like the
that
chat
people
knows
have.
Killzone, man. Come on.
Yeah, but any think about it. Any game.
He said they won't be prejudice. And they'll
Yeah.
give it a
Yeah, we live a listen, we
They
live
won't. They won't.
we live
It's
in a
a
day
clean
and
state.
age, bro.
It's a clean state.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh
It's
man.
been long enough. It's a bit like when that happened with a God of War Ascension.
You'll
Oh my
have
If you were
God.
looking at God of War Ascension, you would think that, oh yeah, the next God of War is going to sell 5 million copies.
if they announce right Killzone 2 tomorrow, do you know how many people will be online tomorrow on Twitter tomorrow calling it fucking Concord? It is what it is.
Encore?
Yes,
Concord?
they bring that up with every Sony game they come. Oh, it's another Concord.
That's because
The
they're
haters are
hating,
just gonna be
J-Dub.
there. The
Yeah,
haters
they're
are just gonna
hating.
be there.
Listen. Let me put it this way. I want them to make a next Horizon. However, I do see a space for a Killzone to come and achieve moderate success. If it were like a manual, it would sell 8 million copies. I would be like, yeah, done.
But the
Because I don't.
the budget for the game, they're not going to give you the budget that you need to make the game that we want to make. We want Killzone 2, a balls to the wall remake. Put 100 million out there. Put 120 million, 150 million out there, and make the great graphical Decima engine to showcase shooter. That's what we want. We don't want here's $10 million. Go try to throw
Do a
some shit together
remaster.
and
Right, right.
slap the name on it. Nah,
Remaster
that's
that
not.
motherfucker.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, but
we don't want
here's the
that.
thing,
We want
J-Dub,
you to
your
do it
math
right.
isn't mathing. Your math isn't mathing because if
He
at
said
8 million copies
said
sold
your
and they
math
sell
is mathing.
at $50 average, right? That's $400 million. So yeah, $100 million budget covers what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need to get away. Like, listen, the industry has cratered on the live service front, and it's
Yeah.
clearly unsustainable. We talk about it all the time. There's only so many players that are interested in the live service framework. There's only so many players that are interested in first-person shooters. There's only so many players that are going to stick with your game. And once they are there, they're not going to be divorced away from it. Like Paul Walker always says, they're going to visit the strip club and then they're going to go back home. So then these companies need to understand. These companies need to understand that, you know what? Accept it that you might be, at best, you might be the person's third place, right? You are not their work, you're not their home, you're the place they go to visit from time to hang out with the buddies, and then they're going to leave. Stop trying to create another, like, oh, come and marry me situation over here. No, we had this and they worked and they were successful, and none of us ever told them to move away from this. Can we just say that? No
Yeah, but
gamer was like, yeah, I'm tired of traditional multiplayer. I just want live
That
service
is
only.
true. That is
That
true.
was never us.
Wait.
None of us ever said that.
To be,
So
but
it's
yeah,
like,
but it's less about you. Gamers speak with their wallets. Gamers did tell them we want live service because that's where all the fucking gamers are every day.
Because it's free though. Because
but
it's
the
free,
thing
J
is, the
Dub.
traditional multiplayer games
Yeah,
sucked. Of course, they
yeah.
turned to live service. Look at the battlefields. The last 3 battlefields have not even been like the last one was disastrous. The one before that was slightly good. The one before that disastrous.
Mhm.
Like when have we had a top quality traditional style multiplayer game where gamers could even be like, yeah, actually, let me vote that I want this. People go all the way back to The Last of Us and
Yeah.
games like that era. People go all the way back to like the original Call of Duty Black Ops 1. That's when
I,
people are like, oh yeah, we're gonna go
I,
all the way back
I really
because that's when
would.
we first had it. People
I
still
really.
have this
Mhm.
what is it? They still held Bad Company 2 in Battlefield as a holy grail of like, damn, that was like an amazing multiplayer shooter. And none of us were like, oh yeah, give us Battlefield 1 or give us what was the latest one of the game? 2042? None of
Mhm.
us were like, give us 2042 instead of Bad Company 3. That
Yeah.
wasn't us. This was these companies trying to trap us. And then when we don't fall for it, they're like, I think the last great game from like EA was it like Star Wars Battlefront 2? When after
Oh yeah,
they got rid
yeah.
of the loot boxes and
But
everything,
then
people were like, oh shit.
they had the pay to win.
Battlefield 1 was a
Boba
good
Fett,
game.
boy.
Battlefield 1 was a
That
good game, bro.
motherfucker.
Listen,
You don't
Battlefield 1
Battlefield
was
1
a
was
good
good.
game, but it was sandwiched between 2 bad iterations. So people were like, oh, goddamn, it's still a song. But you take a look at Battlefield 2, right? They tried to make it a live service, loot boxy trap that they wanted to be. And then when we were like, no, and they remove all of that crap, people were like, oh shit, here's the game we wanted. So again, gamers want this shit, And again, Star Wars Battlefront 2 was hugely successful, but it wasn't being played by 20 million concurrent users. Like it wasn't trying to be a Marvel rivals. And that's why I'm saying that there is a place for Star Wars Battlefront 2 and games like this to come out and still be successful. And you know what? If Blaze thinks that could be the next Killzone or the next SOCOM or whatever, I can see his point because I'm like, there's gamers like me that just wanted this shit. We just want this shit without any of the garbage live service thing piled on top. Which is why I've always been like, Sony needs to do multiplayer. I don't want them to do live service.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I get it, man. I'm just like you guys. I'd like to have a single player game with a multiplayer tacked on. That's a great experience. I just feel, bro, I just feel like those days are over. I feel like we're the dinosaurs and these other guys just fucking take over with their dumbass live service ideas because they keep fucking buying this shit. They keep spending money. I
Man.
mean, it's fucking even the new WWE game, right? It's like fucking 2K My Park now. It's like
Yeah.
who's asking for this? But clearly,
That's true.
maybe
And
I'm the
it's
dinosaur.
That's
successful.
true.
I'm gonna stick with my fucking my single player Death Stranding
That's
2 and
it.
shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna
Yo,
be
yo,
whooping
J-
ass
J-Dub.
on the side, and I'll be
Yeah,
alright.
Listen, J-Dub, Shuhei just had the interview with Colin Moriarty, right? And
Yeah.
he talked about exactly what I said before the interview came out, that a lot of these moves are driven by investors because
True.
investors come with all of this money and then they're like, we want to see you use this money to create
To do
live service
this.
games.
Yes,
And that's exactly what he said.
but
Like
those
a lot of
investors-
investments were
They don't
coming
know
in
shit.
and were enthusiastic.
No.
And they
You're
were like,
right. You're right. But those investors are looking at all these EA games, all these Activision games, all these
that's
EA
exactly
games.
what. That's what I'm
and
saying.
all
Like
of these-
gamers didn't say this. We
Yeah.
did not
Yeah.
communicate. We want live service only.
But
It's the investors that are coming in, and then they're like, "Here is a pile of cash, and
But
if you want to
M.
play with this pile of cash, make live service games."
But M,
Right.
this is how gamers speak, right? Gamers speak by spending their money and spending their time somewhere. So they have the data. The data shows
data.
that millions of motherfuckers every week are playing that dog shit ass Marvel Rivals free to play shit.
J-Dub.
He's not lying.
My
I mean,
brother
even
is
my
18
even
years old.
even my
No, let me
like-
put it this way. My
yeah.
brother is 18 years old. When did he find a great traditional live multiplayer shooter game? When? He didn't experience that.
Yeah.
By the time he came to be the person that would be participating in this thing, they were all gone. What was
Yeah.
he going to play?
Yeah, we enjoyed the generations that had the multiplayer games and the single player story games without live service. We grew up with
And that's
that,
why I'm
right?
trying to say that
But
the new
those days,
generation, the new gamers,
yeah,
they haven't had the chance to vote that way. They haven't had the chance. Like you
okay,
take a
this,
look, even like you said, the new Call of Duty, right? If it's not Warzone, it's all loot boxes in the traditional Call of Duty.
yeah,
You know, so it's like they never got to experience how good we had it.
yes.
So there's this notion that people are like, oh, gamers have moved forward, and I'm like,
Well,
well, kind of, sorta, but they also never had the chance to go back the other way. You know,
true.
it's
No, no,
like
I agree with you, but look, like Blaze, right? He wants a new Killzone. He wants a new SOCOM, right? I
yeah.
want those exact same thing. But they look at the data, and the data shows we may not ever go back to that day and age, that golden age of where we did that, without it being a live
That's
service
fair, J,
game.
though.
Because these companies, they're looking at like, why can't you got 2K? That game sold 250 million copies, right? There's still millions and millions of people spending money every day. They want that. They want people spending money every day. Every manufacturer, every developer, everybody wants that. And I know I don't want it. You don't want it. And Puerto Rock and everybody else don't want it. We're single player guys, or we're traditional multiplayer guys. But that's why I said maybe they fucking kicked us out of that genre. Maybe they kicked us
No, but
out. They
Jada,
said,
what I'm trying to
you know,
say is that the data is skewed because gamers don't have a choice. Like you don't have a choice for a basketball game
Everything's free
except
to
for
play.
2K.
Yeah.
no,
You know,
I
what
get
else are
it.
you gonna play? You don't
I
like I
get it.
want to play football. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
go and play Pro Evolution Soccer. They fuck that
yeah.
off. You know,
But
so it's like the only thing I have is EAFC. So it's
yeah,
like again, we grew up in a generation where there were choices. So
yeah,
when I say bring more choices back, I think people will react positively. Like
yeah.
even what was his name? Phil Spencer. He said that single player games aren't going to be the magical thing anymore and everything. And he was clearly wrong because when it comes out to like amazing single player games, you see that there are gamers that even are normally on that other side. They are either they're non-gamers or they are traditional like multiplayer gamers or they are
No, no,
live
no,
service
no.
gamers
No.
and they come and they visit. But what I'm saying is that single
Yeah,
player has offered a lot of options to people.
yeah,
Multiplayer in the last 10 years has only really offered live service.
yeah.
So it's like a lot of people are like, oh, we don't care for traditional multiplayer anymore. But it's like, well, you haven't offered it. My brother never got to choose a traditional multiplayer. He never got to choose one that was good quality that he
Yeah.
could be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to choose
And,
this
and can I
instead of
say
a
this,
Call of
Em?
Duty
Can I
Warzone.
say this? A Space Marine. This post is from October of 2024. Space Marine, which is a traditional multiplayer campaign, co-op campaign, and multiplayer. It sold 5 million copies. That was October 2024, and that's Space Marine. I don't think it's a huge. I feel like
Yeah.
if this is a first-party Sony Killzone. People listen. They might not They know what the fuck Killzone is, Jay. I'm telling you, and I'm just saying if that
But
can sell 5 million
also
copies,
available on every platform, PC and everything.
true, very true, good point. But
Now, if you just take that game and stick it just on PlayStation, you may be lucky to get 2 million sales because for whatever reason, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I just got to be honest. For whatever reason, us PlayStation fans, we know what we want, we play that, and then we rarely ever fuck with anything else. Rarely.
I don't know, man. I just feel like why do all these other games get chances at remakes, chances at new IPs? Like why take
I'm with you. I'm
new
with you.
IPs are the most risky thing in the business, and you're telling me you can't give a game that's tried and true that sold millions of copies, you can't give that a chance?
You're
Well,
absolutely
I don't
right.
think so.
But the data,
I don't think Killzone overall was that successful. I think its biggest
Yeah.
bright spot was Killzone 2,
Yeah.
which got like the Metacritic.
Yeah.
But then after that, they went after the
P-Rock,
Call of
games
Duty
weren't
crowd.
selling like that. Other than
Huh?
Uncharted, all PlayStation games weren't selling crazy amounts of like big numbers like that. They were selling 3-5 million copies.
When no game, well, ultimately, I'm gonna be
That
honest.
PS3
No
era,
games really, no
yeah,
games really sold crazy amount of games like the PS4 era and the PS5 era.
right.
That never before in history, in PlayStation's history, they were able to sell 35 million games of a single franchise outside of like Gran Turismo. Everything like we got Spider-Man, you got Uncharted, you got God of War, you got Horizon. All of these sold over 35 million, damn near 40 million from a couple of games. That's never been done before. But I do realize outside of those games, just being realistic, there's a lot of games that should have sold a lot that didn't. And we kind of scratch our heads and we were like, man, why the fuck this game didn't sell this? This is a great game. Why didn't we support this? Why didn't we support that? And I get it. I think it should have got a little support. But again, PlayStation gamers, we really only support our big tentpole franchises.
The
Outside of
big
that,
bangers, yeah.
Here's the thing,
we
though.
rarely ever kind of branch
I feel
out.
like Gran Turismo 7 disproves this even. I feel like if we were talking today and Gran Turismo 7 had never happened and we're just talking about the idea of a new Gran Turismo, people will be saying the same thing, like, oh, I don't think it's going to work. Even though we can clearly see that it has worked. Because Gran Turismo 7, despite having the ability to buy credits, it's been a tremendous success. It's a game that gives you, as soon as you pay the box price, every update has been free. It's really closer to a traditional multiplayer game than it is a live service framework game where they're always trying to like grab as much detail from
it's
you,
not
as much time out of you, as much money out of you. Gran Turismo 7 is really a game that you buy once, and it never really asks you for money again. Ever.
That's true. That's true.
And that's what I mean by, and you see, gamers are choosing that.
But
gamers are choosing this
how many
experience.
games sell
I
15
look at,
million copies?
but
right?
I look at Gran
With just one
Turismo. But I look at Gran Turismo in the same lens as I look at the sports, like football club, Madden, 2K, right? It was a sports genre, right? That's very popular from the beginning, from going based on. So Gran Turismo was always popular, and it just evolved with the online method. So it was like, you're at home single player, or you play, couch co-op or couch competitive play split screen. Then with the advent online, okay, let's adopt online so people can compete online, and then slowly kind of adopt this, live service, competitive strategy. But at the core, Gran Turismo is technically speaking the number one franchise. Killzone was not. It wasn't. I remember most people were playing the Call of Duties, the Battlefields. I would say at its peak, it was Killzone 2. It was great. They fucked it up. Guerrilla fucked it up. They went when they released Killzone 3. They copied Call of Duty. Like I said. In fact, hold on. In fact, they did the thing I'm talking about. When you meet a girl and the first thing they tell you is you remind them of their ex, you're fucked. You can't be their ex. You can't be Call of Duty. That's why when I saw Killzone 3, I'm like, what the fuck did you do? You made this into Call of Duty and you suck at it. I'm just gonna play Call of Duty. You see what I'm saying?
Porter Rock.
What?
I just looked it up, Porter Rock.
What?
Killzone 2 sold slightly over 1 million copies.
That's
over
it?
1 million copies.
Nah, I thought it was more. Really? No.
Go look. Killzone 2. Yeah, Killzone 2.
Let me see.
And Resistance 3 sold 180,000 copies.
Oh yeah, no, Resistance 3 bombed. Yeah, Resistance 3 bombed.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Killzone is going to be the successful thing, right? I think though that there is a place in the market. There's two places in the market that are not being well served. The first one is a PvE type experience, which Helldivers 2 proves that people really like online co-op playing against PvP, right? Whether you're fighting zombies, whether you're fighting, aliens or whomever, Deep Rock Galactic is another one that I know is really popular for that. But people really like to fuck around and blow shit up with their friends online. PvE is a thing that a lot of these live service things don't even think to do, right? Then there's also a place for where a Killzone used to be, where Killzone used to sit. It was overcrowded back then. You had Call of Duty, you had Battlefield, you had Medal of Honor, you had, Killzone, and you had a whole bunch more that we forget, to the eons of time. But a lot of people were trying to sit in that same space, okay? That was the reality back then. Bring Killzone forward now. Who is there to sit in that space with it? Nobody. It's basically vacant.
J-Dub, I just looked it up, and it says as of 2009, it sold over 2.6 million copies. as of 2009, and you know it sold more copies than that after that. They weren't counting, and like those games weren't selling like that back then. There was so much, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, okay. Let's say it's 2 million copies, right? We're sold. Let's say that. How many copies of that game do you think would sell now?
I think it would sell easily 5 million copies, easily.
Oh, man.
Please, I don't think so, brother. I'm gonna be honest.
So let me ask you
about the
this:
remake or
how
brand new
much did Shadowfall sell?
2.1 million.
You see what I'm saying? Now
Yep.
the problem here's the problem,
and that's looked at as one of the worst kill zones of all time, and it sold that.
and it was, but I think
Yeah,
it
but
benefited.
it was technically it was a launch game, and it was
it benefited from being a launch title. People bought it.
Killzone.
People-
And they hate Killzone. That's it. They hate it.
Listen, I'm a
People-
Killzone. Listen,
Here's the
I'm a
problem. Here's the
Killzone-
problem.
I'm a
Here's the problem.
Killzone Shadowfall stan. Right?
Here's the problem.
But I had to admit, bro, it can't just be J-Dub, right? Like I can't be the only one that fucking buy like 3 copies and hold the fort down.
You better buy 1 million copies, J-Dub, and send that shit out.
Listen, I tried, brother. I tried.
Me
It's
too,
everybody
bro.
else that join, and
Yeah,
I
I
have
know.
to admit,
Listen,
I
you
can't
can't-
hold it down by myself. It's
I'm gonna let you know.
take,
Hey,
a bunch of
just in
people to-
case, don't be throwing subliminals my way. I'm not the multiplayer guy. So don't look at me. Don't look at me, dog.
But they got a campaign
No.
too. Yo, they got a
Don't
campaign.
look at me.
This is
Listen.
Quarter Rock. This is bigger than you and me.
Yeah.
We got listen. We
You know what I'm
got
saying?
75 million plus motherfuckers out there. with PS5s. It's gonna take more than just J Dub,
Hey,
Quarter
speak
Rock,
on it.
and Blaze.
Speak on it.
Oh
Speak
man,
on it.
I'm just saying. The main thing is though. Here's the problem,
They
right?
gave us shit.
Let me put it
They gave
this
us
way.
shit for Astrobot selling 1.5
You
million.
know shit, right?
And
But
That's a
and I'm not-
debacle too.
but-
That's
but here's-
crazy.
check this out, Blaze.
I scratch my head.
Check this out. So if Killzone 2 had trouble cracking 3-4 million in a time where multiplayer was prime, because everybody was all about the next multiplayer because they didn't have this live service strategy. You didn't play the same game for 3-4 years. You were ready for the next one. Then what is Killzone going to do when the kings of Fortnite, Apex Legend, all these games are out there? That's who you're competing with.
Can I rebuttal that though?
You're competing with them
at
dudes.
when Killzone 2 launched, you gotta understand Call of Duty's at its fucking prime. Battlefield's at its fucking prime. SOCOM's at its prime. You gotta understand there was so much competition
Yeah,
for
Medal
great
of
first
Honor
person.
was at its
Medal of
prime.
Honor, Ghost Recon. These games were at their prime, Puerto Rico. There was so much competition. There was great shooters everywhere. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now
Yeah.
there's lack of great shooters now. There's
That's
no
what
good-
I'm saying.
No. See that I think this is why I agree with
vacant.
this is why I agree with J Dub. There are great shooters. You just don't
Where?
like them. You just don't
Where?
like them. What do
Tell
you
me
mean?
one.
Fortnite, Apex. Those are the shooters. See, that's what Gijo's trying to tell you. We don't listen,
look at the top
Blaze,
list. The top 20 list.
You don't
They're all
define what a
shooters.
great shooter is no more. We lost that title, bro. Hand that shit down to the
crazy.
children. We gotta pass the baton. It's over.
The numbers aren't on our side.
Listen,
That's the
Boomer.
problem.
Hey, Boomer. You gotta give that shit to the Gen Alpha.
No.
Listen, even hold up. Even the Gen Z, are losing control. This is the Gen Alpha guys.
No, tell me, they are great shooters, yeah, but they are all about abilities and shit.
That's what they want.
It's obviously about costumes
Right.
and lives, but they never had a military grounded shit. That's what I'm saying. They never had to be like, oh, you have to take this shit seriously. All of these games are like, oh, here's powers, here's Overwatch.
Run around as a
Put
fucking
this
Ninja
shield-
Turtle, Puerto Rico. Give me a
Exactly.
break,
Here's
bro.
Marvel Rivals and create a portal and shit. Where is the one that just says, hey, you're in the fucking army, shoot and get shot? That's it. Be good at shooting. That's all we got
damn.
for you.
I don't think they want
there's
that
nothing
anymore.
else.
I don't think
I
they want
think
that
they
anymore.
do. They just haven't had it. They haven't had the
You know
taste of
what?
it.
We're gonna find out with Battlefield. That'll be the test bench.
We are gonna find out.
We're gonna find out with
Battlefield.
Battlefield.
There we go.
We're gonna find out.
Gentleman's agreement.
No.
If everybody sells more
Let
than
me
10
put it this way:
million,
if that audience is there, if Battlefield can't do it, don't even talk about Killzone.
okay, fair.
That's
fair.
really it.
That's
So
fair.
guess what?
That's fair.
If everybody feels
That's
like Blaze, you better buy Battlefield and play the shit and support
Listen,
it.
we're
Because
going
if
to
it can't
see-
do, if Battlefield cannot do it, don't even think
Let's come up with a
Killzone
number.
even has
How many
repair.
copies does he have to sell so that we can agree that there is something here?
No,
50
I don't
million?
think that doesn't matter.
That's across all
What
platforms.
matters is what EA says. Because if EA says like it didn't meet expectation, we're shutting this down.
It don't matter.
Well, listen. If they're going to create the
Yeah, don't know
Battlefield
what
that
the
we
fuck they're
want
doing, bro.
them to create, it's not going to meet their
Hold on,
expectations.
no.
That's why it's a bad number.
Now he said. Now he says what we want. He added what we want. That's not the Battlefield. Listen.
Not the fucking Battlefield 2042.
No. This is the criteria. Soldiers in combat boots and camouflage with M16s. That's what you're getting.
Fire.
No funny
want
shit.
that,
No
Kodak. I want that.
abilities. Classes back.
Kodak, you don't want that? I want that.
I'm not playing
Yo,
multiplayer.
Blaze, we want
Listen.
that.
If you like
We
it, I
want
love
that.
it.
You and I want
I'm
that.
not. Listen. I'm not saying don't make the games. I'm not saying don't make the game. Make the games. I'm just telling you, or me and Jado trying to tell you why it's highly unlikely that game's gonna be made.
Yeah.
I think
listen.
I'm gonna be honest. Just the fact that you want a regular multiplayer, that alone is not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
The shareholders are not gonna allow that. They're gonna be like, hold on. They're gonna be like, wait a minute. You want a multiplayer game and we don't consistently make money off it? Get the fuck out of here. They don't want that.
Nostalgia.
That's
put
over
it in the
with.
chat. We'll put it in the poll. Okay, we need a poll.
What?
Is there a
It don't
space-
matter. You know how many people want their Concord?
Is there a space for
You know how many people want their
company
Concord when I said this shit's gonna flop? You know how many people were fighting against me saying I don't know what I'm fucking talking about? You didn't play the game, Puerto Rock. This game's amazing. It's fluid.
I was one of them. I was one of
Where's it
them,
at now?
Yeah.
The only regret, listen,
Kodak,
the
I was
only
with you.
regret
Listen,
that I have
Kodak.
of Concord, I have one regret with Concord. There's only regret that I didn't buy the controller because that motherfucker's worth $300 right now.
Yo,
That's the only regret.
Yes, sir.
That motherfucker's going
motherfucker's
up
good
in
looking.
price, bro. That shit's $300 right now. The Concord controller.
I
I knew I should have bought it.
hold the
I'm
line.
like, I should have bought that controller, man. I knew it.
Y'all know. I tried to hold the line with Concord, man. I
Yeah,
tried.
you did.
But
You
I
did,
said
bro.
it takes more than just J-Dub to try to hold the line that's going to change anything because
Listen.
Listen,
My point
J
is-
Dub bought a copy for his wife, and she don't even play PlayStation.
You know
His
what I'm saying?
kid, his co-workers, he
you know
tried,
what I'm
bro.
saying? I tried, bro.
He
I
even
tried.
did it to the
I tried.
local
I know where it
orphanage
was.
and did a tax
Yeah.
write-off on the game.
You know what I'm saying?
He even got a tax write-off. He
Imagine
tried,
if you
bro.
did that and then Sony gives you your money back. Yo, that would be slick.
Oh, that would
Yeah.
that would be so funny.
Yo, you should have been done that. You
Oh,
bought
man.
10,000 copies.
You bought
got a
10,000
tax write-off,
copies,
and then
you get a
Sony
tax
said, "Here's your
write-off."
money back, bro. We got you, bitch.
Yo, that's some
Hey,
Elon Musk shit right there, bro.
I mean, technically, I did not think that game was gonna. Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna set the world on fire, but I didn't think it was gonna bomb as big as it did.
That shit
No
was
one
that shit was like
expected it to
Hiroshima.
bomb like
Oh,
that.
no, I did.
No one
I said,
expected that shit.
I did. I didn't think that
No, you
fast,
didn't-
but I knew.
No, you didn't
I'm like,
expect that.
I'm
You
like,
didn't
I
expect
said,
they'll give the money back.
yeah, I
No
didn't do
one.
that. Yeah,
Sony doesn't give money back.
listen, I didn't think Sony don't give money back.
Sony
Period.
doesn't give money back. So for Sony
Yeah.
to be like, hey, you played the game for 2 weeks, thank you, here's your
Now
money
listen,
back.
it's
No
hard
one
to get money
expected
back from
that. I don't care
Sony when
whoever
you
said that.
request a refund. Them volunteering, like you don't have a
Like,
choice.
You downloaded it? You
Like,
downloaded it?
you don't have a choice. Yeah,
No,
exactly. Oh, like you
started
booted
the
it.
Download.
Yep.
You don't like it. No, you don't have to start it, by the way. You
Yeah.
don't have to start the game. You
Yeah.
download the game, and then like terms and conditions says we don't refund your shit.
Yeah, these guys voluntarily like, no, you don't have a choice. You're getting your money back.
Can I just say, Sony has the most fucked up return policy ever. It'd be
Yes,
like
they
if you
do.
went
They do. They
to
do.
a physical
They do.
store and then they
do.
put your product on the counter, and then they're like, the moment you pick it up in your hands, you can't
Oh.
return it anymore. It's like,
Yeah.
I haven't walked out of the store. We don't care.
Yeah.
You
Yo,
can start a download on Sony, and you haven't
Yeah.
even finished the download, and they're like, you can't return it.
Yeah.
Sam, I
As
never
soon as-
returned the game on PlayStation in my life, and listen, my library is massive on Play. And I remember calling him like, "Look, my son bought this game." He's like, "Well, look, we can do it for you for this one time." I'm like, "This
Yeah.
one time?" I said, "Dude, I've never returned the game ever. What are you talking one time?" He's like, "Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
do after this. We can't do it again." I'm like, "What the fuck?
Yo,
yeah, crazy."
Yo, listen. Like you go to the Apple store and you buy an iPad, and then your homie calls you, it's like, boy, the new iPad's coming out. What the fuck are you doing? And then you're like, hey, listen, I don't want this shit no more. That like, you picked it up from the counter, sir. We don't do this.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
It's like I haven't moved. I haven't used it. I haven't touched it. It's like, yeah, but you picked it up. You know.
Mhm.
No, but J-Dub, look, I think you're right. I don't want to admit you're right, but I think you and Porter are leaning more towards the my heart leaning in this direction. But you're right. Us gamer, but my only thing is these kids eventually got to get older, right? Unless they're gonna like Disney World forever. I mean, I don't know.
No, you're Blaze. Blaze, we can't be the only ones, right? You and I, we can't be the only ones
We can't.
that have this
There's no way.
pining. We have this pining for this thing where we are like, this was a completely different experience. If a Killzone came out today, or if a military grounded shooter came out today, it would have nothing to compete with. Like there's fucking like Ninja Turtles in Call of Duty now. This
That's
fucking
crazy, bro.
what was the name? Nicki Minaj or whatever the fuck. Like,
Bro.
where is the serious shit? What is the thing for adults that don't want to be like distracted by pink and blue and neon lights and everything?
Those games, I'm gonna be honest, and Blaze know this. Those games are just on PC and PC only. The mill sims and stuff like that. If you just have to go to PC because PC is the place where people
PC
will
is
make
where
a
misery
game.
lives. Can I have it on
It-
console?
No, but here's the thing. It's just if listen, man, trust me. I'll be there day one. It's just I understand that things have changed, and I'm talking
J-Dub,
like
you'll see.
we're barely holding on to fucking single player story driven games at this point, right?
No, listen,
Honestly,
J-Dub.
yeah,
When Battlefield comes out, if it is what Vincent Pella is telling us that it will be, you are
it's
going
not,
to
man.
see
You can't
a
be caught.
tremendous
You can't be
success.
caught. It's
No,
you can't be
I
caught.
believe
I'm not
I
trying to
believe in
beat
Vince.
COD.
I believe in Vince, J-Dub.
I'm not trying to beat
I
COD.
believe in
do.
Vince too. I believe in Vince, but
But
even
why do I have
Battlefield,
to beat
even at
COD?
its
Why do I have to beat Fortnite? What I'm saying is it will be
It
a
doesn't have to be
tremendous
that,
success.
right?
Exactly.
yeah,
And in fact, I
okay,
don't want it to keep going with like concurrent active number. I'm just saying
yeah,
this is a place where it respects your time, it respects your intelligence, it respects your desire to be grounded in like reality and squad-based tactics and your time
mhm,
with your friends. And then when you want to fuck off, you go. Like you know this about Gran Turismo.
yeah,
You come back to Gran Turismo, you don't feel like you missed out on nothing. The
yeah,
No, they
driving,
even
like
tell him happy birthday and all that. They give him a
exactly
car
and
and all.
shit. I'm just like, hey,
exactly.
welcome back. Like we're so happy to have you. Here's a car.
But M, along with that, they were able to sell 15 million fucking copies to justify that. If GT7 would have sold, let's say, 2 million copies, yeah, the next game you getting is going to be a fucking live
I'm
service
willing to make a
goddamn
bet.
game with all of that shit. You know
Who
what I'm
wants
saying?
Porter? You want to take? You want to make a bet? You want to make some money back?
A bet for what?
Because you're 0-1 with me. I'm willing to tell you that this Battlefield coming out will be the most successful Battlefield.
I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on. Let me play my
Blaze, hold on.
Let me play my feet.
Blaze,
I don't
just be
know.
careful how you're gonna word this
I
next
don't
time.
know.
I gotta
Just
word
be-
it correctly.
Yeah,
Listen,
word
I'm
it
just
correctly.
hold on. The last three Battlefields have been trash. We can all admit that.
But what were the numbers? What were the numbers?
People like
bro.
Battlefield 1, right?
Battlefield
Yeah,
1
see,
was
Battlefield
yeah.
1
Look up
sells.
the numbers for 1. I
Yep,
feel like 1
yep.
did good.
And Battlefield 2042 did, I think, number
Okay,
wise,
over
did better
15
than
million
Battle 1.
copies,
How much?
which is what I said. Over 15 million.
Oh, come on, baby.
Okay.
Oh, we're back. Wow,
Okay,
we're back.
okay. Now do Battlefield 2042. How many
No, don't do that
Oh.
one,
No,
Oh,
do
I
it.
hope
Do
it
it.
was low.
Don't do that. You don't need to do that
I
one.
hope it
It's
was
gonna be
low.
more. It's gonna be more.
You think it's
Okay.
gonna be more?
Yes, I think it's gonna be more.
Okay,
Wow.
so first of all, apparently to this AI thing, they haven't disclosed it. It sold 4.2 in the first week, 4.2 million
That's in
coming
and
off
that's
of
in
the success. Now
that's
that's
in
coming
1
off
week.
of the success of Battlefield 1 though. Like that's when people were hyped on it, you know? But then they haven't disclosed anything later. So I don't think it sold 50 million.
No, I think it did. If that's in 1 week, those are huge numbers.
Yeah, but then people quickly found out that it was trash. And the reviews on this
Well,
game, the YouTube videos about this game at
I
launch
don't.
were not positive.
Well, we know that, but those games. Here's the thing about those live service games. It can be trash at launch. It only takes one update to get fucking everybody. Look at you should know this from fucking Cyberpunk, right? you should know these games like could be trash one time, and it only takes an update. Look at
Yeah,
Destiny.
but first impressions,
Right.
J-Dub, you know how it goes. You know how it goes.
Yeah, but that doesn't. What I'm saying is that doesn't guarantee that. Okay, this is the
You're
end.
right.
It
It don't.
only takes one patch or one update to. COD does it all the fucking
No Man's
time.
Sky. No Man's Sky.
No man,
Perfect.
no man's
Yeah.
sky.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of shit. That's
You know
the
what?
beauty.
I'm gonna make my statement. If they came out with Battlefield Bad Company 3, true to what Bad Company 2 offered, it will sell over 30 million copies. Straight up.
Listen. Hey, let me that's another point. We have been asking for a Battlefield, for that type of Battlefield, right? Bad Company. We've been asking that for fucking 10 years. Do you know why we haven't got that game? And why we probably never get that game? It's because that day and age has left. They're gonna fucking give you this live service shit. You're gonna take it and you're gonna enjoy it, and it is what it is. It's the same thing, just like us asking for Killzone and Sokem. They're like, hey guys, that was a different era. We're not risking $100 million, $200 million on any of that shit ever again. And that hurts me to say that. I don't want that to be the case. I want them to give us what we're asking for. But I gotta, it's just the numbers, and I look at the numbers, and I'm like, fuck. It's like I see what they see. And it hurts me.
We haven't had destruction in Battlefield game to the level of Bad Company 2
In a
since
while.
Bad Company 2.
Yeah.
No, basically,
Battlefield
like
3,
they stopped
3.
doing, and I'm not talking about the revolution
Yeah.
crap they gave us in Battlefield 3.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
predetermined
where one
bullshit.
building
Yeah.
will topple,
Yeah.
and then they'll be like, "Oh, the map change." It's like, no, boy, can I shoot every other building? Because these things are made of like adamantium. Like, what the fuck? I'm sure the fucking coffee shop with a tank and it doesn't blow up. And in Bad Company 2, it used to. So
Look up.
it's been ages, and there is a craving. And I keep telling these people that just because you haven't seen an audience doesn't mean that audience has disappeared.
They don't exist,
People that
right?
love Bad Company 2
Right.
still exist. We're still out here, and there's still going to be new fans where they're like, "Oh shit! If I shoot a grenade at a wall and there's a person on the other side, that person dies." Like shit, I want to play that.
I think it's
Take a
gonna
look
be
at
the most
fucking.
successful Battlefield since Bad Company or Battlefield
I'm
3.
telling you,
Watch.
I'm telling you, we are pining for this thing. We are all here. We're like, hey, give us what we want. We've been starving for so long. This is what we want. And there is no one else even trying to offer that. Everybody is trying to be Fortnite. If they were like, no, fuck Fortnite, fuck the extra characters and the fucking Mortal Kombat characters in the game.
That's where
instead,
that's where the money is, M. That's what the gamers are. Millions of them every fucking day. I hate it.
I know, but
that's what they are.
But 50 million copies for Battlefield 1, that's a lot of money at $70 a pop. That's a lot of money, bro. You can make money. These motherfuckers are greedy. That's what it's about.
I mean, they're making Battlefield. They're making Battlefield, so we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, man.
You're right.
Battlefield better be
this
Battlefield better be Bad Company 3 or something like it.
I'm just
saying. I'm talking about something real.
We're about to find out if it's successful. Listen, this is what
it's not gonna be a single player. It'll be a multiplayer.
No single player.
It'll be a multiplayer.
Wait, you said there's no single player?
No single player. It won't be a single. It won't be. It's
look at that! You already lost one. You already lost one, Blaze.
Oh man! What do you mean?
You already lost one.
Over. I keep telling you. Unfortunately,
I keep saying no. Listen, man.
Listen, if I could afford it, I would fucking hire EA to make that game for us, just so us 5 guys can sit around playing.
There wouldn't be us 5. There would be like 30 million of us. I'm telling you, out here.
They're gonna be 5 more. No, it's gonna be 5 more from Twitter. You got 5 more. It's gonna be the same people that bought Concord.
We couldn't even get 2 million people to buy a fucking Astrobot with 75.
But Astrobot isn't what we're talking about, bro. And yes, by the way, I know there's a lot of like PlayStation fan, like dysmorphia between what they say and what they buy. I get it. I get it. I'm the
no. It is set to have a campaign. The upcoming Battlefield game set to release in October 2025.
Thank you, Blaze.
Well, he's back in the fight. Extreme is back in the fight.
Single player campaign will include.
Power up.
Now I will say this: I would buy it. The campaign is dope.
Okay. That game is releasing next year, not this year. Did you read the latest? Go and read it. Make sure
Oh
you
no,
read
I
it.
don't want to read the latest.
Ooh,
What-
he don't want no fake
Okay.
news. He wants to
Yeah,
stick with the fake
okay.
The
news.
fake news, yeah. They
Wait,
don't
wait,
know
link,
what I'm
link
talking
me
about.
that. Link me that, Jay. I'm just reading what
Let me read some. Let me
I
read some
don't
super
wanna-
chats.
No, let me stop, man, because I don't want y'all to think I'm Debbie Downer and shit.
Yeah, let me read some super chats real quick.
I don't want to be the bad
Let me
guy.
read some
Hey,
super chats.
just Google search campaign. Go ahead.
It says Tommy Boy says Decima is the greatest engine in the world. It's probably one of the top engines in the world, definitely.
One of the top,
Tommy Boo,
definitely.
if we play as Nazi Kanye in Killzone, fire. Oh shit. They want Kanye as a
So you
character
mean play
pack.
as regular Kanye now?
Kanye,
The Elon
Nazi Kanye.
Nazi.
Nazi Kanye is
Nazi
just regular
Kanye.
Kanye now,
Oh
right?
man. Jenna Hayes asked a question. She says, "Do you think Sony could pull off a Killzone 2 remake with the same graphics as the E3 trailer on PS5? Or you mean on the PS3?"
Oh,
Oh
hell
yeah. Oh
Even
yeah.
better.
Oh yeah. Even better. Oh yeah.
I mean, we have to go way above that. We're not going backwards.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we'll definitely smoke that trailer now. Oh hell yeah. Mount Cash, thank you for the super chat. Says just give modes, give a battle royale mode, as well as a running gun arcade mode, FFA, team deathmatch, domination. Even Call of Duty had to add many modes for everyone, plus skins.
Yeah, but they also had Warzone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
I would say you can't just do a battle royale mode inside the game. It has to be its own separate thing.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Battlefield
Like
tried to do
Warzone,
like Firewalk
you have to
or whatever,
have Warzone.
and that was a
Yep.
complete disaster. Yeah.
Yep.
And Swallow Pony Juice. This dude is crazy
Oh.
with that name, boy. He's not letting that name go.
Do
Delta
you know what's
Force.
funny? There's no way to make that name better. You can't just say
No,
Swallow.
I can't. I can't
Because
just
it
say.
just- it's
I
just
can't just say
awful.
Swallow.
Exactly. You can't say Swallow Pony.
I can't say
and
just
you can't
Pony
say Pony
Juice.
Juice. You can't. You can't. There's
You just
no
gotta
part of
commit.
that name.
You just gotta commit. You gotta commit to the
It's
name.
an L. You're taking an L every time. That
You
you
commit
say,
in the
no
name.
matter
Gotta,
what.
he knows.
You
He
know?
knows what he's doing. I gotta commit
did
to the
well.
name.
He did
There's-
well. He did
yeah,
well.
he
did
picked the
really
one
well.
name that I can't like find a variant.
Yeah,
to
you
it.
can't.
No. Listen. Listen, this
Yo.
is February 3rd, IGN, and it says
What'd you say?
already
IGN?
announced a new Battlefield. Listen, Battlefield seems the return of a traditional single player linear campaign.
Was it Destin that wrote that? Who is it? Who's lying?
I don't know.
to us?
Let's
Who's
hear-
lying to us?
Wisely.
Is it Ryan
His name is Wisely.
Is it Phil
All right.
I'll send you
Ryan?
the link. This is February 3rd. It's happening, baby.
So from what I read, the game is.
It sounds like a
releasing
roadmap.
this year. It's releasing next
Yeah,
year.
I'm not believing that. As soon as I say
Sounds
IGN,
like a
I'm like,
roadmap.
nope.
It sounds like a
This will not
roadmap.
make me feel better.
Listen, man. Listen, I
Sounds like a
believe.
roadmap. Sounds like a roadmap to me.
No. I
Yeah,
believe. Bro. I
exactly.
believe.
I'm sorry, Blaze. You shook my confidence in that one. It's just like,
Hey, I
Oh,
need
but
you
hold
to
on.
take
IGN, I'm like, oh man.
Hold on.
Bro,
So Swallow
imagine shaking your confidence with stats. That's crazy. What the hell?
So,
No,
hold on.
no,
So,
listen, man. Anything that IGN puts their name on, I'm just like, yeah. sure.
IGN is
Fuck
trash.
me.
You're right. They're trash. You're right.
all right. So
That's
anyway,
super
anyway, he swallow Pony Juice. Good lord, says Delta
Yeah.
Force better come to PS5 sooner than later, and you better buy it and show the industry that we want this. So he's talking to y'all three.
Well, I
That's
got it on
Delta Force.
PC, and it is a live
Not-
service game.
Oh
So,
shit!
you
So
lost me.
like
yeah.
You
that
lost me.
just
Yeah,
adds
that's
to
A
what you're
live service
saying.
game.
Yeah.
That just
Yeah,
adds to what
it's
you're
just
saying. It's a
like-
live service game. All right,
I think people. Just to that point, I want to add. Just because people saw the Delta Force, Black Hawk Down, not DLC, but little campaign that they have. Just because they saw that, they think that that's what the Delta Force game is. It's not. It's a free to play game, and I know because I play it. So I'm just fair warning.
all right.
Not
Straight
saying-
shot.
It's a good game to me, but it's still a live service game.
All right,
So.
straight shot with the $5 super chat. Insurgency Sandstorm, Hell Let Loose, and Armor Reforger are on console. Military Sims, even on PC, are a niche. Hence why they're coming to consoles now too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
Make this guy Joe a mod in your chat, bro. What a great guy. I like this guy.
Joe Kane?
Yeah.
Oh,
You see what he
yeah,
said.
he says SOCOM too. Oh yeah, that's automatic mod.
Yeah.
That guy's a fucking legend, bro.
He said
You know what? I'm
depends
gonna
on
get 5. I'm gonna get 5 memberships. I'm in a great mood. I believe today.
you know what I'm saying? You
I
know
believe
what?
today, bro.
Listen, Blaze, I hope you get Killzone. In fact, let me put it this way. I hope you get Killzone. And you know what? I'm going to tell you what I secretly... Everybody knows there's certain games I would love remake, right? From the single player. Like, I would love, certain games to be remade that are like from the PS2, PS1 era, right? One of them, I please, Rockstar, please remake The Warriors. I would love them to remake that game. But anyway,
the
that's just
Warriors
me.
would be fire,
Oh
bro.
my
Oh
god,
my God,
Warriors right now,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
That shit would be fucking fire because they would just open up New York City to a whole new level.
Yeah.
But anyway, besides that, I actually do. Anyway, you knew I always want the SOCOM remake. But besides SOCOM remake, I would love them to remake Resistance.
Resistance.
I enjoyed
Me
Resistance,
too, bro.
I enjoyed Resistance more than Killzone.
I hear
Actually.
that. I'm not even
So-
mad at that. Listen, if gun to head, I'm taking SOCOM over all 3 of them. If there's
I'll be honest. I
That's
would take
just me.
SOCOM
Yeah.
too. But
I will play that old Bad Company 2 with the old controls. You know I don't like to do all control schemes.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
I don't like that shit.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
take that, re-release on PS5 with no graphical update,
Oh
just a
my
bullshit
God.
remaster.
Just make
I
it
will
work.
take that shit
Just
every
make it
day.
work. Just make it
Just
work.
make it work. Just bring it to the DualSense. Just don't even put DualSense or haptic trigger. Don't even do that.
Mhm.
Not even haptic trigger. Nothing. Just give me that game again. I put 800 hours into that
Can I-
game.
Can
I'll
can I
play
ask
that shit.
can I ask y'all this question? Just one question.
Yo.
Wait.
Okay. It's not going to be a question. It's just a statement, and maybe y'all can just jump. Just beat me up after. But nostalgia never works. I've seen it before. Gamers ask for X, Y, and Z, and then that shit just doesn't.
They don't support it.
What? Yeah. What? Yeah. And that's kind of part of the problem.
I think it's the type of game, right?
Yeah.
So we'll use
Yeah.
Silent Hill too. That didn't
Yeah.
it did good, but it didn't blow up.
Yeah.
Despite the nostalgia of Silent Hill 2 when it first came out. So you're
Yeah.
kind of right. It depends on the game. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I
You're
get
right. I agree.
Fantasy
I agree. I
Final
agree.
Fantasy VII Remake did work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it-
that's
it de-
totally
like I
different
said,
because
it depends on the game. For remake, it
Yeah,
worked.
it can
For
work.
Silent Hill 2, it didn't.
I mean
Yeah.
all these fucking Resident Evil games.
We're
right?
about to see. Listen, we're about to see
They
Metal Gear
always-
Solid 3 remake. We'll see if that game hits.
I don't think it's gonna do Puerto Rock.
I don't know.
I don't think that's
I
going
don't
to
give
be
a
the
think it's
fuck.
gonna do
I don't
good.
care.
I don't
I'm buying it.
Yeah.
If
No, I
even
get
if
it.
I'm the only person on the planet that buys it,
Yeah.
I don't
He'll
care.
buy 12
And I'm gonna
copies,
buy
he'll
it
one for his
physical.
wife.
I'm buying physical because
Yeah.
you're not gonna take
My
that
man.
from me. You're not gonna
Yeah.
know. You're
My
not gonna
man.
refund and steal it from me. No,
Yeah,
I'm
oh
keeping
yeah,
it
oh yeah. No
forever.
refunding. Yeah.
No refund. So if
no
Konami
refund.
goes, oh my god, this game failed, automatic refund. You can't play the game. Bullshit. I got it
Yeah,
on
but
disc.
You know what?
You play offline.
That's it.
But-
I'm
but-
gonna unplug my shit. It's mine. You're not taking
Here's
that
the
game
thing,
from
Puerto
me.
Rock. Here's the thing.
But you're right.
When that,
I agree, J-Dub. I agree with you.
what I'm saying is that game being released on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, on every fucking thing. I see that game selling 2 to 3 million copies, and I know that because we've seen recent games
I know.
that people claim success,
Look at Alan Wake 2.
but it's like what?
You know what? Even new games. Because look at Alan Wake. Everybody's like,
Yes.
oh, we should get a sequel to Alan Wake.
Yes.
They did it.
Yes. And
And now it reached 2 million. After like
they haven't
over.
even broke even. They haven't even broke even.
And people have been
it's-
asking for the sequel. So you're right.
Exactly.
No. But can I just say, with Alan Wake, people were just glazing up for nothing.
I know.
There were no Alan Wake original
Yep.
fans.
I know.
But that's my,
Like
It was lies.
Damn,
It was
that's
made
my
up.
didn't
point.
exist.
That's
It was
my
made
No,
up.
but you're talking about nostalgia. Nostalgia is like for shit we actually cared about back in the day.
No,
No one gave a fuck about Alan Wake.
But him.
No one was like, oh, that flashlight.
No,
Oh,
but the
shit.
reason, but the
right.
reason why we're saying, there was people pretending they loved Alan Wake.
No, but that people
like,
pretend
who
they
like
love
that
Death
Wake?
Stranding 2
Aight.
now. Listen, I don't buy this whole Death Stranding 2. Everyone's glazing into the high heavens. I don't buy it. Okay, I know it was a cool ass trailer. It was a dope trailer, But listen, I wouldn't say that Death Stranding 2 is going to sell twice the amount of Death
No,
Stranding 1,
I
even
think
though people over here are pretending like they're so gassed up
maybe
about it. I'm like, yo,
5 million.
nah, I don't believe you. I don't trust you. I
No,
don't trust
It's
PlayStation
Nah,
guys.
listen. In
You guys already
Kojima, I
know that.
trust. In Kojima, I trust.
absolutely.
I
No,
trust
no,
No,
in
it's gonna
Kojima.
sell double.
you and I
I
are
think
gonna
it'll
buy
sell
it. We
double.
both
Yeah,
know we're
I
gonna
trust
buy
in
it.
Kojima.
But what I'm saying is that you see
Listen.
all of these tourists driving by, saying like,
Tourists.
"Oh, we should
Mhm.
stop at this small town," and it's
So
like,
look at that. Oh,
"No,
that's
no, you're
you
not.
got
They're
the
not gonna stop."
case. That
Yeah,
is
You know?
beautiful.
Yeah.
This is the demo disc sealed.
That
This is
is
a demo disc.
you
that
know,
is beautiful.
and that's what
Beautiful.
that is you're what you're saying exactly how I'm feeling right now. People say they want something. We like gamers always ask for some shit, especially nostalgia, but they rarely ever go out and support the shit. And we know that based on all the games that release every fucking year. All these fucking games, hundreds of games released every year. Oh yeah, can't wait for this, can't wait for that. And you see that shit, oh, that shit barely hit 1 million. It's like, where the fuck are all you gamers at? They're supposed to be out here selling this shit. They're buying this shit. Especially in listen, I get it. Xbox guys don't buy games, right? They have a service that they pledge allegiance to, and if
Blockbuster.
it's not in the service, they don't care.
Yeah.
But with a lot of PlayStation games, and I get it that not everybody likes one type of game. So even when I saw the sales of Astrobot, which I thought, and I think on this podcast, I said, yeah, that game is definitely going to sell fucking 10 million copies because it wasn't a full price title and it was something that everybody adored and glazed previously because it was just a fucking great game. So now you got a full blown next generation version. Of course, this shit is going to sell, but it didn't. And then
J-Dub,
I scratched my
you're
fucking head,
always wrong
and
with that
I'm like,
one. Yeah,
damn,
yeah. Do you know why?
maybe I'm always wrong.
Do you know why I knew that we was never gonna do that? Because I even said it. I think I put it in the video. No, I put it in the tweet. Remember, I said that it's going to come out. It's going to be a great game, and it's not going to sell. It's not going to outsell Mario. It's not going to do all of these things. And then people were coming back at me because I said that I enjoyed it more than Mario, and then they were throwing that tweet in my
Yeah,
face. I'm like, it is a good game, but it isn't going to outsell Mario. And the reason I knew that, J Dub, is because
hmm
Sony put the game in your console for free, and most people didn't even open it, even though
yeah,
it was literally there on the home screen. You
yeah.
know, people that are always like Sony's anti-consumer, Xbox is so much better. When was the last time Xbox gave you a free ass game?
A free
And people are
game.
like, oh,
Yeah,
it was a tech demo. It wasn't a tech demo. It was a
it was
game,
a
a
game.
full-fledged
Yeah,
game. It was just a short experience. And people
yeah,
are saying, oh, we want 6-hour games again. We don't want games that are like
yeah,
going to take 300 hours. And then Sony gave you one in your console and you still
yeah,
didn't open it. So I knew that the glazing for Astrobot was just that. It was going to be another situation where the critics and the fans of the game are going to tell you that it's great. And a lot of
yeah,
people are going to latch on like, oh my God, this game is amazing. And then they're not going to buy it. They're
yeah,
going to go watch someone else play it on YouTube. You
yeah.
know, and
I'm
again,
always.
this goes into the whole streamer
Yeah,
culture, which again we talked about it before, but I think that streaming is really content theft for most things. But
yeah,
the point is, Death Stranding 2 is in the same situation to me. A
yeah,
lot of people are acting all excited on Twitter, and then they're not gonna buy it, or if they buy it, they're going to hate it because what you said before, J-Dub, this
yeah,
game actually requires you to slow down, to pay attention, to ingest it, to care about it, to do
yeah,
all of these things. Like it wants you to come on this journey with it, and it's not going to like make accommodations for you if you are like trying to talk to your chat on Twitch, or if you're trying to like do 100 other things at once. It's not that type of game. It's like a movie. You're like Death Stranding requires you to be in a movie theater in your mind. No
yeah,
distractions, no phones. Watch what's on the screen and really pay attention to the details. And then maybe you find a joy in it. But most people, 90% of people that pick up Death Stranding 2 without having played Death Stranding 1, they are not going to know this game is going to require all of that of them. You know?
yeah, yeah. I'm be honest. A lot of times I'm just frustrated with obviously with what's going on with gaming. But it's like, guys, man, you don't want your console to go the way of fucking Xbox if you're not supporting these games. And I get it. Not everybody likes, every single genre. But some things is kind of like a no-brainer. Like, man, like damn, why this just didn't resonate with the
Yeah,
masses?
yeah,
And,
definitely.
and so and but then I scratch my head when I see these fuckers, like all these fucking numbers going for like the Marvel Rivals and some of these other bullshit ass games. I'm like, fuck. How could Microsoft, right, with a single player game, or Sony with a single player or even a multiplayer game get those type of numbers? Then we wonder why they open up their platform to the PC and stuff. They want to get those type of numbers. And even
No,
when they
that's true.
do and put it everywhere and they still don't get the number, then it's like, what the fuck do these gamers want? They just want the bullshit that uh that all these fucking companies be throwing out there, right? All the people that we hate when they try to buy up shit. People always talk about NetEase. They always talk about everybody else. Oh, I don't like this shit. But then they drop a fucking bullshit game, free to play game, and you just fucking in it, putting all your time, all your money, and everything in there. And then we wonder why we can't get a fucking SOCOM or a Killzone or whatever. It's because the numbers don't really reflect that. And these companies and these investors, they go on tangibles, and that's the almighty dollar. They with the data. They go off the data. They don't go about feelings. They don't go off if Blaze and J Dub and Porter Rock and M like SOCOM, or they don't care about that. They care about where the numbers are, and the numbers show that they're not playing those games that M and Porter Rock and Blaze and J Dub want. And so, how do we get there? Right? I don't know. Are we? Is it true? Are we just the OGs of gaming, and we need just to stick with our ones and dones over here until that
My
shit
little
is over?
brother is 14 years younger than me. So
Hmm.
the good thing is that he's basically 2 generations away, right? Because he's like, I think he's like a whatever the fuck was before Alpha, whatever.
Yeah.
He's 2006, and so he's coming into that space now where I am, where he
Hmm.
wants to be playing, Persona 5, and he doesn't talk about the gameplay, he talks about the themes.
Yeah.
He wants to be playing the God of Wars, and he doesn't just talk about the gameplay, he wants to talk about the ideas and the story and, or the deeper mechanics or the deeper themes that were underlying the game. And he's now getting here. So again, I feel like the live service for notification of that sphere, right,
Hmm.
has brought in a lot of younger gamers because it's fun to run around like Batman and be fighting fucking Goku and
Yeah.
all of these crazy scenarios and
Hmm.
meetups. But guess what?
Hmm.
Those people are adults in making. They also are going to want the adult. Like we used to watch Cartoon Network, you know,
Yeah.
and now we enjoy things on Netflix like Blue Eye Samurai. They're both
Yeah.
animation, but one of them has adult themes and maturity and takes like the things that happen seriously. And then the other one is an episodic thing that you watch because this fucking sword can talk or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
You know? So it's like we've been through that as people. It's weird that people somehow want to give up on the younger generation and want to be like, oh yeah, they'll never be interested in adult media,
Yeah.
or adult oriented things. No, we have this and they are turning into those gamers. And this is why remasters and remakes are so good because my little brother was not going to play The Last of Us, bro. Well, what
Yeah.
was he going to play when he was like fucking 2 years old or like,
Yeah.
6 years old?
Yeah.
Or you want to penalize him by being like, oh, go fetch a PS4 or a PS3 and go play that version. No, bro.
Yeah.
He wants to play the latest and the up to date on the most recent console that he has. He wants to also enjoy the experience just the same way that we did. What is the best thing that the technology can do for him? He wants to play at that highest graphical setting. Just
How old
like
is he?
he's 18 years old this year. Well, I think he's
Okay.
turning 19 soon. You know?
Yeah.
So he's just at the cusp of like, oh yeah, I want adult, like shit that
Theme stuff.
respects your
Yeah.
time, and everything. He didn't used to like books. Now he reads more books.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like, man, if you think gamers have been lamenting the downgrade, the decline of the audience, imagine what it is like to be authors, man. In the book world, every year they cry about how there's less and less people reading.
Yeah.
And yet it sustains itself because people eventually want to pick up a book. Because eventually they're like, oh yeah, damn. You know what would be really good fucking now? A fucking book, you know? And
Yep.
there's still great success stories in the world. But the point is, I feel like there's this defeatist mentality that we have in the
Hmm.
gaming sphere.
Facts.
the younger generation isn't going to be interested in our games. Oh, this already just skip them over. Oh, single player games aren't hitting the same anymore. Oh, these budgets
Negative,
are
negative, negative.
unsustainable.
Yeah.
Just negative, 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 Debbie Downer shit. And I'm like, no, actually, you're just dealing with what every other industry had to deal with. You know, how many people go to art house cinemas? But there's still art house movies being produced. They're not produced for free. They still make money because there are enough people that are like, oh shit. I want to see the blue door in the Alps. Like whatever the fuck that is, right? Like people want to go once in a while, they want to see that shit. Think about theater. There are still theater productions.
Yeah.
You know, who goes to fuck your Blaze? When was the last time you went to see a fucking theater play, man?
I want to see Paw Patrol live, baby.
There you
Paw
go.
Patrol Live.
I'm just being real.
Shout out, that's I gotta respect the dad. That's it, man.
Having kids, man.
That's
Having
what's up,
kids.
bro. You can't. That's what's up.
And he didn't even go with the kids.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, man.
I hope he won with the kids. I really hope he did.
I went.
Oh, that's a good one. He said, I didn't even go with the kids.
listen.
The kids,
You
I
went
went
to
for
the kids
myself.
The first time,
Hey,
the first
I'm-
time you went
shit.
with them. The first time.
Hey, I'm
That's
gonna keep
funny.
it real. Live on air right now, man. I went to see the My Hero Academia movie, man, all by myself, man.
man.
Everybody's
man.
like, yeah. Everybody's like, yeah, you
But-
taking
but
the
no,
kids?
you
I'm
went-
like,
no.
yeah, I'm taking the
J
kids.
Dub, tell them that you want to check it out for the kids to make sure they weren't going to be bored.
Exactly.
So the second time you came with the kids, you knew
Yo,
it was
you,
going to
you,
be good.
you want to know what's funny about when I went there, bro? I swear to God, they have a bar with alcoholic beverages
For you
for
guys.
the adults. Swear to God.
That's how you're going to need this shit. You're going to need help.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yo, but the
Alright.
thing is, very many other industries have been going through this idea of like there's an audience decline happening, and they haven't closed up shops yet. There's still fucking
true.
circuses running,
I mean,
you know?
Xbox
So-
consoles
and
is
the-
getting there.
Yeah.
Pardon? mean,
Xbox consoles is kind of
You
getting
know, the
there.
funny thing is that they're getting there because the person at the top is defeatist. That's the
Exactly.
problem. That's
Oh.
the problem. You know? Oh man, could you imagine if you worked for a theater production and then your boss was like, "Yeah, we're not gonna make the cut." You're just like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
Like,
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yo,
man.
and then fucking what was that thing? How Hamilton came out and it took
Yeah.
over the world. Right? People were like fighting in the street to be able to get tickets to see the original production. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like if you create something great in any medium, people are gonna show up for it. You know, people showed up for the Harry Potter game in droves because
yeah, it did.
they wanted a Harry Potter game. You know, you create something great, especially when there's been a lack of it. People are going to be like, "Oh yeah, I want to touch base." And like if Hamilton 2 comes out, people are going to get back to the theater, even if the last time they went to the theater was Hamilton 1. You know,
Yeah.
they're going to get back there. And the thing is, you don't have to be defeatist about it. Our industry isn't dying. And there is still room, there's still enough gamers in the world that can support and sustain different varieties of shit. Not everything has to be live service. Not everything has to be single player. There is space for something that's in between, like a Helldivers 2, which, yes, is closer to the live service. But the point is, it is PvP, it's a PvE instead of PvP. We have these little pockets, and there's still enough demand that people are going to show up if you make a really good version of it. The problem is people make really bad versions of it, and then they use that as justification for why they shouldn't have bought it in the first place. You know,
That's
like people make a Battlefield 2042 and then be like, "Well, you see, Battlefield is dead." It's like, no, like that's not Battlefield. Like you didn't make a Battlefield game.
Yeah.
You know. By the way, Blaze, is that a new PC or is that just a different camera
is.
angle?
It is.
I
I
knew
paid.
it. I was like,
You know what? I paid $3,500. I paid $400 to overnight it, and I bought this PC. I spent $3,500 with no GPU.
Oh,
what the
shit.
fuck?
So they shipped it to me with no GPU. It's got
They
the
shipped
best
you-
CPU in the game. Yeah, just no GPU. Ready. It says 5090, 5080 ready. Shipped it to me.
But apparently wasn't ready.
Hey, Blaze, I got a
It
question
wasn't,
for you,
no.
brother. I
Yeah.
got a question for you. Will you
Wow.
be able to play GTA 6
Oh,
Death
man.
Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotai on it.
No.
Oh,
Maybe in
man.
2
Wait,
years.
Blaze,
Maybe
Blaze,
he
hold
said
on.
maybe in 2
Make this make
years.
sense to me. I'm not trying to pocket watch you, but tell me, how
Yeah.
did they get you $3,500 on like what's the build?
Okay, it's got a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D, which is the best CPU in the game, and which that CPU alone is always sold out. You can't go buy it. At least for me, I've
Okay.
tried to buy it. It's got all Lean Lee fans. It's got the motherboard's $500. Don't quote
Which
me on.
motherboard is it?
Oh my God, I knew you were gonna ask me that. I was about to say don't quote me on the motherboard.
Is it
I looked
Asus?
it
Is
up.
it Asus Strix?
Asus, yeah, it's Strix.
Yeah, okay,
Um,
there we go.
It's got 64 gigs of RAM. And listen, I looked at the labor cost. It was like they're charging like $400 to put it together. That's the problem. That's where the costs are jumping. And the
Is
case
the
is a
cable
Be Quiet.
management?
Yes, it's a Be Quiet case. Beautiful case that you can't even. I'll share. I'll send you a picture right now. But
Yeah.
look, for me, I had to take out my old GPU and put it in here. And I'm telling you right now, I was on my knees. My fucking back was hurt. I'm getting hot and irritated. I got people in the Discord. Blaze, pull the latch, Blaze, right there. I'm like, what latch? Everybody's telling me different. So I know what I did. I took a screenshot of the motherboard. I said, you circle all three. You circle the latch. You want me to push. They all circled a different button, bro.
Hey, fuck
That's
PC.
Yo,
Bro, I said you
man.
motherfuckers are either gonna so anyway, I ended up getting this shit in there. I had to get in, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is
so
PC
what
gaming is
GPU do
fucking
you have
dog
in
shit.
there?
That's right there. That's a 3090.
Okay. Now
I
please
sold
continue
my
about how it's dog
4090.
shit. Because I say this every
You sold the
podcast, and
4090?
people think that I hate PC gaming.
Yeah.
You sold
Yeah.
the 4090? Why? So you could get the
Blaze,
5090?
how do you not have?
He
How do
waiting
you
for
not have
the
the best of the best?
5090. He waiting for the
I
5090.
can't get a 50, bro. Find me a 5090 available right now. MSRP, I'll buy it right now. Find it.
Bro, if anything, do you really want it? Them shit's just burning people's house down.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, it's a new Note 7. It's a new
I need it.
Samsung Note
That's
7.
that shit that said I need it.
Nah, listen, I need it.
So what you playing on now? You're playing on your 3090?
3090, yeah.
Oh, so you hating life.
No. Actually, bro, believe it or not, the 3090 is a really powerful card, bro. It can.
No,
It
hold
can
on,
brute
hold
But
on.
force
compared
a
to
lot
your
of shit.
4090 though,
question.
compared to your 4090?
Oh yeah, no, there's no comparison. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
No
I know you missing that 4090 right now.
for sure.
Yo,
It
quick
didn't fit
question,
in my
quick-
old case. That's why I sold it. That's why I bought this because it's a bigger case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was what I was gonna ask. Why even bother with the entire
Bro, so I go on
computer
Reddit. I go on Reddit, and I'm like, yeah. They're like, yeah, the 4090 will fit in that case. I'm like, bet. I open it. I turn it the other way vertically. Nothing. I'm like, so now I open the box
don't
now to
trust,
try to,
don't trust Reddit.
yeah, whatever.
You know,
But
you know
that-
what you
that's
should
what
have
it is.
done?
Should have
You
got the
got your
Pro.
measuring tape. Measuring tape. Oh, he's got the Pro. Measuring tape, and you should have just measured it yourself.
You should
Um,
just,
do not trust
you
the
should have
PC.
just
No,
stayed
that-
playing on the Pro.
My Pro's always plugged in. But listen, I
That's
love
it.
my Pro.
Yeah, that shit, man.
And you know what? Hey, when all these people say you bought a paperweight fucking console,
Now
Death
look.
Stranding 2 is gonna silence everybody. Watch. Mark my
Obviously.
words, because when
Oh, absolutely.
y'all all playing on that base PS5, I'm gonna be on my Pro, and we're gonna see the difference. We'll see really what it's worth right now.
Facts.
Death Stranding 2 is gonna be the big test. You'll see.
Facts. All right.
I'll
Let me do
never-
this. I want to say thanks, Blaze, for the gift membership. He gifted out five memberships. So to those of you,
salute.
give Blaze a shout out and thank him. Right, truly
Salute.
Oh,
appreciate
by
it.
the way, P-Rock, before you guys just cut you off, Saturday, I already told Rev, you, me, Rev.
Okay. Oh shit. What's
The whole
going down?
podcast.
Oh,
Podcast.
Oh shit.
I already told him.
All right. No
And he
doubt.
said, he said, all right, let's do it. But
Let's
I had
do
to
it.
private the last stream.
Okay.
People
Oh, that's
fucking-
what it was. All right. No doubt.
Yeah. So
But that was some good combos you had.
yeah.
That shit was funny. Oh shit. That's gonna, gonna
Blaze,
be. All
you
right,
got to
I'm
tell him to
there.
bring the data. You got to bring the data.
I'm
No,
there.
he's not.
No, but you know, but you know what I like. You know what I like about when Blaze and Rev have the combo. They start with gaming, but then it just gets into life topics. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
that's when the podcast gets good. Because you know
Right,
how
yeah.
much shit can you say about gaming, but like when they end up talking about live topics, it's a lot of shit they talk about. Like just so many topics and stuff like that. It's fucking awesome.
All over the place.
And then they get back to gaming, like Battlefield. I'm like, no one gives a fuck, man. Stop talking about Battlefield. Go back to some life shit. Ain't nobody talking. I want to hear that shit. You know?
No, but J-Dub, you gotta do me a favor.
Like, ain't nobody trying to hear about games, dog. Fuck out of here. Go back to the live topics.
It back. We gotta run it back, me, you, and Meds, just to show the community that hey. You know what I mean? So whenever you're ready, we gotta run that back.
Run what back?
I don't know if he reached out to you or not.
No, he did.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
No,
J-Dub told him.
There was some drama?
Something happened. Yeah.
We told him to get the data and it went left and then
Get the data on what? What?
It went left.
That's why
super left.
That's why get the data is like a quote from J-Dub now. Get the data. Get the data.
Yeah.
Did something happen? Like,
something happened.
No,
I missed it.
No. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta go back and watch it, man. But it's a painful point. You can see over here, Blaze is hurting. Okay, we'll talk about it after the podcast.
Bro, I was so mad. Yeah.
They get the data.
We got 60 frame no lag, right? Where
we got
we have
what is
all our
it?
topics, and so you always have the data, right? Any kind of stuff on the topic, we're
Gotta get the Carfax.
well versed. Yeah, we're well versed on the topics that we talk about, and we debate about and stuff like that. So all 1 week I'm on Next Gen podcast. We talking about the same topic. I'm on 60 frame no lag. We talking about the topic and data. So Blaze had he had his show, and we brought up some topics. But some of the topics already had the data on it because you and I had already discussed it.
Yeah, we already did
the
it.
Numbers, and we already did it, right? And so we brought up some topics and whatever. I had already had the data, right? And so things just kind of went left. And so Mads was like, "Well, what's the data? Show me the data." I was like, "Okay, well, I'm just letting you know. We already have the data. We already had this podcast before. You can trust my word." He's like, "Now give me the data." So I went to the same sources, Puerto Rock, that we went on the show, right? So I got the data, showed it. It was accurate. So we moved on. So he says something else later on in the show that I disputed, and I said, "Well, go get the data. Show me the data." And he didn't want to get the data.
Used the shit on him.
And
Well,
so-
go
That's
get the
only
data.
right though. That's only fair. That's only fair.
Yeah, and you didn't have the data.
Nah, you was
So-
telling J-Dub to you got to get the data. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
no, it's your turn to get the data, bro. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, shit.
so
All
it was just a funny thing. It was just a funny thing happening.
right, what's up?
Yeah, we good.
What time?
We
What
good.
time? What,
Shout out
What's
to
the
J-Dub
difference
for being
between-
an
what time,
adult, though.
Blaze? What time Saturday?
9:30.
Eastern?
Yeah, Eastern. Yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah. Lock it in.
Mount Cash. Mag had bad timing and was ahead of his time. It was ahead of his time. It was already set up to slide right into the current gas LS strategy and do SOCOM with ADS like Helldivers 2. I'm telling you, like some of the PlayStation 3 maybe games, like the PlayStation 3 had the multiplayers, but it wasn't the right platform for multiplayer, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
triggers and all that.
Sony was like trying to still figure their multiplayer out. If those games would have went on the PS4,
Yeah.
I think they would have had a better time.
Yeah.
Like brand new, like nobody knows anything about it, but at least a cohesive online. You know, Sony changed stuff. They improved their online with the PS4. Definitely didn't shut down for a month.
Do you guys? Yeah. Do you guys think we'll get another like PlayStation Home? Because that shit used to
that'd be fire.
Man, that was a
PlayStation Play.
pedophile ground,
That-
bro. That shit should
Well,
never
yeah,
come
we-
back.
we know
That
now.
shit, that shit was that shit was that shit. Oh,
This is your
mine.
camera right now.
Yeah,
Look
but
at
mine
this.
is cleaner. But mine is,
This is how
but mine
close
is,
it is.
but mine is cleaner. It's crisper.
You're so close.
It's crisp. See, yours look a little blurry. Mine's like in your face.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that now. Before, like, hold on. Let me fix this. Get up. All right, can you recognize the L?
This is just how close you are. I'm just like, why am
This is
I? I'm
supposed to
going
work.
to your eyeballs.
Porter, I
Yeah,
got the
that's
same type of
crazy.
camera, different, but I shut off the gestures because that shit would be like boom, boom, boom. I'm like, oh shit.
Like, hold up. It's supposed to recognize it, but it's not blinking.
That's
Well,
supposed to
this
zoom in, right?
No, so it's supposed to do the L, and then once it recognizes it, if you aim up, it'll zoom closer, and then you go down. Like it's a baby, so it's gonna take. I'm gonna have to,
You're gonna have
train
to
it.
mess with it a
I
little
have to,
bit.
I have
yeah.
to mess with it, get some practice, get some reps in. Like, bro.
This
Oh
is
wait.
your camera.
Yo, Em, what the?
This is your camera. This is you. Right now,
That
this is
shit,
what he's doing.
Yo, you know what? From this point on, everybody on the podcast. This is how we're gonna host it. Everybody.
What the
This
fuck?
is,
right now.
we need. This is the new shit for 2025. We're gonna be like this. Hey, what's up, everybody?
This camera.
J Dub, get on the game, bro. Get on the camera. We're all like this from this point out. Everybody.
All of us.
This podcast is in your face. It's in your face.
Podcast.
Like, right?
Wait, you changing your podcast name?
I said what?
You changing the name of the podcast?
No, it's the same thing. So maybe this will be 60 frames in your face
60 frames,
podcast.
no frame. There's no frame. There's just,
No
there's just
face.
face.
60 frames, no
They-
face.
Yo,
Yeah.
they're
There's no
saying this.
frame
They're
around
saying
here.
this is the Blair Witch cam. You know, you're gonna see the boogers. Right? The Blair Witch cam.
Oh, please
Yo,
no.
play with this camera though. I don't like it. I'm a hater. I'm a hater.
The Blair Witch cam. Oh,
No, that can't miss
shit.
crispy though. It is crispy, no doubt
that
about
shit-
it.
Yo, they said, "Oh, thank you, appreciate it." At least, you
too
know,
much of a
I
good
got
thing.
more compliments. He's in fact, Extreme's the only hater. He's the only hater.
Extreme is a professional.
No,
He's the one that
nah.
does this.
And his camera costs like $1,000. That's why, Puerto Rico, you know that, right?
I'm not listening to anybody whose country has the toilet flush backwards. I'm not doing
Oh
that.
shit!
No, I can't trust that. You can't trust.
Yeah,
You can't
wow.
trust. When your water flushes the right
And then
way.
when I make comments about America, I get a
like
comment
that.
afterwards.
Yeah, but
saying,
you're talking about like the massacre of children. I'm talking about toilets, breakdancing.
pastime.
Like
Is
you're
it my
like
fault?
that. Like that's not a
You guys are
pastime.
world renowned for that shit.
Wait, what do
Like,
you mean
point-
your toilet flushes backwards? What do you mean?
Well,
If you're in
you
the southern
know,
hemisphere,
everything
the
backwards.
circulatory or whatever it's called, the water flushes the other way.
This is what it means. When you flush your toilet, look in the direction it's flowing.
Yeah,
It's backwards.
And-
it's the other way for
in
them.
America, it's counterclockwise. In
Theirs
I
is
think
counter.
down there.
It's
is
counterclockwise.
clockwise. One way to counterclockwise. Yeah, it's really weird, but that's how shit is.
It really
Yeah.
isn't weird. It's just
No, it is when you think about it. It's weird.
He says.
I'm
It's called
looking
the
at his shit going
Coriolis
down the
effect.
toilet like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know?
listen. It's just normal when you're. The point is, when I bring up realities of your hemisphere,
Yeah,
And your
but I know
country,
bring
people
up shit
wanna get
like we're
mad.
fat or we have high cholesterol. This guy talks about us burning churches and the massacre of children. I don't like,
listen,
like this guy's terrible. He really goes for the
Listen,
soul.
What do you do
Yeah,
more
they be
of?
fighting kangaroos.
I'm just
We-
talking, I'm
we
talking
eat-
about. Listen,
we eat
there's fat
McDonald's
people all
more
over
than
the
anything.
world.
No, not
There's
like
fat people all
America.
over
We
the world.
own
What is
that
uniquely
title.
American.
We
What is
that,
uniquely
no,
American?
no fat people, like lots of
You
fat
guys
people.
have the
Yeah.
right to
Yeah.
bear
They go there and eat
arms,
all day.
which I'm just gonna leave it
Okay,
that.
okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Not gonna talk about the consequences that come from that. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yo, where's the closest McDonald's to you, M? How far is it?
If you, holy shit, 3 kilometers away. That's
3
about
kilometers?
1.5
Can you-
miles. For
Okay.
you guys.
1.5 miles. Oh my God, we have like 5 McDonald's in that
Yeah,
distance.
facts.
You got like 5 choices of McDonald's.
Bro, I got a Dunkin' Donuts on every block.
At one
McDonald's,
point,
hold on,
yo,
McDonald's is more like 4 miles away. Actually,
I got McDonald's right upstairs on the second floor.
What about
Yeah.
coffee? You guys big in coffee over there?
Yo, we are huge in coffee. There's more coffee shops in Australia, in Melbourne,
Nice. I
than
like
there are
that.
people. I'm
I like
convinced
that.
of that.
I like that. That's
I'm
good.
convinced of that.
That
like
is
if you want
fantastic.
coffee,
Oh, I love
I think they
coffee.
actually call it the coffee capital of the world. Actually,
Ooh,
like
shit.
it's taken over
I like it.
everybody else.
I love me coffee, man. I need
I ain't
that.
gonna
If you
lie.
love
I don't know why.
coffee-
Why is the
Let me
cameras?
put it this
you know,
way.
he's kind
Let
of
me
right.
put it this way.
I am kind of close.
What's his name? Starbucks failed in Australia because the coffee wasn't good enough.
Wow.
Yeah,
And that's like
Yeah.
the big coffee over like the.
yeah. You guys
Oh,
have
it's
that. We
working
were
now.
like,
I'm Dunkin' Donuts over here, baby. We got one on every block.
Oh yeah,
Listen.
America runs on Dunkin'.
Fire.
yeah.
There we
yeah,
go.
no,
Now we're
don't, though.
working.
So every time you just take
Gotta
the
do it
L,
twice,
you
bro.
just do an L.
There
just
you
take
go.
the
See,
L.
look at that.
Oh, there you
See?
go.
There you go.
There
See.
you go.
Oh, that's a reasonable frame. Thank you.
See, there you go. Next time I'm gonna
Yeah.
zoom into like my eyeball. Next podcast, what you're gonna see is like an eyeball. It's like Resident Evil view. Resident Evil
You know,
cam.
the funny thing is that I have a lens that can do that. I have a lens that can focus that close. So I have a macro lens. So
How
next
much you
time
pay
you
for
zoom
that?
into the eyeball, I'll join you.
This was
Pardon?
only 150. Oh, his lens? Oh, no, never mind. He's not talking about me.
Are you talking about my lens or his his lens?
your
Your lens.
Oh, this it depends. So I used to like a few different ones when I was doing that little skit there.
Bro, look at the flex. He picks them both up. Like, come on, bro.
That's like $8,000 a piece.
Oh no, I don't have Leica lenses.
They look like fucking silencers, bro.
Like for real, bro.
These are decent. No. This particular one is only like 300 US or something like that. It's not an expensive lens.
For a lens, $300. That's like buying a GPU.
You should see the camera behind it.
Oh,
You should see the camera behind it.
well, but that's your profession, so I get it.
Yeah. Yo, no, listen.
I get it.
We're going to talk after the fact about why we're gonna get you one of these.
No, who's gonna get me? Who?
Blaze.
Who?
Blaze.
Who?
If we can afford that PC,
like J-Dub. Like not me. I'm not getting that.
You're right, J-Dub.
We're not in the right economy. We're not in the right economy. The stock market. See, he left already. Once you mentioned his name, he left. He like, oh, I'm out, dog. I ain't buying that shit.
Listen, next tax return season, we're just gonna talk to J-Dub about the write-off.
I might not even get a tax return season with the way things are going. That shit might all go to Elon Musk at this rate.
That's true. That's true.
Shit. Mount Cash with the last final super chat says those games have high MAU because they're free. My son has access to everything, but a lot of his PS friends or parents don't buy all the games or PS Plus. That is true, because that's the thing about free to play. You don't need a subscription service either. So that's why they garner a lot of people on PlayStation, because you got both the people who do play online and the people who don't, but they can because it's free to play. But with that, we're going to cap the show because it's 10 o'clock. Wow, we've been chilling. Blaze, well, for you, it's like what? For you, it's like 1, right?
Yeah.
Blaze, it's like 1 o'clock. Oh, my man. The kid's to bed, now he gets to chill.
Now I get to go to work in 4 hours, 5.
Oh, shit. And you up?
Yeah, that's how I always function, bro.
Oh, you have like a different sleep schedule?
Yeah, I just can't sleep at night, bro.
Hey, we got Gaming 40 in the house.
I see you guys don't like to sleep.
But now, hell no! Oh man, this guy's gonna add another
I'm sitting
hour.
up here. Now? I'm sitting up here editing. I'm up here editing a video, and I'm like, these dudes live still?
No man,
Hey,
like Blaze showed up, so we started talking. Death Stranding. Next thing you know,
this is
Killzone. See, Extreme. He's in the day. I'm. It's not too bad for me. It's 10 o'clock for me, so it's not too bad. You know what I'm saying? Oh snap! Gaming Forte.
We just got darkness. It's just like this is how dark it is.
Oh,
you wanted to remind us that it's night.
He said, "Oh snap!"
There we go.
Oh
there we go.
Man, the chat's like, "Yo, what the hell is going on here?"
That background is fire.
Yo, that is fire. This guy
Blaze
looks like he's in the game Intergalactic.
Blaze versus Gaming 40. Like
holy shit! Like you guys look like you're in a Naughty Dog game.
Oh, he's got the goofy. I know what he's got. Yeah, that shit's cool.
Yeah, the curtain lights.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Gaming Forte, thank you for having a real camera. Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, bro. Listen, the lens by itself costs $700.
Fuck yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we want.
It costs as much as the camera did.
Yes, you should.
Man, my shit, I don't care. $150, and my shit look good.
I was like, that's a real fucking lens. None of this pathetic
and
things.
We got 24 millimeters. We got 50 millimeters sitting up here.
Man, speak it.
We live that life.
No, my shit's a $150 and looks good.
Backup cameras.
Motherfucker. Hey, twinning. we good. We good. Hey, I feel like Porto just putting out props out of nowhere. Just like
I know, right? I got this stuff like.
Hey, listen.
See, look. He zoomed in.
Forte, I forgive you for Xbox and your love for it.
He's a PC dude.
It was always a pain point for me.
Dude,
I forgive you, though.
He's a PC dude.
We're happy, good.
Forte's a PC dude.
I forgive him for that too. Photographers before PC. I forgive him for that too. It's no problem.
Nothing wrong with being on PC, man. That's where all the games are for the most part.
Listen, man. You know what? I won't even comment to that. That's how happy I am.
Oh, because the camera takes priority. Camera takes priority.
Photographers for life. Photographers for life, bro. We're not fighting. Besides, the PC allows us to edit the photos and the videos. It's great. Love it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love PC. There we go.
Shout out to Furious. Out from
Always
New
been a
York, Queens and Long Island. All right.
That's what's up.
How you doing, Forte? You good, bro?
Oh man, I'm good, man. Working, you know how it is, just surviving.
I feel you, bro.
Can't waiting for some more games to come out. Been playing Monster Hunter, man. That game great.
On PC?
Yeah, I beat it.
It runs. Well, listen, see, I got a 4090, so I don't have to deal with all that crap that other people deal with.
He knew already. He's like, wait a minute, hold on. You're not gonna put me on this bullshit. I got the 4090. I'll just brute force the problems away. I'll brute force this problem.
Listen, my best friend, he got a PlayStation 5 Pro, and he was like, "How you liking that Monster Hunter on PC with those terrible frames?" I was like, I said, "How you enjoying 52 frames per second on your PS5 Pro?"
Okay. Oh man.
And he was like, yeah, okay. I was like, I got a 4090. I just turn on my PC and it brute forces everything.
That's it. Hit DLSS. DLSS will fix everything.
Doesn't even matter. Just I still see over 100 frames per second, but that it is pretty busted though, because I have I tried playing it on my laptop and I was like, oh yeah, this plays like garbage.
Oh yeah, gaming laptop. Yeah, I made that mistake. I would never buy.
Hey Forte, that game is the most
for gaming anyway. Another gaming laptop.
Visually, that game can look really like gorgeous, and then it looks horrible at points. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know what I mean? Don't you feel like some areas look great and some areas kind of look like,
when you get into like the real
like
hey,
some
Tommy,
shit like that.
Listen, Capcom didn't sell enough Persona games. They didn't sell enough Persona games, so they the money wasn't coming in like it needed to at Sega. But
they can only sell so many copies of Resident Evil 4 to make up.
Facts.
No, but
they're gonna have to re-release Resident Evil 4 again.
yeah. Well, Capcom out here doing it, man. Street Fighter didn't do that well this time around. But no, man, it's great. I get what you're saying, because it kind of teases you when you first boot up the game. You do the character creation and you see how amazing it looks.
Detailed, yeah.
Man, it's so detailed when you're doing it. Like, I spent like an hour and a half just creating my character, and I was like, I need to just start playing the game. And then when you get to certain parts of the game, like, it looks really good. And the funny thing is, like, kind of the opposite. Like, when you're in like open areas, you can see the texture quality not really be there. But then when you're like in some wooded areas, it's like, man, this like the lighting coming through the trees and stuff.
And shit,
I'm sitting there like all the little attention to detail things look really good. But when you're in a wide open area, it was like, fuck that rock over there on the corner that ain't nobody gonna walk up to and zoom in at 300% to see what that texture quality looked like. And you could definitely see the differences across things. But it seems like it does degrade the quality a little bit when you're in big monster fights, because they're putting more assets into the creature itself, and then they just say to crap with the environment because you're not really paying attention to it until it's kind of over. So they kind of shortchange some stuff, but it's still a fun game, man. Especially if you're playing with people.
Listen, but I am so glad you came here, Gaming Forte, because listen, I'm going to get Podorok on a decent camera.
This
because the thing is,
this camera is amazing.
Listen, fucking too sharp.
A
which one is that you're using?
You want bokeh. You want the fall off. You want the soft, beautiful fading out of the background.
He can use AI for that. He can use AI.
What?
You can use some software to fix it a little bit.
It has the bokeh.
Software sucks. You look like a fucking chump. I fucking hate it when people turn on blur.
Let me tell you.
That fucking zoom.
As soon I tried turning it on my, because you can still turn it on with my camera, and I turned it on. I was like, what in the world is that? Is that fake? That's real fake.
It's super fake.
It's so fake. But when you see here and I tell people, I said, you want to know what real bokeh looks like? I tell people, like, you just take your hand and put it up to the camera and you just watch how it just blurs everything out like that. I'm like,
100%.
I say that's real. That's real bokeh right there. But
like when you hold on the product and you're like, hey, you know what? This thing has to like stop looking at my face.
Right.
Look at that. Look at the fall off. Look how beautiful that shit looks. And then you come back and then it just gives you that beautiful zooming out again and focusing on it again. Yo. Hey, get real lenses, people. Stop trying to use.
You know what? The one thing that I did realize the most when I started making content again, I was like, man, having a camera and a really good background, you can kind of not even really have to put a lot of hard work into your thumbnails, because you can just change. Like, literally, I just change my background and do some stupid thing on the camera, pointing at something, and that background just it literally just stands out because not too many people have that type of setup in their
You know what's funny,
background.
Forte, is I got
100%.
that, but I have no room for it. Because you know, I had the more kids I had, I got pushed to the smallest room of the house now.
Oh yeah, I know how that is.
But
I got the whole
did buy that.
basement.
Yeah, I did buy that.
Yeah,
Shit's
they're
fire.
yeah, they're nice. I got you see the hexagons over there.
Nano leaves. Yeah.
No, those are the Govi the hexes.
Those are Govi. I fuck with Govi heavy. They're
those are
they're the
all
competitor. Yeah.
Yeah, those are all Govi, and then you should see the outside of our house. We have the outdoor lights like going around our whole house from Govi, and then we have the curtain lights on our garage during Halloween and Christmas. So it shows like the decorations and
Nice.
stuff.
So you're doing all right
Nice.
then.
I mean, you know, when it's like after a certain point of time, like once you have everything, you kind of like, I don't need anything for my PC. Like the next thing I would kind of upgrade is probably my CPU because I'm still on 5950X, so I'm still on AM4.
Oh, I'm on the same actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to do it yet because I'm not being
Yeah.
bottlenecked by anything, but that will probably be the next thing I change because I'm looking at it like if I change that, then I got to change the motherboard because everything's on AM5 now. And I'm like, that means I got to get new RAM and I got to go to DDR5. And I'm sitting there like, okay, when I make that decision, I'm basically building a brand new PC at that point.
Well, that's what I was.
100%.
I was stuck with you. So now that I can go to DDR5, and I'm just glad I did it, bro. But see,
Yeah, I mean,
playing at high resolution, right? You're playing at high resolution, so you're playing at 4K.
I mean, I'm still maxing pretty much everything with this one. It hasn't gotten to a point where I've been bottlenecked by CPU or RAM issues or anything like that.
If you're playing at a lower resolution, you probably would get a little bottleneck from it. But
I would.
Yeah,
I'm still.
Can I just
everything's
say I
still
made a
really
mistake.
hard.
I'm on the 5900X, not in the 5950. So,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, pretty much.
Yeah. But
I just got a couple more cores. That's about it.
Yeah, I've got 12 only. But the point is, real cameras give you real bokeh, and that shit is way worse. It's worth the price of admission. Like, take a look at that background. Look at the screen behind him. Look how beautiful. I look more gorgeous out of focus than I do in focus. Honestly, I've just been looking at myself in the background like, shit, that shit looks fire. Yo, listen, you can't fake that. Like, even I can turn on, both for Forte and I can turn on the Zoom, the Discord fake ass,
oh yeah, let me turn that
bokeh thing that it has, and it's just like so.
Right, you don't need none of that.
Let me turn.
You know what I mean? You don't need none. As long as they can see you, you good. Don't be bullied into buying you. You good, bro. You don't need none of that.
Listen.
Look at this shit. Look at what it does. Do you see what it does to the headphones?
Yeah.
Do you see how it can't track them and it looks fake as fuck? This is exactly why you can't just turn it on. If you put up your fingers and you put it different things, do you see how natural that is? It doesn't know that this is supposed to be in focus.
Yeah, you see that?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Right?
No.
So fucking disgusting. I'm just like, ugh.
No, I can't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Get yourself a real camera and boom. What a difference. Like,
T-Rock, he's taking pictures of bikes in the rain. He's a different animal. I'm telling you.
Hey, P-Rock, we're gonna get you. You know what?
Who is we, bro? I don't speak French.
Yo, I'm gonna talk to Doc Dark. Okay?
He bought his PC from Walmart.
Dog, I just watched your brother.
Do you not
video
understand?
today, bro?
Listen, he bought his PC from Walmart. My camera's $150. We're Puerto Rican. We don't do that. We don't buy $700 lenses. That's not a thing.
Bro, I looked at that dude's video today, and this dude was talking about PS5 Pro and PlayStation gamers lost their way, and don't compare your PlayStation 5 Pro to his Walmart PC. I was like, oh my god. Bro, I said that's probably the most entertaining 5 minutes I had watching that video, bro. I was like, oh my god. And he just sitting up here brushing his fucking beard.
You know what's hilarious? We have
funny, bro.
2 PC Master Race people in the chat, and it's funny how they laugh at people like that. Because the thing is,
bro.
I always appreciate the PC Master Race people, like people that actually have the specifications, like fucking Blaze, fucking Forte, Because they're not about that shit. They're not trying to come here and convince you that PC gaming is the thing for you. They're just like, yeah, hey, you have issues with the PS5 Pro? Listen, I don't got none. Because I got it.
None. I don't know what those are.
I always respect that. When I talk about PC gaming, I always talk about the PC peasants. Those are the ones that bother me. Because it's like, you don't even have shit as good as me. And I'm talking about on PC. But you're trying to come here and convince me that I should play on PC. So, you know what? Huge respect. And the fact that, fucking, listen, Blaze, you're up next, okay? We're going to fix whatever that situation is. Now that you change the camera angle, we're going to situate a good lens.
Come on, I can do what you did. I can do what you. What do you want? Look, I can do what?
Oh man, here we
Look
go.
at that.
Okay, here we go.
What are y'all doing? What's that supposed to do?
Yeah, no,
Man.
let's watch
It's
it.
doing something.
Let's
Look.
no, come on. Let's do it.
That thing struggling.
That's what you're supposed to do. Fucking fuck.
That thing is
Like, what are we
struggling.
doing?
We're waiting, yo, Blaze. We're waiting. We're waiting, Blaze. No,
Why? Is it
no.
supposed to shift? Is it supposed to shift
Nah, it's the
focus?
lighting. It's the lighting. It's the lighting.
Yeah,
Is it supposed to shift
man.
focus?
Yeah, it's
There you
supposed to
go.
shift focus. Yeah, that's what. Blaze, what
Listen, I
happened?
paid
What happened,
$400
Blaze?
for this
How long
webcam.
did you-
I paid $400 for it.
How long did you hold that?
Hey,
Oh,
That mug
Yeah.
never.
come on, do it.
Look.
yeah, he got it. He got it.
There's no.
Is that what
All right, okay, you know what?
Is that what
You know
it's supposed to do?
Let's have a real camera do it. Just that's it. Oh, what?
You see that?
Nah, Porter, you did it just as well as theirs. I don't want to hear it. No, he did it. He even got the oil.
All right,
You can
let's
see
do.
it.
All right, your camera. How much your camera cost?
My camera,
Yeah, the one you did it with.
about 1,500, but for the body, about 300 for the lens. It's a 2,000.
Oh, so 2,000. My thing costs 150. So the question is yours
demo.
15 times better than what I did?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Y'all lie. Y'all got. You know what it is? You guys are. You guys.
100 times better.
Yeah.
You guys are in the sunken fallacy.
Yo,
You spend so much money, you have to
better.
convince yourself it's 15 times better. My things are $149. And look at that. Look how beautiful.
No.
$149, baby.
No.
And look at that. And look. And it's not being lazy. And it's not being lazy. It's adjusting its imaging. It's adjusting the background. Look at that. My thing got AI. Your thing is just stupid. My thing got my thing got a doctorate. Your shit is still working on his GED. It's like it's doing nothing. It's just sitting there. It's like my thing is like, what you want, bro? You wanted the close up? You wanted to zoom it in? Look at that. It's like, you know what? You look prettier than the controller, so make sure it's zoomed on me. You see what I'm saying? Does your thing do that? No. Look at that. Look at that, boy. Listen, me and Zoomy, we got this. We got this, right? Johnny number 5, we good.
Hey man, I will be the first person to tell you that you do not need a setup like this for the stuff that we do, but damn does it look good.
Damn, does it look good,
That's
though?
all that is.
good.
Damn does it look good though.
My chat like
what's
it.
funny? People always talk to me about my background, and I've got nothing back there. As you can see, it's a bunch of dolls. But the bokeh makes it look like you tried. Like
That's true. That is true. It does.
It's just like it's great.
But
Like,
tried what?
If I turn down the aperture and then
It's just
make
blurry.
everything sharp, it's garbage.
No, people love looking at this poster. Hell, Blaze wants to buy it. I can't sell a blurry
Listen,
poster.
No. The poster
It's
is
beautiful.
great. And if it was out of focus with bokeh, it would look amazing.
It's
Can your
blurry.
camera do this? Can your camera do this?
It would be blurry.
Mr. Camera, zoom in.
See, look at that. Look at that.
Why?
Boy. Look at
You
that.
can't do that. You
I
can't
just
do that.
I'm telling you, their cameras are dumb. They're
just
analog.
literally watched
They're
the
analog
frame
cameras in
rate.
the digital world. They're dumb. They don't know what to do. You see?
I
You
just
say-
watched your frame rate drop by 40 frames.
That was your PC.
That frame rate
Why
just,
would I want this?
it was stuttering as it was zooming in.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm saying?
god.
You know, I could do that.
Look
If
at
I could be
that.
like, yo, camera. And the camera be like, look
I
at that.
like
See, boy?
those,
Look at
those
that.
Angelica.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Watch
I'm
this.
always gonna get the best angles with this baby. Look at
Watch
that.
this. Hey,
Always.
camera,
Everything
zoom in.
knows.
Zoom into my
Look
nose.
at that.
Watch this.
Ooh, look at that. It knows. You guys, your camera's just boring.
Oh,
It just
God.
sits there doing
This is
nothing.
painful to watch.
Hey,
know what
can
I'm
you do
saying?
this with your camera? Em? Look at this. Look at this.
Mhm.
Can you do that? You can't do that. You can't control
That's
it.
what I'm talking about, Blaze. We're not gonna let these guys gaslight us.
I really don't
They
want
spent
to.
they spent
I just
$10,000
You know
on something that
what,
just sits there.
You
and
can't
the
do
background's
that.
blurry.
Yes.
You know what that's
I just need it to
called?
sit right where it is.
Listen.
Yo,
When things are
exactly.
blurry,
I
that's
put it
called
there for a
bad. That's
reason. I
called
don't need
bad
my
vision.
brain
You need
to
to
be
go to the eye
moving.
doctor. All right. Right. When your vision's blurry, go see a doctor and get that
If I
fixed.
want people
Right.
to look at PlayStation greatness, look at Play.
Look at that.
Look at
Look
my
how
nose.
that's beautiful,
You can't
Blaze.
do that.
That is absolutely beautiful.
I'm
You know what I'm
so
saying?
saddened by the fact that you think that's cool.
It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's
They
absolutely
mad they
amazing.
can't do that, bro.
Yeah, they can't do
Why?
that.
They
They have to
got a flip
manually. They have to reach out and
Yeah, they got
manually
a
do
flip
it.
phone. They gotta go reach
They
over.
are
They
intentional.
got flip phone.
Intentional. We're like Kojima.
Let me guess. Hold on. Do you wait when y'all two down the phone? Do you do it this way too?
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all
I
funny.
love the fuck Lionheart. He's like, this one is blur good. Blur is always fucking good, and it's called bokeh. It's not fucking blur.
It's bukkake. They're all proud of their bukkake film
nah,
lenses and
nah,
shit.
nah,
we don't need-
Disgusting.
We don't need the after hours version of this.
Nah, that camera looks
That's
really
why it's
good,
so
but is it
blurry
1600
because it's
good?
been smeared
I don't
on with all the bukkake you got on your
Oh, God.
lenses.
Here we
It's
go.
all smeared
Fucking
and shit.
hell.
Nobody wants that.
Oh,
We want
God.
clean focus here, nice
This
and
is
clean.
why
This
we
is
shouldn't
this
play.
is clean.
We shouldn't be here after 10 p.m. This is what happens. It doesn't
It
get
did just show the devolved into something else.
just evolved.
Listen, I'm talking on an empty stomach right now. So y'all caught me. I need a Snickers.
Yo, wow, bro.
Wow.
So with that, I think we're gonna end the show with that.
Yes,
we're gonna
we
give
need to
out
end
shout
this before
outs.
We cancelled.
This is yeah, because this show's going in the wrong direction. You and your bukkake lenses. Yo, Blaze,
Oh, God.
what's going on?
Nah, I appreciate hopping in, chopping it up with you guys. You already know, bro. I
right,
appreciate
no
it.
doubt.
Saturday night,
All
make
right.
sure you guys check out Solid Cast Saturday night. Me, Porter Rock, Solid Red will be live.
Oh man, that's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be wild. All right,
Yep.
Extreme.
Yo,
My brother.
listen, people. It's all about the sensor.
at-
you see,
look
you
at
see
that. You
shit?
can't even see
It's
it.
all about the sensor.
Man, get out of here.
Okay, there you go. It's all about this thing. Okay,
What the-
you go
what the-
ahead.
Hey,
and
can you
go.
zoom in so we can read the
Right
words? Oh wait, your camera doesn't do that.
Oh,
Right
man.
there. Right
See?
there.
Look
You
at-
can
look
we
at
can
that.
read the words right there because I can focus, mate. There you go. You see that A7R? It's beautiful.
Look at that.
Okay,
See?
get yourself
See,
a
look
full
at
frame sensor.
Look at
That
camera.
mug is. That mug's
Okay,
pulsating.
whether you
Look
go
at that. Look at
Canon,
that. You can
Nikon,
read the
Sony,
words. You can see Netflix,
Leica.
Prime Video.
That's 'cause you can read
Y'all-
everything.
Y'all can't do
It has
that. Y'all
everything
can't
in
do
the
that.
frame.
You
Y'all
know
can't
what?
do that.
I wonder.
Listen,
I
y'all can't do
wonder.
that.
Let's see.
Listen.
Can you-
Look at that. Look how disgusting that is.
Boom, we can read it.
Look at that.
We can read it.
Disgusting.
Lithium,
Disgusting.
260,
Disgusting. Find a new lens. Look, yeah, you can't read it. Nothing. It's disgusting. You got a lazy ass camera.
Porter, that camera looks great, but is it $1,500 great? Worth it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't think so.
You know
Yes.
why? You
I
don't
don't
know
think
why
so.
it's $1,500
I don't think
great?
so. I don't
Because
think so.
when my daughter graduated high school, I took it to her graduation to get
think
some really good
I don't think
pictures
so.
with it that are
I don't think
hanging
so.
in our living room.
Listen,
And
There
whenever
we
my
go.
daughter, and then when my daughter
Listen.
has band and she
That
goes
thing-
to high school next year
Listen.
and she's in marching band, I can get really good pictures with my 105 to
Listen.
what is it,
And
355
Forte, you know
lens
what I do?
zoom.
I do this.
Listen, my iPhone does that, bro.
love
Yeah,
this
that's
guy.
it.
Hey,
iPhone
it's
does
called
that,
this
bro.
PC gamer on the podcast more often.
iPhone
like
does
him.
it, bro. What
I
y'all
like
talking
Forte.
about? They be making movies with the iPhone now. What y'all talking about,
Come on.
bro? Come
You do
on,
realize
y'all
how
old,
close
man.
you do. Yes,
Man,
you know
yeah.
what? We
Yeah,
will give
listen, do y'all
iPhone-
walk around
we
with
will give
quarters so you can
Apple-
use the payphone too?
No,
Like,
listen,
what are we
will give
doing here?
Apple-
These
we'll
guys
give
walk
Apple
around
their
with
credit
quarters
for
so we can
being
use the
able to
payphone.
like shoot a video from 5 feet away
listen.
with the camera versus I can literally take this camera and be 100 yards away.
Forte, the iPhone will be better than this fucking shit.
Like
Put your
that, like
iPhones
that.
on. What the
Don't
fuck?
be that.
That's true.
Listen,
Yeah, that is
listen.
true. Your
Man,
iPhone-
these guys were hating, bro. I
I
never
wish
seen
you
some
would.
hate, man. Let's
Put
see
your
Zoomy.
iPhones on.
Don't worry about Zoomy.
Yo.
They jealous.
Hey, you know what? Put your iPhone,
They-
put it on portrait mode.
They,
That shit
they
will be better
jealous.
than this shit.
Don't worry.
The
Don't worry.
fuck?
Don't worry about Zoomy.
I wish you would. I
Zoomy, we're
wish
good.
you would be using your
You see?
iPhone.
Yes, you know what I'm saying? Don't worry about Zoomy. We got this. They're just jealous. You know what I'm saying? They got lazy ass lenses, bro. You know what I'm saying? Zoomy pays attention to me. Look at that. Always focus on me. Alright? Listen,
Oh, that's
if y'all
funny.
lenses ain't giving you the
Oh,
love
that's funny.
Zoomy gives me, that's not my problem.
Hey,
Find a
nah,
better lens.
listen.
I mean, I'm still trying to figure out which one of these
See? And none of them.
multiple
and,
lenses.
and none of them could do, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right there.
I mean,
All trash.
Wicked
Right?
is on
Oh,
deck.
you're talking about
Wicked
you stay
is on
here.
deck. What the fuck are we looking on your ceiling?
I was like, what's going on?
I don't get the motion.
Lenses for days.
Yo,
A
listen,
lens
we
for
got it
every
days.
occasion.
Oh man.
Every occasion.
Oh man.
Yo, listen.
Guess what? My camera I can take out the house and still have power. Just by changing the battery.
You gotta change batteries. We good, Porter. We got
Man,
Xbox. They got
Man,
no,
like
no,
that. That's
hold
like an
on.
Xbox
No.
controller. Y'all ruined it. That's like an Xbox
Actually-
controller. Laugh out loud batteries. Laugh out loud
Actually, mine's
batteries.
right here. See this cable? This cable right here. This is a fake battery that's charged.
Dummy cable, yeah.
Completely charged all the time.
Beautiful shit.
Oh man. All right.
Never
And
turns
again-
off.
All right, Forte. Besides your Bukaki lenses, let them know where they can find you.
Fuck me.
Bukaki. Yeah, man. It's always entertaining to see you guys at night. I was dying laughing. First, I was watching your brother talk all his crap about PC gamers and everything and PlayStation, and then I came on here and saw you guys talking about fake bokeh, and I gotta come here and see what the hell's going on. But
Anyway.
yeah, definitely. DPS podcast Thursday 9 p.m. with the homie Slow Mo, and then Gaming Forte. That's the YouTube channel. Come check it out. And
You know, once again, remember, Yoshi has been telling you for a long time on all of these different podcasts that if you ain't going real, then you ain't real at all. So once again, I will see you guys on April 2nd live when the next generation of hardware from my favorite publisher, Nintendo, comes out.
Oh my god.
Oh, here we go.
What
my
I love about
God.
that segment is that anyone who wasn't watching the screen is going to think, what the fuck happened on the podcast?
Yeah, and they're gonna come in here and look at it.
What the hell? Yeah,
I
we're gonna
just love the way all
April
your
2nd,
viewers
Nintendo's gonna
will be
introduce
like,
1080p 30.
What the
Great.
fuck is this?
you should
Great.
see what I did on the Iron Lords podcast when we were talking about the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. Yoshi was telling people the truth that day.
Wait, you're an Eagles fan?
Oh,
No.
my God. This
Oh,
is-
We were non Patrick Mahomes fans.
Yeah, five. My
Listen.
man. I'll rock with you now. Me and you are friends.
Listen,
Anything for
Listen.
that man not to win another Super Bowl.
hey,
Right.
Blaze, this is the Camel Club, okay?
Hey, what are you a fan of? Real quick, what are you a fan of?
I was Patriots. I live in Detroit, so by Lions by trade, but Patriots
Hey,
all day.
Blaze, this is the Camel Club. Yeah, come to the Camel Club.
I know,
Camel
I
first.
know.
Camel required.
Listen. There is a giant Tom Brady fathead right here with a Patriots
Yeah.
jersey on it.
Oh, I
right
think
here
you're
on
talking
this
about
wall.
Puerto Rock. Oh shit, never mind.
Oh, don't get mad. See, listen, you should be happy because
You should be happy.
I don't know. Are you a Giant? You're a Giants
Yeah,
fan,
he's
right?
a Giants fan.
Yeah,
He's a
so you
Giants.
should be happy. You're like the only team that really, other than the Philly, got us one year.
They got
But
lucky.
You,
They got lucky.
you guys got lucky twice. That's
Twice.
fine.
Got lucky twice. We whooped your ass. Get out of here.
No,
we
y'all
whooped your
had-
ass.
no,
listen,
listen,
we
I will
whooped
give
your
up.
ass.
No,
we
no,
had
no.
Brady
Let me tell
running.
you want to know what happened?
We
You
had
wanna
him
know what
running.
happened?
He
Let
was
me tell
shook.
you
We
what
gave him
happened.
PTSD. All
No, let me
right.
tell y'all what. Let me show you
There
what
was no
happened
there
here.
was no deflate gate. There was no recording practices. It was straight whoop
on.
your ass twice.
You listen, the worst thing in the world happened to them in 2007 when we was undefeated and we made it to the Super Bowl. The
And we
last
whooped
game,
your ass.
listen, the last game of the season, week 17, the Patriots
ass.
played their whole team because they wanted to go undefeated that year, and we ran up against the Giants. Nobody thought the Giants was going to be anything in the playoffs. But guess what? That score was 49-41. Last game of the season, the Patriots won. The Patriots literally put everything on the field that game. So they had the whole blueprint for the Patriots. So I just knew if they made it to the Super Bowl to play the Patriots, that game was going to be completely different. Now, the way that game turned out at the end, lucky catches on people's heads.
Should have been sacked.
Should have been sacked twice. Yeah, should have been sacked before the ball even went in the air.
But you
I
guys
was dead.
suck.
You should've
So
blew it.
that's
Yeah,
not
we
our
had-
fault. How's that
yeah.
our fault that you guys don't know how to play
Yeah.
defense?
Then we had
How's that our fault?
Asante Samuel drops a pick.
dropped the interception.
You know what I'm
Asante
saying?
Samuel in the same drive drops a pick.
Okay, so you guys have shitty defense. Is our fault?
You do realize that we scored right before the miraculous
Wait,
helmet
hold on,
catch.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Randy
Brady
Moss
drove him down the field
down
and
the
scored.
field and scored a touchdown to Randy Moss to take the lead.
Yeah. Okay, but did you maintain the lead?
Listen,
No, because your defense sucks.
Listen, what?
I don't have to tell you.
It has nothing to do.
Listen,
Dog,
listen. What wins games?
That's the luckiest
What wins
thing
games?
that ever happened.
What wins games?
Defense.
There you go.
No,
and with that,
defense
ladies and
wins them.
gentlemen,
No,
you guys have a good time.
Defense wins